Information table of contents URL. https www.fanmtl.com Novel People in Hokage married Kushina Naruto. HTML Traveling through the world of Naruto, I immediately encountered the kidnapping of Kushina. As a classmate of Namikaze Minato and Kushina, Yifeng said that he is just a soy saucer. At this time, the system appeared. The system starts, and in view of the hostess' current situation, 3 start options are given. Option 1. Be a salted fish, sit idly by, and stay away from the plot. Reward, sea-level physical skill, Konoha, Great Whirlwind. Option 2. Create chaos, hinder the rescue, and join the villain lineup. Reward, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Option 3. Leave Konoha village immediately and participate in the rescue of Kushina. Reward, Supreme Opening Gift Pack. Yifeng chooses. Chapter 001 Yifeng Kuan. Jyoshinai has been captured. Yifeng looked at the group of young men and women who rushed in a hurry, and suddenly a familiar and unfamiliar memory flooded into his mind, and he suddenly stood in place. He traveled to the world of Hokage. This is Konoha village. If memory serves, less than 10 years have passed since the Second Ninja World War. Although the undercurrent is turbulent, on the surface, at least it is a rare era of peace. And he, Yifeng, is an ordinary subordinate. The identity is the war orphan that the Uzumaki clan picked up on the way to Konoha village when Jyoshina sent him. The young man and woman in front of him are the same young ninjas as Ikid. The 4 people led by Mikoto Uchiha, as well as Wei Feng Mizumon and the Hinata brothers. Mikoto Uchiha and Yakid are childhood sweethearts, while Mikoto Uchiha is also Jyoshinai's best friend. As for Wei Feng Shuemin and the Hyuga brothers, they are all ninjas of the same period. From his memory, Yifeng learned that Buffing Shuemin is a genius ninja who has learned all kinds of ninjutsu best in recent years and has a special talent for ninjutsu. Although the level is still medium ninja, but in fact, the strength is already at the upper ninja level. This is the man who can become a Hokage in his early 20s. The Hyuga brothers are also the leaders of Naka Shinobi. As for Yifeng, he was just an ordinary subordinate. Just as Yifeng digested his memory, a line of words suddenly appeared in his mind. System starts. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 opening options. Option 1. Be a salted fish, sit idly by, stay away from the plot. Reward, C-Class Physical Technique, Konoha, Great Whirlwind. Option 2. Create chaos, hinder the rescue, and join the villain lineup. Bonus, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Option 3. Leave Konoha village immediately and participate in the rescue of Jyoshinai. Reward, Supreme Opening Pack. Settlement immediately after task completion. Yifeng's eyes widened in surprise. The real crosser perks are coming. Sure enough, the system will only be late, but it will never be absent. Yifeng thought very seriously. This is a very standard god-level choice. When a salted fish is the safest, it is also the least profitable. Konoha Whirlwind. ISNT at the unique body art that Kai taught to Lilac. This reward is really a salted fish reward. The second option looks tempting and is actually a dead end. Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye. But Yifeng is not a fool. His current 3-legged cat Kung Fu. Before he can create any chaos, he will definitely be arrested. The dark parts and roots of Konoha are no joke. Even if it is really successful, opening the Kaleidoscope Chakra, I will definitely not escape Konoha's pursuit. Himself, a person who is not of the Uchiha family, opened the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye, and it is strange not to be grabbed and sliced. The third option, the Supreme Opening Package, sounds like a great name. I don't know what it is, but it can't be worse than the Great Whirlwind of Konoha, right? Don't kill Konoha's whirlwind. The action is too frustrated. Moreover, Yifeng caught the word of choice. As long as he immediately left Konoha village and participated in the rescue operation, he would have completed the mission. Regarding this, Yifeng also asked about the system. The system reply is subject to the system settlement. It's just that the kidnapping of Jyoshinai is full of weirdness. If nothing else, how could a few small Yunin Murakami shinobu lurk into Konoha village without being discovered and kidnap the 9-tailed man Julie Jyoshinai? In the current Konoha village, there are 8 flying sun slashes in the prime of life, young Konoha Sannin, and elite shinobi such as Konoha White Fang. This reminds Naruto of the beginning of Naruto's story. The Naka shinobi Mizuki, who used Naruto to steal the Book of Seals and was finally defeated by Naruto's multiple shadow doppelganger technique. These two events are actually very similar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like someone deliberately connived at it. In any case, Yefeng has already thought of it. Complete option 3 within his ability, and immediately leave Konoha village to participate in the rescue of Gyoshinai. Uchiha Makoto said to herself, "This group of bastards, taking advantage of the lack of security in the clan sacrifice of our Uchiha clan, kidnapped Gyoshinai. I heard that it was an undercover agent arranged by Yunin village in our Konoha to arrest Gyoshinai." Wolfeng Shuemin frowned and said, "I'll go to Gyoshinai's house first to see what the situation is." Saying that, the figure of Wolfeng Shuemin flashed and disappeared from everyone's field of vision with an afterimage. Instantaneous technique. Everyone showed a look of envy. What a fast teleportation technique. I heard that the secret techniques of 3 generations have been taught to Wolfeng Shuemin. Yifeng knew that it was not the secret art of the 3rd generation, but the art of the 2nd generation of the Flying Thunder God. Although the 3 generations are very frustrated in the anime, from Yokaede's memory, it seems that the reputation of the 3 generations in Konoha is like a sky. Yokaede immediately looked at Uchiha Makoto and the Hinata brothers and said, Let us go out and look for it. Maybe there are some clues." Uchiha Makoto glared at Yokaede and said, "You go?" The person next to him immediately laughed and said, "Yefeng, you can stay in the village well. With your strength, going out is to add blockage. You, the crane tailor, still want to heroically save the beauty? If you are so weak, don't be stubborn." Yefeng rolled his eyes, ignored them, ran chakra directly, gathered chakra on his feet, and rushed towards the gate of Konoha village. I have to say that the ordinary D-level escape technique is really slow, just slightly twice the speed of ordinary running. Compared to the yellow flash just now, the difference is too big. Soon, Yefeng had already run to the entrance road of Konoha village, and from a distance, there was already a group of people surrounding the door. Yifeng thought about it. He couldn't get out from the door. Fortunately, he remembers that there is a path that can be climbed out of the village. So, Yefeng immediately turned around. However, there are also people guarding the path. This person is none other than the young Uchiha Fugaku, the father of the future Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. "Yifeng, why are you here?" Yifeng hurriedly said, "Fuyue, look, there are people there." Taking advantage of Fuyue's turn, Yefeng rushed directly over. "Hey, don't go. Now it's dangerous outside. There are treacherous people from Yunin village." Fugaku wanted to grab Yokaede, but saw Makoto and the Hinata brothers also coming towards here. "Forget it. This kid is going out to find death by himself. No wonder I am." Fugaku shook his head and said to the Makoto and Hinata brothers who came over, "What are you doing? Can't go out here." In the blink of an eye, Yefeng quickly escaped from Konoha village over the wall. Ding! Leave Konoha village. Mission completion is 50. What is next? Yefeng suddenly saw a strand of burgundy hair on the ground. This is Gyoshinai's hair. Ding! Find clues. 60 completion of tasks. Please continue to track down. Chapter 002 Yefeng frowned. This task has not been completed yet. In my mind, the direction provided by the system also appeared, just in the northeast direction. Yefeng looked at the dark forest and hesitated. This forest is too dark, right? It's kind of scary. At this time, Yifeng was wondering whether to chase after him. "I'm just a shinobi. Do you want to go back and be a salted fish?" But now that the task is 60 complete, maybe you can find 4 more hairs and complete it? Yefeng gritted his teeth. He didn't come out. How could he stop halfway? Pursue. At the same time, at the gate of Konoha village, a yellow figure shot out like lightning. It is the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Watergate. What clues do you have in Gyoshinai's house? The person who asked this person was none other than Konoha White Fang Banner Mushua Shigeru. Watergate took out a burgundy hair. This hair should be Gyoshinai's. Kiki Shomao immediately summoned a ninja dog and made it smell Gyoshinai's hair. The ninja immediately roared towards the northeast. The smell of Gyoshinai should be heading northeast, but the smell is already very thin. Watergate hurriedly said, "Brother Shomao, can you catch up with them?" Chimu Shomao said with a deep groan, "Try it." Kiki Shimao turned around and said, "Go back and report the situation to Lord Hokage. I'll go after them with Watergate." Saying that, Shimu Shuamao jumped and disappeared into the night. Soon, Yefeng found a second hair according to the system's prompts. Ding, find clues. 70 completion of tasks. Please continue to track down. At this time, Yefeng also recalled a little bit of the plot of Hokage. According to the plot of Hokage, the hair deliberately left by Joshinai was found by Watergate. After a night, early the next day, Joshinai had been kidnapped to the edge of the border. Just when Joshinai was desperate, Watergate was born, and the hero saved the beauty. In the end, Watergate successfully rescued Joshinai and won Joshinai's heart. Now, there is the variable of Night Maple. Yefeng is curious now. He picked up all the clues. Can Watergate still find Joshinai? If because of his own variable, Joshinai was really captured, wouldn't the entire plot behind the Hokage have all changed? Full of doubts, Yefeng quickly found the third hair. Regardless of whether the plot changes or not, now that the mission is already 80 progressive, it should be only 2 hairs away from completing the task. At this time, Yefeng would definitely not be able to give up. What Konoha whirlwind he would definitely not want. Chasing after him, Night Maple had already chased to the edge of the woods. The figure of Yefeng flashed and landed on the treetops, looked towards the plain outside, and suddenly the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrank. 100 meters away, several people were fleeing in the direction of Yunin village, and the slender figure at the back, with red hair, wasn't he at Joshinai? Just when Yefeng discovered Joshinai, he was also discovered. What man? A gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Yifeng. Not good. Before Yifeng could react, a palm had already slapped towards Yifeng's back. Lie down. Yifeng spurted out blood, felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his internal organs were about to be shattered, and fell from the tree. The ninja who attacked also fell. Yifeng saw that he was wearing a Yunin village ninja suit, and he knew that it was not good. Wearing a standard ninja uniform, at least a medium ninja, a subordinate imp, simply looking for death. The ninja smiled disdainfully, slammed, and disappeared. Shadow doppelganger. In his opinion, this subordinate imp hit his own trick, and he will definitely die, and he doesn't need to look at it at all. Joshinai also noticed the movement of the woods, and when she looked back, her face turned white, and she couldn't see who it was, but she probably knew that it was the person who came to rescue her. Killed by the people of Yunin village. Stop struggling, hurry up. See no, whoever comes to save you will die. I thought it was funny, and I endured it to find death. When Joshinai heard this, she faltered, and Yifeng's smiling face appeared in her mind. No, it definitely won Yifeng, a coward. Joshinai thought about it, and her body trembled. In the distance, Yefeng leaned against the tree, panting, his eyes gradually losing focus. Ding, fine Joshinai. Congratulations to the host for completing the opening option 3, and reward the Supreme Opening Package. Hurry up and open the Supreme Opening Package. Yefeng felt that he was about to hang. His whole body was cold, his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and he was about to be unable to open them. Damn, almost played myself to death. Now this gift package is the possibility of his last survival. Ding, whether the host opens the Supreme Opening Package. Yes. Then, a dazzling light emanated from the big gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the SSS level character card, 1000 Hand Pillars. After fusing this card, the host will obtain all the ninjutsu, physical arts, immortal arts, combat experience, and cultivation talents between the 1000 Hand Pillars. Due to the large gap between the strength of the host and the character card, it is estimated that the full fusion time is 1 year. Does the host choose fusion? Fusion. Yifeng's eyes lit up. There was salvation. Between the 1000 Hand Pillars, the original Hokage, Ninja God, the reincarnation of Azura. The vitality is terrifying. The injury heals itself immediately, and Uchiha once said that on the battlefield, no one can kill the pillars. In an instant, a virtual space appeared in Yifeng's mind. In the center of the space stood a figure standing above the heavens and the earth. It was the 1000 Hand Pillar. Yifeng's perspective was brought into the 1000 Hand Pillars, as if he was the 1000 Hand Pillars. And the enemy on the opposite side turned out to be Uchiha from his youth. Mu-dun, birth of the Sea of Trees. I saw the earth rumble and shake. Densely packed small saplings break through the ground and grow wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dense forest in a blink of an eye. The trees in all directions stretched out their hideous and thick branches like life, drowning Uchiha. This is the blood succession limit between the thousand-hand pillars. Yifeng opened his eyes and felt a very rapid change in his whole body. The pain in the body, which quickly disappeared. The cold feeling also disappeared. All the pores on the whole body instantly stretched. The whole body is instantly filled with power. Be able to feel the energy around you being absorbed by the body and transform it into chakra in the body very quickly. Moreover, Yifeng could feel that he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment and had a special affinity. In just a few seconds, Yifeng went from dying to full of blood. Not only that, he could also feel that he could launch the move in his mind just now. Mu-dun, tree sea birth. In a thought, a sea of trees descended. This is the terrifying blood succession limit between the thousand-hand pillars. Moreover, Yoki-id also inherited all the combat experience of this ninja god between the pillars. Just for the moment of fusion, Yifeng had already felt his strength and increased tenfold and 100 times. This is only the degree of preliminary integration, and if it is completely integrated, it is simply unimaginable. Chapter 003 The ninja of Yunin Village did not have any awareness of the changes in Yifeng's body. They just took the appearance of Night Maple as a joke. Kushina, I advise you not to play tricks. No matter how hard you grind, no one will come to your rescue. Kushina gritted his teeth and said, Aren't you afraid of causing war when you Yunin Village captured me? Yunin Murakami Shinobu heard Kushina's words and immediately laughed. Cause war? Your Konoha village is even more afraid of war than our Yunin village. I'm not afraid to tell you that as long as we return to Yunin village, Konoha will not dare to fight. Because when you come to our Yunin village, you will become the human pillar of the tailed beast. When Kushina heard this, his eyes widened. Human pillar power. You guys. Yunin Murakami smiled and said, Kushina, you don't have to worry. Our Yunin village will also treat you like a guest, even higher than Konoha's. If you don't dislike it, you will be the wife of the next Thunder Shadow. In our Yunin village, it is the first lady. When Kushina heard this, his face turned white. The reason why she was kidnapped was because Yunin village needed a tailed beast container, and to become the wife of the next Thunder Shadow. Although Yunin Murakami Shinobu said it well, she didn't want it at all. Isn't the 8-tailed human pillar power of your Yunin village there? Yunin Murakami smiled and said, There is another one. Saying that, Yunin Murakami Shinobu clapped his palms and said, I'm done saying everything. It's useless for you to resist, obediently obey. The border is not far ahead. The person who picked us up should have arrived. Kushina wanted to cry. I don't want to be the wife of Lei Ying. I don't want it. Kushina was very flustered in his heart, and one picture after another appeared in his mind. Hey, don't hit me. You are so violent. No one will marry you in the future. Yifeng covered his head. Watergate smiled and said, Your hair is fiery red. It's pretty good looking. Kushina, come and wash my dishes. Women can't help but know how to cook. Makoto looked at her with a smile in her apron. Kushina, don't you really want to swim? It's cool. Friends waved at her. Gentle Uzumaki Mido old lady. We were brought here as containers for tailed beasts. But before that, find love to fill it. In this way, even if you want to live as a 9-tailed human pillar, you can get happiness. Kushina thought of companions such as Yoki-id, Makoto, and Watergate, as well as the old lady Mido of Uzumaki, and many, many friends. Kushina can't bear you. Just when Kushina was desperate, suddenly, countless small saplings appeared on the ground, instantly growing into trees. These trees instantly separated everyone. Muduan, who? Kushina's eyes widened, not knowing which adult had come to save him. Grab her. With an order, everyone pounced on Kushina. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared and fought with them. Kushina looked at Konoha's adult hopefully, but her eyes widened. Night Maple. These people are all Night Maples. Kushina's face was sluggish, and before he could react, he was directly swept away by the thick branches that came out. Ugh! Joshinai exclaimed, finding himself rolled up in front of a person. Before he could react, Joshinai's feet were soft, and he was about to fall to his knees. Hey, Pepper, what are you doing? Yifeng hugged the soft Joshinai at once. Joshinai looked up, with black hair, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a hearty smile. Unexpectedly, Yifeng, who was usually timid, was actually the first person to rush to save her. Thinking of this, Joshinai showed a happy smile. Night Feng. Yifeng smiled and said, How is it, surprise or not? Joshinai saw Yifeng's smiling face, and the tension and worry in her heart were swept away. She looked at the night maples beside her, and then looked at the 5 night maples fighting on the opposite side. This is the shadow doppelganger technique. How else? Yifeng only fused less than 5 of the character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, and he felt that he was able to completely abuse these ninjas in Yunin Village. If it were to fully fuse 100 of its power, it would be unimaginable. Joshinai was stunned. When did Yifeng learn the shadow avatar? And this would escape technique. Joshinai looked ahead. Except for the one who took the lead and broke the shadow doppelganger and fled, the other cloud ninja had been beaten to the ground by Yifeng's shadow doppelganger. The elite undercover agent of Yunin Village who has been operating in Konoha for many years was solved by Yifeng like this? Wanna run? Come here. Yifeng's hands froze, and countless tree roots immediately flew out. Nope. That Shangnan looked back, his field of vision, covered with thick roots, instantly drowned himself. Yifeng sighed. The blood succession limit between the 1,000-hand pillars is really too strong. It's just 5 strength, and it solves a Shangnan. The name of the ninja god is indeed worthy of the name. Joshinai said dumbly. Yifeng, are they all dead? Yifeng shook his head and said, No, they are all arrested. Just wait to see when our reinforcements arrive. At this time, Joshinai blushed and said shyly, Yifeng, can you untie the rope of my hands? Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Wait for the arrival of the yellow flashwave feng shui gate. Respect the original. Reward. C-grade psychic, Little Toad. Option 2. Escort Joshinai to Yunin Village and become a villain. Rewards. A-level ninjutsu. Hell assault Shirban Junjitsu. Option 3. Untie the hand rope and pick up Joshinai. Reward. Joshinai Good Feeling Point 10. Supreme Pack 1. Chapter 004. Yifeng said that he also wanted to respect the original, but the original book did not respect him. Yi Qid is now comprehending all the ninjutsu between the 1,000-hand pillars, including the A-level psychic technique Goju Rashomon. In contrast, the reward of Option 1, C-level psychic summoning Little Toad, this is underestimated. As for escorting Joshinai to Yunin Village, such a yellow-haired plot, Yifeng will definitely not do it. Isn't such a cute red-haired little lowly fragrant to bring around? In contrast, the third option, Yifeng said that he was very satisfied. Whether Joshinai's favorability value increases or not, it doesn't matter at all. What matters is the reward behind, the supreme gift package. The previous time you could open an SSS-level character card. What will you get this time? Just as Yifeng was about to loosen Joshinai's hand rope, a yellow figure flew over. Joshinai. The person who came had blonde hair, a cold and resolute face, and a fierce murderous aura. Wolfing Shuemin finally arrived. He saw Joshinai being held by a person, and his heart suddenly popped out. This person has kidnapped Joshinai. Find death. Instantaneous technique. The figure of the water gate disappeared in a flash. Ugh. The figure of the water gate suddenly appeared behind Yifeng, and at the same time, the Ku-Wu in his hand scratched the back of Yifeng's neck. Yifeng squinted, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Sure enough, it was a yellow flash, very fast. But my reaction is faster. Yifeng dodged the attack of the water gate with his head down. Joshinai suddenly exclaimed, Water gate? No. Wolfing Shuemin missed a move, and the yellow figure had flashed in front of Yifeng again. And at this time, the water gate saw clearly that it was Yifeng. The whole person's eyes widened. Night Maple. It's over. I can't take it anymore. Watergate's movements were faster than his brain, and Kuwu stabbed into Yi Feng's chest. This, I didn't mean to. Watergate was full of guilt in his heart, and he lost his mind for a while, and he actually did such a thing. I didn't see it clearly. Was it Yi Maple? However, in the next second, the Yefeng and Jiu-Shinai in front of him turned into wood. Avatar technique. The figures of Yefeng and Jiu-Shinai appeared 10 meters away. Jiu-Shinai himself doesn't know when he was substituted. But seeing that Yefeng was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief and glared angrily at Watergate. Watergate, what are you doing? Watergate waved his hand with a guilty look and said, I'm sorry. Yefeng, I didn't mean it. I didn't see it clearly just now. And I thought it was an undercover agent in Yunin Village. Are you all right? Why are you here? Yefeng smiled, didn't say anything, and shot directly. Fighting back is not Yi Feng's style. I saw that as soon as Yi Feng's foot stepped on it, the ground instantly cracked. All the chakras condensed on his feet, glared hard, and instantly appeared in front of the Watergate. Watergate's eyes widened, and his heart was horrified. What a speed! The Watergate had only had time to protect his hands in front of him, and he was already kicked away. Tell you not to look at people. Tell you to shoot indiscriminately. The Watergate was in the air, and he was constantly punched and kicked by Yi Feng, but he never fell. Remember to look at people later. Next time like this, I'll burst your dog's head. The Watergate broke 3 trees in a row before stopping and sliding to the ground. His clothes were all broken. His face was swollen, and his face was sluggish. He was a genius ninja, a man who wanted to become a Hokage, and was actually beaten by a crane-tail shinobi? Although Watergate was guilty in his heart, he didn't fight back the moment Yi Feng made a move. But he didn't expect it at all. He just fell behind a move, and he was beaten by Yi Feng. After being sent flying, it is completely out of control. Such combat control ability is terrifying. Could it be that Yi Feng was a peerless genius in battle? Or maybe Yefeng had been hiding his strength before. Jiu-Shinai also stood in place stupidly, watching the Watergate being beaten a little badly. But she was even more angry. If it weren't for the avatar technique just now, Yefeng might have died. Watergate should be hit. At this time, a pitch-black crow flew in the air. The crow's eyes were also pitch black, reflecting the face of a middle-aged man. Konoha Village, Hokage office. Ape Fei-ri looked at the scene reflected in the crystal ball, and his brows furrowed slightly. As a doctor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Sun/, all non-blood succession limit ninjutsu will be used. The crow psychic technique is nothing. He saw through the eyes of the psychic crow in the crystal ball that Yi Feng was using the Mudu avatar technique just now. What matters is not the Mu-Dun avatar technique, but the timing of Yi Feng's use of the avatar technique. Although the avatar technique is only a C-level ninjutsu, it is definitely not simple to be able to use it so well. This is completely wrong with the setting of the tail of the Night Maple Crane. Moreover, the punch and kick just now is very solid. Every punch, every kick, is just right. It doesn't feel like a child's fight, like a battle-hardened general bullying a schoolboy. Watergate was bullied too badly. There is something wrong with this kid. Konoha White Fang hasn't arrived yet? At this moment, Konoha White Fang and Chimu Shomao arrived. He saw the Watergate leaning against the tree, and then looked at Yefeng and Jiu-Shinai, and frowned. A shinobi appeared here, and the first feeling of Konoha White Fang was that something was wrong. Not far away, several Yin shinobi fell to the ground, already unconscious. This is all Watergate's handwriting? But how did Watergate get hurt like this? Chimu Shomao looked at Yi Feng with a puzzled look and said, Are you Yi Feng? What is going on? However, Yefeng ignored Konoha White Fang and walked over to Jiu-Shinai. Yefeng untied Jiu-Shinai's hand rope, and a princess hugged him, holding the weak Jiu-Shinai in her arms. Ah, Night Maple. Wait. Jiu-Shinai exclaimed softly. No boy had ever hugged her like this. Jiu-Shinai covered her face, and she could feel that her face must be crimson and hot. In the faint and gentle moonlight, Yi Feng's flowing black hair was dyed with a layer of silvery white brilliance, which looked particularly different. Jiu-Shinai secretly peeked at Yefeng through his fingers, and his heart fluttered. Ding, complete option 3. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward. Jiu-Shinai, good feeling value 10. Supreme Pack 1. Chapter 005 Chimu Shomao saw Yefeng pick up Jiu-Shinai. ignored him, and frowned. At this time, Yifeng looked at Chimu Shimao and said, "Those Yunren are the murderers. I will send her back first." Chimu Shimao hurriedly said, "Wait, it's south dangerous on the road. I'll send you back." "No thanks." After speaking, Yifeng hugged Joshinai and jumped gently to the treetops. "Joshinai, let us go back to the village." Joshinai nodded, jumped continuously, and disappeared into the night. Chimu Shimao saw that Yifeng was leaving in the direction of Konoha village, and the 3 generations of psychic crows were following, so he did not chase after him. "Watergate, are you all right?" "It's okay." Watergate shook his head and got up, looking lonely. His confidence had just been severely hit. Along the way, Watergate was a scholar in the ninja world, but I didn't expect to be abused lightly today. Chimu Shimao glanced at the Watergate strangely, and there was an incredible guess in his heart. The injury on the Watergate should not be done by the lower shinobi, right? It is impossible. It must have been injured in the fight with Yunin Murakami Shinobu. Thinking of this, Chimu Shimao said, "Watergate, you have worked hard. Let me deal with all the next things." Saying that, Chimu Shimao summoned 8 ninja dogs, bit all the undercover agents of Yunin village lying on the ground, and dragged them back. The quiet night sky, the big round moon hanging in the sky, and a secret black crow became the background of Yifeng and Joshinai. Yifeng frowned and looked at the crow. He also felt that it was an eye. "Konoha, Hokage's office. The little one found my eyeliner. Forget it. Since it's back, there's no need to look at it." Saratobi smiled, stood up, and left the office leisurely. In the air on Yifeng's side, the crow slammed and turned into nothing. Joshinai did not notice anything, but quietly looked at Yifeng. How did you find me?" asked Juzanai weakly. The sound is completely devoid of the momentum of the past. Such a weak Joshinai has never appeared in Yifeng's memory. "Thanks to your hair. Such beautiful hair. I saw it at a glance." Joshinai smiled, pinched his hair, and said, "Really?" Joshinai's heart suddenly warmed. Her pretty face had a faint blush, and her heart beat very quickly. Yifeng smiled and said, "Actually, the first time I saw you, I thought that your long red hair was particularly good-looking." This is what Yifeng's predecessor has always wanted to say, but the predecessor is a war orphan and has always been very cowardly and afraid to say it. Now Yifeng said it for him, and it can be regarded as fulfilling his long-cherished wish. This is also how Yifeng feels when watching anime. Of course, Yifeng sees the live-action Joshinai, which is even better than the anime. The breeze gently blew Joshinai's long red hair. Her beautiful cheeks and her blushing dimples looked beautiful and moving. "Yes?" Joshinai opened her big eyes, looking at Yifeng's cold face. Her heart was sweet. Is this a confession? At this time, Joshinai found that he had not known Yifeng for a long time. At this time, Joshinai discovered that Yifeng was a very good ninja and a very trustworthy person. "Thank you, Yifeng." Joshinai looked shy, took the initiative to stretch out her arms and hug Yifeng's neck, quietly looking at this man who changed her fate. Under the faint moonlight, the figures of Yifeng and Joshinai gradually fused together, just like the heartbeat of the two accelerated. Kushina suddenly remembered what Mrs. Uzumaki Mito had said. "We were brought here as containers for tailed beasts. But before that, find love to fill it. In this way, even if you want to live as a 9-tailed human pillar, you can get happiness." She suddenly felt as if she had found this happiness. Ding! Joshinai good feeling value. Yifeng ignored the system prompts and enjoyed his alone time with Joshinai with peace of mind. However, the system doesn't seem to want to let the overnight maple go so easily. Ding! Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Send Joshinai back immediately and be a good person. Reward, C-level ninjutsu. Option 2. Put down your arms and fight against the thunder shadow that invaded the border and be a hero. Reward, blood succession limit, white eyes. Option 3. Enjoy this wonderful night quietly and do nothing. Reward, forbidden technique, dirt rebirth. Originally, I wanted to be a good person, but seeing C-level ninjutsu, I couldn't bear it. Thunder shadow invasion? Shut me up. The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, jumping between the trees, and suddenly deviated from direction, not the way to the gate of Konoha village. Shinai exhaled softly. Yifeng, where are you taking me? You'll find out later. Yifeng walked through the woods, jumping back and forth between the mountains and rocks, and Shinai in his arms suddenly lit up his eyes. Two huge mountain rock figures appeared in front of him. Yes, Hokage Rock. Under the bright moonlight, the portraits on the fire shadow rock had a solemn feeling. At this time, there were only two people on the Hokage Rock, namely the first generation of Thousand Hands Pillar and the second generation of Thousand Hands Pillar. 3 generations of apes flying to the sun, in the prime of life, have not yet retired, naturally will not do such a stupid thing to lose their value. Ding! Discover the Hokage Rock, check in successfully, and reward S-level time and space ninjutsu. The art of flying Thunder God. Yifeng didn't expect that on a whim, there would be an unexpected surprise. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-class time-space ninjutsu developed by the second generation Senjutsu and belongs to a type of instantaneous technique. Using the spell to achieve teleportation, the caster will leave the Flying Thunder God technique on the target beforehand, which can make the caster or objects indirectly in contact with the caster chakra teleport. It is also the famous ninjutsu of the yellow flash wave feng shui gate. In an instant, all the knowledge about the Flying Thunder God art appeared in Yifeng's mind, and he immediately learned it. The current wave feng shui gate has not yet learned the art of Flying Thunder God, but Yifeng has taken a step ahead of others and learned the art of Flying Thunder God. Let me down. Shinai was pleasantly surprised, standing on the head of a generation of thousand-hand pillars, joyful. Yifeng sat down, smiled, and said, Haven't you been here? No, I always wanted to come, but they wouldn't come. Kushina overlooked the entire Konoha village from the top of the Hokage Rock, and it was already night, lit up, and there was a warm feeling. It's so pretty. Shinai also sat down next to Yifeng, dangling his calves. The little hand accidentally touched Yifeng and immediately retracted like a little rabbit. Yifeng directly reached out and grabbed Shinai's small hand and held it tightly. Shinai suddenly blushed and withdrew his hand forcefully, but the movement was too large, and he slid directly from the top of the Hokage Rock. Ugh! Shinai exhaled softly, only to find a few thick branches that supported him from below. The root carried Shinai back, and Shinai's face turned red. She felt like she was really stupid. Almost fell. Fortunately, it was Night Maple who was there. Shinai looked at the roots of the tree and retracted again, looked at Yifeng curiously, and said, Yifeng, how did you get Mutuin? Now Shinai is a little doubtful. Yifeng should not be an illegitimate son of a generation, or an illegitimate grandson, right? Otherwise, how could Mudun use it so brilliantly? At this time, at the gate of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hinata and Lady Sarutobi Bawako, as well as a generation of old Lady Uzumaki Mido, specially waited at the door for the return of Yifeng and Kushina. And then it turns out, what about people? Where did they go? Chapter 006 Yifeng, you know what? My dream before was to be the first female Hokage. The first female Hokage. I can hear the calluses in my ears. Shinai smiled bitterly and said, Yes, now I know that in order to realize my dreams, you must have great power, but unfortunately I don't. Yifeng looked at Shinai and smiled. Shinai puffed out his mouth and said, What are you laughing at? Since it is a dream, how can you give up easily? ISNT at the female Hokage, I think you can. In the near future, you will be the nine-tailed pillar force. Just imagine, the female version of Naruto. Why can't she be a Hokage? When Shinai heard Yifeng's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. What about you? I'm a salted fish. Well, I suddenly felt that it was not bad to guard Konoha. Just when Yokaide said that he wanted to be a salted fish, another voice appeared in his heart. That is, guarding Konoha. Yifeng could feel that it was after he fused the character card between the thousand-hand pillars, and he was also affected by the ninja path between the thousand-hand pillars. The original idea was that as long as you protect the village, you can sacrifice yourself. It's just that this concept, Yifeng does not agree. The layout of the village is too small. Yifeng saw that it was the entire ninja world, the entire continent. In the end, I don't think guarding Konoha can be regarded as big love, only small love. Kushina chuckled and said, Your words are so strange. Guarding Konoha is just xiaoi? So what is great love? Yefeng looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky and said, Great love. Of course, it is the unification of the ninja world, world peace. You say, we Konoha inherit the will of fire. Others have the will of water, the will of thunder, the will of earth, the will of wind, and people in different villages have their own will. All villages, all countries, must guard the will in their hearts, and there will definitely be conflicts, which is the root cause of many ninja world wars. If there was only one will in the entire ninja world, would it be able to fight? Jiyoshinai snorted and said, Crooked heresy. In this case, do not talk nonsense in the village, you know. 1 hour later, Jiyoshinai looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, it's too late now. Let us go. Yefeng clapped his palms and stood up. Jiyoshinai also stood up. Yefeng smiled and directly pushed Jiyoshinai down. Ugh. Jiyoshinai exhaled softly and hugged Yefeng tightly. Yifeng threw a flying thunder god technique style ku-wu in the air and plunged straight into the village wall below. We fell. As soon as the words fell, Jiyoshinai found that he had arrived at the wall of the village. This is the first time Yefeng has tried to use the flying thunder god technique, and the consumption of chakra is a bit large. No wonder it is a forbidden technique. Like the multiple shadow avatars, chakra is not enough to be used. Yefeng glanced at it, and another reason was that the skill level was too low. If the skill level is increased, the consumption of chakra should be reduced a lot. As for how to improve the skill level, you should practice your skills. Jiyoshinai asked with a curious look, Is this ninjutsu? Yefeng smiled and said, Don't tell anyone else. Jiyoshinai nodded blankly. At the gate of Konoha village, the third generation and the others have been waiting for more than an hour. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sarutobi Hinata indifferently and said, 3 generations of Hokage, what is going on? Although Uzumaki Mito has long ignored the internal affairs of the village, as the first old lady, Uzumaki Mito is a senior wife of 3 generations in terms of generation. Ape Fei re-slashed in front of Uzumaki Mito and did not dare to make a second attempt and quickly said, Old lady, it's all blamed for the negligence in the next moment. But there is no evil intention in looking at Yifeng. Maybe where did he take Jiyoshinai to play? Sarutobi re-scolded Knight Heed in his heart, who in the village does not know. Uzumaki Mito lost his son in his old age, and he valued his granddaughter Tsunade the most. And there was also Jiyoshinai, the successor of Renzali. Now Yokai doesn't he know where to take Jiyoshinai, and Uzumaki Mito is now asking for guilt, and he is going to be miserable. Uzumaki Mito looked at the ape flying sun chop coldly and said, Ape flying sun chop, it's so late. What else is fun? Sarutobi knew that Uzumaki Mito was angry and quickly said, Old lady, I must find them out in the next place. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. Grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito looked back and saw that Jiyoshinai had thrown himself into his arms. Jiyoshinai, are you all right? Jiyoshinai shook his head and said, Grandma Mito, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were waiting here. Uzumaki Mito said very kindly, It's okay. Jiyoshinai, where did you go to play? We went there. Jiyoshinai pointed at Hokage Rock and said. Uzumaki Mito looked at the first generation on the Hokage Rock, and then at Yokuid. This young man's temperament was a little similar to that of his husband Senjuju. Am I too old and dizzy? Young man, are you? Yifeng was in awe. In the next Yifeng, I have seen the first old lady. This is the oldest ninja in the village, and one of the strongest ninjas in the village, the current 9-tailed man Julie. Although old, the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, very good, young man. I heard that you will be Muduan. Can you show the old body? Yikid could feel that Uzumaki Mito was not malicious, and with a flick of his hand, small green saplings immediately grew on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. Ape Fei Richo couldn't help but ask, Yifeng, when are you? Yifeng shrugged and said, when I went to rescue Jiyoshinai today, I was seriously injured by Yunin Shangren, and I don't know why, so I suddenly awakened. Awakened the blood succession limit? Yes, it just suddenly became like this. Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, it's the breath of the Thousand Hands clan, not the kind of artificial breath, I didn't expect, Yeffing, you are also the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, and you also awakened the blood succession limit. Saying that, Uzumaki Mito's voice choked a little. The inheritance of the Thousand Hands clan has not been broken. Even if the old body is dead now, there is no guilt in going down to the 9 springs to see the pillars. Sarutobi Biwa Lake hurriedly comforted and said, "Don't say this, old lady. This is the luck of the Senju clan, and it is also the luck of Konoha." The 3 generations also echoed, "Yes, we have another young talent in Konoha." Uzumaki Mito smiled and looked at Yokuid and Kushina like seeing the young pillar and himself. Otherwise, go home and match them. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito said kindly, "Yikid, Joshinai, let us go back." Chapter 007 Go Back? Yikid was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't he go back to the residence of the Uzumaki clan with Uzumaki Mito and Joshinai? He moved out when he was 10 years old and lived alone by the river outside the village. Because Joshinai was too violent, Yeffing was beaten badly. Plus, growing up, men and women were not intimate. Yeffing simply ran away from home. Yifeng didn't expect that there would be a day to go back. Uzumaki Mito looked at Yokuid lovingly and said, "Yes, you want to live outside by yourself in the future." Yifeng waved his hand and said, The old lady doesn't need it. I'm used to being free alone." Joshinai was originally very happy, but when he heard Yeffing refuse, he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Did he fight too much Night Maple before? Ape Flying Biwa Lake said, "Yifeng, let you move back in. It is also for your own good. Moreover, when you go back, you will also have a companion with Joshinai." Joshinai's face suddenly turned red, and he secretly glanced at Yifeng. Ape Flying Sunchopper also said, "Yes, you have awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands clan, and it is really not safe to live outside." Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, "Yikid, you live outside. You really don't feel at ease. Can you accommodate my wife?" "Old lady, you are serious." Yeffing muttered and said, "I'll move back, but give me one night to pack my things." "Yifeng, do you need help?" Joshinai asked softly. "No need. See you tomorrow, Joshinai." Yeffing smiled and said. Ape Fei Richo coughed and said, "Yifeng, Joshinai, come to my office at 10 a.m. tomorrow." "Got it, Naruto-sama." Yeffing agreed, turned around and left. Joshinai looked at Yikid reluctantly, and Mito Uzumaki next to her smiled lovingly. She could see the little girl's thoughts. Ape Fei re-sighed. The village has not been peaceful recently. Unexpectedly, Lei Ying and the 8-tailed man Zhu Li both went undercover to save Yunin and crossed the line, which was too bold. Shua Mao and Shui Min were both injured and returned, but fortunately they just lost those cloud-hidden undercover agents and did not lose their lives. It was also for this reason that they were not worried that Yeffing lived outside alone. And not only the danger of other ninja villages, but also the undercurrent inside the village. If it weren't for someone inside the village to help Yunin go undercover, Joshinai wouldn't have been robbed so easily. Yifeng went back to his 1-story log cabin by the river and lay down directly. Today's day's harvest is really too much. Character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the rebirth of Dirty Earth. And Joshinai. From today onwards, the plot has changed, and with my help, this chick may really be able to become the first female Hokage. There is also a Supreme Gift package that has not been opened yet. Ding, do you want to open the Supreme Gift pack? Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level Psychic Inheritance. Dragon Earth Cave. Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, the inheritance place of the same name as Miaomu Mountain and the Wetbone Forest, is inhabited by a large number of snakes, among which the high-rise big snake is good at using fairy arts, and the white snake immortal lives on the throne deep in the Dragonland Cave. Please explore for yourself. Yifeng looked at the scroll that suddenly appeared in his hand and pondered. This is the inheritance scroll of Longdi Cave, and you can enter Longdi Cave by opening the scroll, which contains the inheritance of various small snakes and big snakes. The Big Snake Pill's Psychic Beast Big Snake, 3-headed snake, and 10,000 snakes are all high-level big snakes among them. Sasuke's Psychic Beast, Little Green Snake, is also a member of the family. It's really interesting. I don't know if it's the ninja god Thousand Hand Pillar is powerful or the White Snake Immortal is powerful. However, tonight, there is really a fate with Lonely Cave. Yefeng looked out the window, and at the window, there were one small white snake after another. The snake letter swallowed, and his eyes flashed with light. At the same time, Yefeng could sense that around the house, hundreds of small white snakes were pouring into the house densely. An extremely cold malice enveloped the entire room. It's a big snake pill. Yifeng moved gently, and countless tree roots appeared on the ground, instantly hanging all the little white snakes on the ground. Good, good. An extremely cold voice appeared. Yefeng looked out the window, and Orochimaru was standing by the river, looking at himself with interest. Wild and dangerous gaze, and that seeping snake smile. This was the first time Yefeng had seen the big snake pill. Hey! Orochimaru's ears sounded Yifeng's sigh, and he actually made himself feel a trace of danger. Huh. Dark magic. This illusion is to create a dark environment that blocks the opponent's vision, and in complete darkness, only the caster can see clearly. It is an illusion that hallucinates vision and takes away all light. In the dark world that seems to have descended from pitch black, even powerful people can only be forced to reveal their position. This teenager is really so funny. There is even a dark technique of the Thousand Hands clan. It's a replica of the original. Orochimaru's eyes emitted a dangerous light. This person is full of secrets. I must capture it back for experiments. Living experimental subjects are worth more than the corpses of the first generation. At this time, Yifeng's voice came from the ears of the big snake pill. My house has been damaged a lot. You have to compensate. Before the words fell, a piercing sound broke out in the back of his head. Orochimaru's heart was very dangerously alert. Body fixing. Although the body fixing technique is a D-level ninjutsu that Shinobi also knows how to use, but now the Great Snake Pill is used, and even Konoha White Fan can be restrained. However, with a loud bang, the big snake pill was directly kicked and exploded by Yifeng. Although Yifeng was fixed, the force was too great, the speed was too fast, and the inertia was still there. Blood splattered. A small white snake shattered into countless segments and fell to the ground. Avatar. Yifeng's pupils shrank, and a fierce killing intent appeared on his body. It's really a big snake pill. The big snake pill suddenly appeared 10 meters away, and a bloodstain appeared on his face, and he was still injured if he didn't completely dodge it just now. If it's 0.1 seconds late, you'll probably have a headshot. Chapter 008. It's so interesting. This is a strange force, the physical skills of the Thousand Hands clan, which can burst out powerful air currents through the air. Are you really an orphan of the Thousand Hands clan? At this time, the big snake pill also became completely serious. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. However, the big snake pill went in the wrong direction. The dark technique limits the vision of the big snake pill, and in the eyes of the big snake pill, the perspective is dark and nothing can be seen, and he can only rely on intuition. Then, Orochimaru's intuition was wrong, and several hideous pythons shot out from the cuffs and frantically output into the air. At this time, the big snake pill found that he was a little careless. He had just received a lot of injuries, and he originally thought that he could suppress the other party, capture the other party, and go back to the laboratory, study it well, and see if he could find out the secret of the Thousand Hands clan. I didn't expect this guy to be so tricky. The cold moonlight, the ground was a white flower, but in the vision of the big snake pill, it was pitch black, and the 5 fingers could not be seen. At this time, there was a whistling wind sound behind the big snake pill's head. Behind, the big snake pill quickly lowered his head, and suddenly a painful look appeared on his face. Lumbago. Bend over too fast. Blood was oozing out. Not good. Orochimaru knew that something was going to happen. Avatar. Bang. Bang. However, the stand-in technique also did not work. Yefeng hit the stand-in with the first blow, and in the second blow, the big snake pill had already felt the sharp fist wind blowing on his face. Instantaneous technique. Orochimaru jerked back and sighed. At a young age, he has such a fighting talent. He is simply a genius. Whether it was the position or the timing, he grasped it so accurately, and with his fists and feet alone, he was forced to retreat. It's not like a shinobi at all. Although the physical skills of the big snake pill are not good, They are also shadow-level powerhouses like the third generation of Shurching, and the physical skills of the general ninja may not be as good as the big snake pill. To clean up the brat who had just awakened the blood succession limit, he actually failed. Just like the continuous attack just now, that kind of terrifying momentum, I am afraid that one punch can defeat ordinary Shangren. Yifeng, didn't he expect that the big snake pill would retreat like this? This is the Konoha Legend 3 Shinobi? It's a bit weak. Although it is a little stronger than Bluffing Shuemin, it is not much stronger. The performance of the big snake pill made Yifeng a little disappointed. Come again. Yifeng still didn't feel too addicted. Orochimaru was furious. Originally, he was concerned about his injuries and didn't want to cause too much movement, so he just used 30 of his strength. Now you really think that my big snake pill is a bully? Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru lowered his head and took out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. Stop. Suddenly, a huge King Kong Rui stick fell from the sky. It smashed between the big snake pill and Yifeng, separating the two. The big snake pill was knocked off again, fell heavily on the ground, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, Night Feng's dark technique was also cracked. The big snake pill regained his vision, and the moment he saw the King Kong Rui's stick, he put away the Kusanagi sword. Ape Fei re-chopped down, put away the King Kong Rui's stick, and quickly looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, are you okay? Before he finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Looking back, I saw how the big snake pill fell to the ground. What is going on? Sarutobi frowned. The big snake pill was actually beaten and vomited blood? It seems that Yifeng is not simple. Yifeng pointed at the ape flying sun slash and said, 3 generations of adults. It was your King Kong rod that smashed him. Huh, is that me? The big snake pill had blood on his mouth and said with a smile, Teacher, it's nothing. I just heard that someone suddenly awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands clan, and I was curious to test it. Be bold. Ape Fei looked at the big snake pill with a scowl on his face. The big snake pill, didn't he come back to report it the first time? Come here to test? You're just daring. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is really angry. Not long ago, a generation of old ladies said that they wanted Yifeng to go back, in case something happened to Yifeng. How could he explain to a generation of old ladies? The great snake pill did not go through the temptation he agreed to, and he was already angry with the ape flying sun. This guy of the big snake pill, who originally hoped to inherit his mantle, has now done so. Yifeng, what is going on with the big snake pill? I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Saying that, Ape Flying Sun Chopper took the big snake pill away. Yifeng looked at the ape flying sun and thought to himself, this will not be the 3rd generation of old men let the big snake pill test himself. Think about it. Although the 3 generations of old men are soft-hearted, they should not do such a thing. It should be that the big snake pill this guy is interested in himself. But Yifeng didn't care at all. His strength was improving every day. Not surprisingly, within a year, he will completely fuse the character card between the 1,000-hand pillars and get the full strength of the 1,000-hand pillars. Besides, today's big snake pill was taken away by the ape flying sun slash like this, and he will not trouble himself in a short time. When Yifeng's strength was raised another notch, it was Yifeng's turn to go to the big snake pill to discuss the experience of soil rebirth. Chapter 009. Back at the village gate, the Uchiha clan who kept vigil bowed respectfully to Sarutobi and Orochimaru. Naruto-sama. Lord Orochimaru. Ape Fei Richo nodded and said with a smile, hard work. Then he looked at the big snake pill and said, is your abdomen okay? Orochimaru smiled and said, it's okay, teacher, as long as you don't pursue what happened just now. Do you still know the seriousness of the matter? Orochimaru shook his head and said, teacher, he shouldn't be the 1st generation. Ape Fei looked at the big snake pill coldly and said, don't talk nonsense, otherwise, at that time, the Uzumaki clan would not have allowed him to live here for so long. But now, the old lady Mito regards him as her own, and tomorrow he will move back to the old lady's side, and it is difficult for me to do things like this. So that's it, it's okay. Teacher, I deliberately let him just now, and I didn't hurt him at all. Ape Fei glanced at the big snake pill, half convinced. The big snake pill was still reminiscing about the battle with Yifeng just now. Although he didn't give his best, he also had a hunch that the other party also had more whole cards. What are the whole cards? It seems to catch him and go back to study. Saratobi suddenly asked, "Who told you that?" "When I rescued Chimu Shuomao and Bluffing Shuemin," they said. Ape Fei re-glanced at the blood-oozing abdomen of the big snake pill and said, "Even so, you shouldn't be tempted. The experiment of the primary cell has long been stopped." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Teacher, I think you can still fight for it." "No, it's definitely not." Ape Fei Rechopper interrupted him and said, "Don't talk about the original cells. You still want to use the only awakened blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands family to do experiments. Are you looking for death?" The big snake pill hurriedly said, "Teacher, I only need a little blood, just a little, for the Thousand Hands clan. A little blood is nothing at all." Ape Fei shook his head and said, "If you say no, you can't." Orochimaru sighed. "Okay, I know. Teacher, I'm just curious. I don't have other ideas. If it's okay, I'll leave first." "Wait a minute. You rest for 2 days and continue to go back to monitor the movements of Yunin village." "Teacher, I have been seriously injured, and I need to recuperate for at least half a year." Ape Fei Rechop looked at the big snake pill. "Such an injury. A month will do. You raise it for half a year? You go to Yunin village to hide, and it's never too late to recuperate. Today, my breath was exposed, and I am afraid that I was remembered by the 8-tailed human pillar force. Teacher, do you always want me to die in Yunin?" Ape Fei Richo took a deep breath and said, "Don't give me these useful and useless things. Where you recuperate is to recuperate, the 3 ninja lines of Konoha. Even if you go to Yunin village now, it will not be difficult for you. Don't bother yeffing anymore. Not only my gaze, but also the eyes of others, are paying attention to him. If you really cause something, I can't protect you." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Don't worry. Teacher, I won't do anything stupid," and asked the teacher to send someone else to monitor Yunin village. "Hey, Orochimaru, I haven't promised you yet. You come back." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Teacher, I recommend Yi Feng. I think it is appropriate for him to go to Yunin. He has the ability to protect himself. At the same time, whether it is in the village or other ninja villages, no one knows his details." After speaking, the big snake pill head left without looking back. "Hey, forget it. Let the big snake pill rest for a while. He has also worked hard." Ape Fei Rechopper still couldn't bear the heart, and sighed. "I was also thinking about the last words of the big snake pill. Yeffing going to Yunin village? The big snake pill also makes sense. Yi Feng is too advantageous. But now the last inheritance of the Thousand Hands clan is on Yi Feng. If something happens, I really can't be the first teacher." The next morning, the morning sun rose. The sun came into view, and the night maple yawned. "Why are you here so early?" Yoki-Eid wiped his eyes, and the doorway opened directly, and a tree root tied a ninja with a mask on his face came in. The ninja looked at Yoki-Eid with a look of horror. Before he came, but he had checked the information. How could a lower shinobi tie himself up as a middle shinobi? And his own chakra is still draining. "What is going on?" Nakato immediately said, "Yi Feng, Lord Tawanzo invites you to his house for a while. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Go to the house of the group and become the Dark of Konoha. Reward, B-level ninjutsu, wind escape vacuum wave. Option 2. Go to the Hokage's office, meet Saratobi Hinata, and become a new star of Konoha. Reward, C-grade ninjutsu, telescopic art. Option 3. Don't go anywhere, be a salted fish, automatically upgrade. Rewards, 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars, 10 times the experience point of all ninjutsu, not included with character cards. Does this still need to be chosen? Option 3, of course. When a salted fish, upgrade automatically. Yeffing directly through the Nakanin in front of him out of the door and lay down again. Find death. This root was furious and did not put their root and Tuanzang in their eyes like this. He thought about it, but still had no impulse, and immediately ran back to report. Yi Feng looked at the fusion degree of the character card between the 1,000 hand pillars and woke up after sleeping last night, which increased from the initial 5 to 5.1. After another hour of sleep, Yi Feng looked again, and the fusion level increased from 5.1 to 5.2. Lie in the groove, 1 hour and 1 night. It's really salted fish that has a future. It's just that there's nothing here. It's a bit boring. Yifeng thought about it, left the flying thunder god technique for Ku Wu, threw it out, and in the next second, the person arrived at Ku Wu. It seems to be quite fast to practice skills like this. Therefore, Yifeng himself practiced the art of taking off the god of thunder, flying without chaos, and his experience points rose sharply. At this time, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi had an ugly face. It's 10 o'clock, and Yifeng hasn't come yet. Uzumaki Mito, as well as Joshinai and Orochimaru, are also in the office. Night Maple released their pigeons. Chapter 010 The Big Snake Pill specially apologized for yesterday's reckless behavior, but as a result, Yifeng did not come. It's so funny, this young man. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he felt the urge to immediately take him away to unpack and do experiments. Uzumaki Mito glanced at the big snake pill and said with a bad face, Sarutobi, I know that you wanted to do a lot of research to resurrect the original Mu escape secret technique with the strength of the whole village, but that proved to be a wrong path, and it has been banned, like last night. Don't do it again. Ape Fei nodded and said, Yes, old lady. I have already warned the big snake pill, and the big snake pill has also recognized his mistake, and there will definitely be no such mistake in the future. The big snake pill skin smiled and said without smiling, Mrs. Mito, I want to be like that in the future. Next time, I will definitely do my best to take Yifeng in an instant, not giving him a chance to fight back. And now, the priority is to transfer Yifeng out of Konoha village. There is a good opportunity in front of you, and Yunin village is in need of a reliable and powerful person to lurk in. If I can recommend Yifeng to enter Yunin village, my big snake pill will have a chance. How about I go to his house, and maybe he forgot? Orochimaru suggested. Old Body and Joshinai just go. Uzumaki Mito snorted and said. Ape Fei said with a deep groan. Old lady, let us go and see what is going on. Yifeng did not expect that he released the pigeon of the ape flying sun chopper, and the ape flying sun chop actually took the initiative to come. Huh. Yokai bounced up on the bed and looked out the window at the old lady Mito of Uzumaki, Kushina, the third generation of Hokage, and the scientist Orochimaru, who was walking towards him. He was still training ninjutsu in his imagination just now. Yifeng experimented with different methods and found that being a salted fish is not simple. Lying in bed and training in the imagination, the improvement of ninjutsu is the highest. Therefore, Yifeng was lying on the bed just now to train. Of course, in the eyes of the old lady Uzumaki Mito and the 3 generations of Hokage, as well as Orochimaru, Yokai was sleeping lazily. The 3rd generation of Hokage couldn't help but say, Good morning, don't train well, improve your strength, and actually sleep. It's simply a waste of good time. Uzumaki Mito snorted and said, It's not because you were too tired last night, only to rest until now. Orochimaru smiled and did not speak. And Joshinai saw Yifeng sitting on the bed and beckoned sharply. Yifeng immediately jumped out of the window. Joshinai, old lady, 3rd generation Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-kun, good morning. Saying that, Yifeng also yawned. A glance at the fusion degree of character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, good guy, it is already 5.3. The Flying Thunder God technique and Dirt Rebirth have both been upgraded to level 2, and their perception has also improved. Maybe, these 2 forbidden arts, now in the ninja world, Yifeng is the most proficient person. After all, the 2nd generation of the original creator of the Flying Thunder God art has been hung up, and Watergate has not yet learned the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the rebirth of Dirt, seeing that the big snake pill is now like a good baby around the 3 generations, I know that the big snake pill should not be as frustrating as the experiment after that. Therefore, the forbidden experience of soil rebirth is probably inferior to Yifeng. Seeing that his teacher was silent, Orochimaru snorted and said, Yokai, don't you put Hokage's words in your eyes now, and tell you to come to Hokage's office at 9 a.m. What time is it now? Without waiting for Yifeng to explain, old lady Mito Uzumaki said kindly, Yifeng, what is wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable somewhere? Old lady, I rested well last night. The main thing is that I don't have time to watch here, and I don't know how quickly time passes when I sleep in bed. After speaking, Yefeng looked at the third generation of Hokage and said, "Third generation Hokage-sama, is there something wrong?" If nothing happened, I went back to sleep. The corners of Ape Flying Sunchop's mouth twitched. Yefeng was so lazy. It was simply a waste of talent. Moreover, this guy really doesn't put himself in his eyes. I have never seen a young person with such an attitude towards himself. Ahem, Big Snake Pill, you apologize to Yefeng first. The Big Snake Pill glanced at Yifeng, stood a step forward, bowed to Yifeng, and said, "Yifeng-kun, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble last night." Yefeng waved his hand and said it's okay. When Ape Flying Sun saw Yifeng's such generous appearance, his good impression of Yifeng recovered a lot. At least this young man's heart was there. "Yifeng, it's like this. After our high-level investigation and research, you performed well in the rescue operation last night and decided to give you exemption from the Zongnan exam and promote the qualification of Zongnan. From now on, you are Zhong Shinobi." The envisioned picture in Ape Fei Richo's mind was Yifeng's face full of smiles, and he accepted it gladly. However, Yefeng said, "I refuse. It's good to be patient. Yifeng, I will never be promoted to middle tolerance." Everyone was dumbfounded. Just now, the interface of the system appeared in Yifeng's mind again. Given the current situation of the host, give 3 options. Option 1. Accept the title of Naka Shinobi gladly and become a rising star in Konoha. Reward, C-level ninjutsu, the 3 major knives of windmill manipulation. Option 2. Refuse the opportunity to be exempt from the test, indicating that you will take the Zongnan exam. Reward, Tier B physique, meet bullet needle chariot. Option 3. Directly reject the title of Zongnan. It's good to be able to endure. Yefeng, never promote Zongnan. Rewards, 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars, A-level ninjutsu, Thunder Dunchidori. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Does this still need to be chosen? Chapter 011 Night. Yifeng, what are you talking about? Kushina said anxiously. Uzumaki Mido and the 3 generations of Hokage both frowned. The Big Snake Pill cursed in his heart and lay down. Originally, after Yefeng accepted the title of Zongnan, even if he didn't go undercover in Yunin Village, even if it was just a B-level mission, the Big Snake Pill would be able to make some accidents. Unexpectedly, Yefeng directly refused the granting of the title of Naka Shinobi. Shinobu can only accept D-level missions and C-level missions. If you accept the lowest D-level task, if the Big Snake Pill wants to come hard, I am afraid that his identity will be exposed on the same day. Even if it is a C-level task, if the Big Snake Pill does not reveal his identity, I am afraid that he will have to plan for at least 3 months. The Big Snake Pill looked at Yefeng deeply. Was this his great wisdom and foolishness? Had he expected it earlier, or was it just a coincidence? Uzumaki Mido hated iron and said, "Ye kid, what are you talking nonsense? Do you endure it like you've been living your whole life?" Yifeng said directly. "Old lady, I think it's good to be able to endure. What's wrong with Xia patience? Are you willing to be an inferior endurant forever? Why is Shinobu inferior? I think that the lower Shinobi is the top pillar of Konoha, and these Shimo Shinobi, which account for the vast majority, are the most powerful force of Konoha. It is their weight that has led to Konoha's today. Without the obscure sacrifice of the Shinobi in one ninja battle and the second ninja war, Konoha has the current prosperous age. The first and second generations are great, but the vast number of subordinates under their leadership are also great. As a shinobi, I feel proud and don't have the idea of being promoted." Ape Flying Sunchopper was originally very angry, but when he heard Yifeng's words, his face completely changed. Yifeng's words shocked the Ape Flying Sun very much. Ape Fei re-introspected in his heart. In the past few years, is it because he is in the position of Hokage, he has distanced himself from the vast lower patients and ignored the vast lower patients? Old Mrs. Uzumaki Mido was also lost in thought. Kushina was watching from the side, and he was also a little dumbfounded. What does Yifeng mean by this? It's good to be tolerant? Listening to him say this, it seems to be quite honorable to be a subordinate. Yifeng doesn't care if it's great or not, whether it's glorious or not. This 1,000-hand pillar character card fusion speed 10 times, is really fragrant. After 2 consecutive selections, the fusion speed is already 20 times. An hour now is equivalent to 20 hours yesterday. Suddenly, Ape Fei rethought about whether he had been fooled by Yifeng. Promotion to middle patients has nothing to do with whether you can afford to look at the vast number of lower patients. This guy doesn't want to bear the responsibility of forbearance. Ape Fei Richo looked deeply at Yifeng and said, "Yes, Yifeng, I think you have a point, and it is very good to be able to endure. So you really don't plan to be promoted to middle patients?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "Thank you for the kindness of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Yifeng wants to be an ordinary shinobi." The corner of Ape Fei Ri's mouth twitched. "You have awakened the blood succession limit. You still want to be ordinary. You still want to be ordinary. You tease me to play, right?" Uzumaki Mito whispered to Sarutobi Hinata. "Sarutobi, when I go back, I will persuade him again. He is still young and insensible." Ape Fei Ri was tired, nodded, and said, "Hey, okay, then let us do it first." For the first time in his life, he was rejected like this, and Ape Fei Ri was not in the mood, turned around and left. Hokage is also very busy, and he doesn't have time to accompany Xiao Xiao to fool around here. Recently, there has been a lot of movement on the side of Yunin Village, and Thunder Shadow and 8-tailed human pillar force have come out to make trouble. According to the news obtained by the Big Snake Pill Lurking, Yunin Village has captured the second-tailed beast, the 2-tailed brigade, a few years ago. This time he took away Jioshinai in order to find a person for Erwei Yoli. Jioshinai is naturally the best choice. This time, Lei Ying and Yaoi Ren Zhuli personally stepped across the border to rescue the undercover agent. Although the Big Snake Pill paid the price of serious injuries and saved Chimu Shamao and Bluffing Shuiman, he still captured an undercover agent. But Ape Flying Sun knew that Yunin Village would not stop like this. Yunin Village must still have a backhand. Konoha also had to prevent something like the kidnapping of Kushina from happening again. How martial law should be imposed in the village, how it should be prevented, these things must be discussed. Not only Yunin Village, but Yunin Village has recently begun to recruit troops according to spies, and they are ready to move. Precious peace, less than 10 years old. Is war going to start again? Thinking of this, Ape Flying Sun Chopper couldn't help but sigh. The Ape Flying Sun cut away, and the Big Snake Pill naturally took a deep look at Yifeng, and also turned and left. Uzumaki Mito sighed. "You kid, did you pack your things?" Yifeng nodded. "In fact, there is nothing to pack, just a few sets of clothes." In this way, Yokai followed Uzumaki Mito home. This is the small courtyard in memory, with green inside, and birds singing and flowers. You can vaguely see someone walking around inside. Being able to occupy such a large place in the center of the village shows the status of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "Yakuid, welcome back. In the past, we Vortex ignored you." Yifeng waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Old lady, I used to like quiet, but now it seems that this place is also very good. Just like it. Yifeng, your house is over there. Jioshinai, you take him over to put things and clean up." "Yes, Grandma Mito." Jioshinai's face was a little hot, and he lived under the same roof as Yifeng Jun, so nervous. Yifeng followed Jioshinai to his house, and he looked good. "Come in and sit." Jioshinai blushed and said, "No need. My room is next to it." After that, Jioshinai ran away very shyly. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Was Jioshinai hinting at something? Root headquarters. In a dark and damp office, Tuanzong looked at all the information of Yifeng, and his face was surprised. Is it really a war orphan picked up on the way to pick up Uzumaki Jioshinai? Such a coincidence. It turned out to be the orphan of the Thousand Hands clan. It was also such a coincidence. When facing a crisis of life and death, he awakened the blood succession limit. All coincidence. The information of the root members should be correct, but that is too much of a coincidence. Tuanzong still couldn't believe it. Or was it the final struggle between the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan? Yifeng rejected 3 generations? Yes, Danzo-sama. He directly rejected the title of Naka-ninja. The Kneeling Mask Shinobu said. He also said that it is very good to be shinobi. Don't look down on Shinobu. Shinobu is the pillar of Konoha. and Shinobu will always be the most powerful force in Konoha. What to say is to practice the line of lower patience and condense the power of lower patience. Tuanzong suddenly laughed. Nonsense. What is the patience? Elite upper ninja, and even shadow-level powerhouses, is the key to determining whether a ninja village is strong or not. He doesn't want to see me? Bring him. In any case, this last orphan of the Thousand Hands clan is an unstable factor, and his active cells, very useful to himself, must be controlled in his own hands. If you refuse to agree, then you will be strangled. Masked Shinobu immediately said, Elder Tuanzo, this matter will be given to the next, please rest assured. Tuanzong pondered and said, Be quick and ruthless, you alone are not safe. Bring all 10 people from the roots. Yes, Danzo-sama. Also, don't do it in the whirlpool courtyard. Wait for him to come out. Chapter 012 10 people in the root. The strongest elite in the root organization. Yugen organized 3 elite shinobi. Oil Girl to take the root. Oil Girl Ryoma. Yamanaka Kaze led by 10 assassination troops. Legend has it that the 10 of them joined forces and could destroy a small village overnight. If the root organization is the Dark of Konoha, then the root 10 people are the strongest executors of the Dark. Under Tuanzong's order, the 10 members of the root division had already begun to operate, and each took his place. Around the whirlpool courtyard, there is eyeliner all over the root tissue. At the gate of the small courtyard, a wooden child was poking ants with branches, and when he looked closely, the branch he was holding in his hand actually grew small shoots at the top. And in the courtyard, Yefeng slept on the bed, looking at his own attribute panel. Name: Yifeng. Strength: Ordinary Shangnan. Position: Shinobu. Character card: SSS level Senju Pillar, Fusion Degree 5.79. Blood Succession Boundary: God level Muduin. Character card comes with it. Ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God Art LV3. Dirt Reincarnation LV3. Thunder Thousand Birds LV1. The character card between the Thousand Hand Pillars is too strong. Just 5 fusion. It is already the elite upper ninja level. It's normal for Ki to think about it overnight, but the Thousand Hand Pillar is a ninja god, a strong man of the same level as Uchiha. When Uchiha was at his strongest, one person beat the 5 shadows, which is equivalent to 20 of the strength being greater than a shadow-level powerhouse. Then the 5 strength between the Thousand Hand Pillars is comparable to an ordinary upper ninja, and that is not excessive. Moreover, Yefeng also inherited all the ninjutsu between the Thousand Hands Pillar. The combat experience is also completely replicated. The system evaluates Knight Maple according to his current amount of chakra and skills, as well as skills, to evaluate Knight Maple as an ordinary upper shinobi. In fact, Yefeng felt that even if he was an elite shinobi, he was not his opponent. Originally, within a year, from 5 fusion to 100 fusion, now it is 20 times faster, that is, within 18 days. This speed is okay, it's not bad. Just then, the doorway banged. Knight Maple. It's Joshinai. The door opened, and Joshinai changed her clothes, a blue dress, red hair, and a special white complexion. Are you okay? It's still early, or let us go see Watergate. He was injured that night. Well, how is the injury? Am I going to lose money? Joshinai was stunned for a moment, and then giggled. It wasn't you who hit. No, it was after you hit him. I heard that Laying was coming, and he wanted to rescue Yunin undercover, and at the same time he wanted to capture them at the Watergate. There is such a thing? Yes. Fortunately, Lord Orochimaru arrived in time and rescued them from the Watergate. I heard that Lord Orochimaru was also injured, but I didn't see anything serious this morning. Yifeng listened to Joshinai's words, only to know that the big snake pill was injured last night. No wonder it was so weak. In this way, the strength of the big snake pill is still there. But when the big snake pill recovered from his injuries, he was almost fused. Even if it is a weak, he can fuse more than 30, and it is easy to deal with the big snake pill. Yifeng, let us go see Senior Watergate and Shumao. After all, they are also here to save me. Ding, please make a choice. Option 1. Gladly go to the hospital to visit Watergate and harvest Watergate's friendship. Reward. C-level ninjutsu. Ryu do Senbon. Option 2. Refuse directly and drive away Joshinai. Rewards. Joshinai good feeling, 10. B-level psychic technique Earth escape tooth-chasing technique. Option 3. Go again another day, i.e. foam. Today I want to stay at home as a salted fish. Rewards. 10 times the fusion speed of character cards between the 1,000 hand pillars. B-level physical skills. Epitory Ranka. It seems that the system wants me to continue to be a salted fish. Yefeng glanced at Kushina and lay down directly. I'm a little sleepy today. Let us go another day. Watergate 1T be discharged from the hospital so soon. Kushina suddenly crossed his waist angrily and said, Yifeng, why are you so lazy? Oops, I'm sleepy. Kushina stomped his foot in anger and walked out. Uzumaki Mito heard Kushina say that Yokaide was sleeping again and suddenly shook her head. She really had never seen such a lazy person. Then, Uzumaki Mito thought about it and said, Kushina, do you see if Yefeng will be unwell after the awakening blood succession limit? Kushina was originally very angry, and when he heard Uzumaki Mito say this, he was a little worried about Yefeng in his heart, and immediately asked, Grandma Mito, what should I do then? Uzumaki Mito muttered and said, well, I called Shizune to take a look, and it just so happens that Shizune has recently returned. Tsunade is not in Konoha now. Shizune is the most personal disciple of her granddaughter Tsunade, and Uzumaki Mito is now the most trusted to her. In the room, Yokaide is lying in bed, and he can upgrade his skills when he sleeps. The life of salted fish is so boring and boring. Suddenly, the door banged. Who? Opening the door, I immediately saw the old lady and Kushina, and a little lowly came. This is Yifeng. I see that you seem to be uncomfortable. I specially asked someone to take a look for you. This is Tsunade's disciple Shizune. Mute? Tsunade's disciple? This little lowly? It's so cute. Yefeng was slightly impressed. Shizune nodded and looked at Yefeng curiously. She was about to leave Konoha village, and every few months, she would return to Konoha, mainly to gather the latest news and to get some money for her master along the way. This time back, I just learned that Yunin undercover kidnapped Kushina, and Thunder Shadow and Yao secretly sneaked into the border of the Fire Country. Naturally, he also knew about Yifeng. When Shizune learned that Yefeng might be injured or unwell, he came without hesitation. The first thing he said when he saw Yifeng was, Yifeng-kun, take off your clothes and let me see. Chapter 013, Yifeng didn't expect that just being a salted fish would cause so many misunderstandings. But seeing that Uzumaki Mito cared so much about him, and specially invited Shizune to treat him, Yifeng's heart suddenly warmed. This old lady really regarded herself as her grandchild. Let me see. Shizune came to Yifeng's front and touched Yifeng's hands towards Yifeng. Yefeng involuntarily took a few steps back. Yifeng-kun, don't move if you are injured. Let me see your body. Shizune grabbed Yifeng, and Yifeng directly closed his eyes. Well, since Shizune-chan wants to see my body, then I'll leave it to you. Poof. Shizune glared at Yefeng with a strange face, and this little guy said as if I had done something to him. Kushina also covered her mouth and smiled. Humph, tell you to say? Shizune's soft flesh around Yokaide's waist twisted gently. Even if it was a ninja, it hurt to be screwed here. This was done when Muzune was molested by patients before. However, Shizune unscrewed and exclaimed himself. So hard. Ahem, such a tough body. Muzune was slightly gaffed for a second and quickly came back to his senses to check Yifeng's body. Very healthy body, no injuries at all. What a huge chakra. As a medical ninja, Shizune was very clear about the structure of his body, and when he examined Yokaide, he was very surprised. At a young age, this chakra amount is comparable to endure. After a while, the inspection is complete. Shizune said to Uzumaki Mito, Mito-sama, his body is very healthy. He doesn't look like he has an injury at all. Maybe I didn't find out. How about this? If you have the opportunity, let the teacher take a look. Yokaide listened next to him. His eyelids jumped. No, he was silenced to see his body, and then he had to be looked at by Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito said happily, is Tsunadeheim coming back? She hadn't seen Tsunadeheim in years. First, it was to protect Tsunadeheim, and secondly, Tsunade himself did not want to return to the sad place of Konoha. I don't know, or can Yefeng go to the teacher? Uzumaki Mito immediately shook his head and said, not now. The situation has not been very good recently. Joshinai has just been robbed once, and Yefeng, as the last bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, cannot be careless. Shizun also understood, nodded and said, "Okay, Mito-sama, then I'll go first, and I'll bring the news back to the teacher. Well, be careful on the road." At the door of the whirlpool courtyard, the child played with ants for a day, and the whirlpool courtyard went in and out, but I didn't see the night maple come out. But soon, the child saw Joshinai go out. The child grabbed the branch, and more shoots grew on it, turning into a few words, "Jo out." Juzanai went out. Then, the branches were thrown directly into the alley. After another while, Joshinai returned with Shizun. The child threw another branch into the alley. Jo silent back. Joshinai and Shizun are back. After another while, Shizun came out on his own. The child threw another branch. Soon, the headquarters of the root organization, Toanzo, received news from the child. Yefeng hasn't he gone out? Isn't Joshinai going to take him to visit Bofeng Shuemin and Chimu Shuamao? Silence is coming. Could it be that Yefeng was injured? You injured Yefeng last night. In the office, in addition to Tuanzong, there was another person, Orochimaru. Orochimaru shrugged, and then licked his lips. No, at that time, my teacher and his old man came. What's wrong? Shizun entered the whirlpool courtyard. Yefeng may be injured. Maybe he was injured while rescuing Joshinai. The big snake pill said without refusing. Maybe, my laboratory, where do you arrange for me? Right here. Danzo promised to form a new laboratory for Orochimaru, who had returned to Konoha, apparently wanting more from Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't care either, nodded and said, "Okay, I heard that there was another surviving experimenter in that experiment 5 years ago, called Yamato, right?" Tuanzong nodded, took out 2 branches, and said, "Look at the words on it. This is Mu Duan." The big snake pill's eyes flashed with a beast light, and he nodded and said, "Very good. I'll use him for experiments first. When you catch Yifeng, please send Yifeng." Tuanzong looked at Orochimaru and said, "Whether it's Yamato or Yifeng, send it to your side. You can't mess around. Previous experiments were forbidden because you were too messy." The big snake pill's eyes flashed with the light of a beast, and he smiled and said, "I just want a little of their blood. I can't die." After that, the big snake pill turned and left. A bunch of stupid people, just talking about the conditions, were deceived. And just like that, another 2 days passed. The children whose roots are arranged in the whirlpool courtyard have been changed. The subject, known as Yamato, has been transferred, and the hidden people around are waiting for the appearance of Yifeng. But it's been 2 days, and the shadow of the night maple has not been seen. Shouldn't this night maple not go out for a month? It's really time-consuming. Even Tuanzong, where the headquarters of the root organization sits, couldn't bear it. Wait another day, after 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. If the night maple does not appear, just withdraw. Tuanzong also didn't understand why Yifeng was so homely. But he knew very well that if he continued to put the root 10 people here, the other work of the root organization would not have to be carried out. Yifeng, this kid is too cunning. In the room, Yefeng looked at the fusion degree, which had reached 20. Open the properties panel. Name, Yifeng. Strength, Elite Shinobi. Position, Shinobu. Character card, SSS level Senju Pillar, fusion degree 20.09. Blood succession boundary, God level Muduin. Character card comes with it. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Art LV3. Dirt Reincarnation LV3. Thunder Thousand Birds LV3. Amarenka LV3. I have to say that 30 times the speed is really fast. And when salting fish, ninjutsu can also be upgraded. Now the 4 ninjutsu have also risen to LV3, which can be regarded as basic proficiency. With a fusion degree of 20, I'm afraid that the big snake pill can't hurt itself. There is a certain ability to protect himself. In this case, Yefeng feels that his short salted fish career is temporarily over. It's time to get out and about. Chapter 014. In this way, if the salted fish continues, Joshinai will be angry. Watergate lay in the hospital for several days and did not go to see it. Or is it not a classmate? However, just as Yefeng was about to call Joshinai to visit Watergate, he was told that Watergate had been discharged. Yifeng suddenly felt that there was no longer a friendship boat between himself and Watergate. It's all to blame on salted fish. At this time, The Watergate actually took the initiative to knock on the door. Yifeng was stunned when he looked at the bloody Watergate coming up to talk to him. Yi Kidkuin. That. What is that? Not only Yifeng, but Joshinai was also a little confused. Watergate scratched his head and said, "Last time, I thought about it repeatedly in the hospital, and I had a lot of insights. I don't know if Yifeng-jun can fight me again. Of course, if I get injured again, it has nothing to do with Yifeng-jun. I took the initiative to ask for it." Watergate glanced at Joshinai, gritted his teeth, and said, "What I say now, Joshinai can testify. It's not enough to be abused once. How many times do you want to be abused?" Yifeng suddenly felt that the Watergate was M. In the end, Yefeng was embarrassed and agreed to Watergate's masochistic request. Joshinai said with a strange face, "The boy is really strange. He fights and kills all day." Yifeng suddenly looked at Joshinai. "You used to use your favorite to move your fists. Whatever. Of course, it is not suitable for hands in the Whirlpool Courtyard. Therefore, Yefeng chose to be at the number 5 training ground in Konoha Village." Why training ground number 5? Because it was recently. Yifeng and Joshinai. And the moment the Watergate walked out of the Whirlpool Courtyard, the 10 people in the route immediately knew. Yefeng capture operation, ready to begin. Don't reveal your identity as much as possible. Find the opportunity, thunderstrike. Don't pay attention to Vortex Joshinai and Wave Feng Shuimin. When necessary, it doesn't matter if you hurt them. Go. In all directions, countless black shadows sprang up, all waiting for the best opportunity to capture. Yifeng was already alert for the first time. Even the Watergate looked around and felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. As long as Joshinai, this silly girl, is still in the dark. Yefeng groaned and pulled Joshinai into the alley. "Night Maple, don't go in." Watergate saw that Yefeng pulled Joshinai into the corner, gritted his teeth, and followed. He found that something was wrong, but he couldn't ignore Yefeng and Joshinai. However, at this time, a man with a black mask fell in the air. He made a hoarse voice and said, "Wave Feng Shuimin, your opponent is me." Watergate suddenly frowned and said, "Who are you?" "We?" "Naturally, it is an undercover agent in Yunin Village." Shuimin said coldly, "You are not an undercover agent of Yunin Village. If you are an undercover agent of Yunin Village, how can you take the initiative to admit it?" Before the words fell, the figure of the Watergate flashed and instantly appeared in front of the roadblocker, and the spiral pill held in his hand shone brightly. Yefeng pulled Joshinai and looked up at the figures that suddenly appeared around him. Everyone wore hideous masks, judging from the breath. They were all the strength of the middle ninja or above, and even a few upper ninja. Wouldn't you? In broad daylight. There will also be kidnappings in the village? Yikid really couldn't imagine that someone would be so bottomless. Didn't he really put the 3 generations of Hokage and Uzumaki Mito in his eyes? You don't have to guess, you are Roots. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Actually guessed the identity? But it doesn't matter anymore. As long as no evidence can be found, then everything is not a problem. Yamanaka Kaze, who was the leader, squinted his eyes and said up. With an order, everyone rushed forward. And the mountain stroke directly used the secret art of the mountain family, the technique of heart-changing hearts. Use the soul to concentrate the spirit on one point and release it on the enemy. And after success, use strong spiritual power to control the enemy's actions, so that the enemy cannot control his body. At the same time, in the other 2 directions, 2 people opened their heads and flew out countless poisonous insects from their bodies. Parasite. In addition, in front of Yefeng and Joshinai, the eyes of a masked man suddenly emitted a blood-red light, and the 3-hooked jade was turning. Joshinai exclaimed, "Blood will I? There are people from the Uchiha clan in the root organization? Isn't that reasonable?" Yefeng was also full of doubts. "Blood chakra, illusion. Narikomi no jutsu." The leaves fluttered in the air with the wind, and Joshinai began to get confused. Suddenly, Joshinai heard Yefeng call her name, so she turned around happily and replied, "Yefeng." But he saw Yifeng covered in shurikens and kunai, bleeding non-stop and falling to the edge of the tree. The frightened Joshinai fainted after letting out a scream. At the same time, there were others who pounced on Yefeng and Joshinai at the same time. There are 10 people in the route, and as soon as they strike, it is a thunderous blow, and they are about to take down Yifeng. Chapter 015. In the Whirlpool Courtyard, Uzumaki Mito suddenly stood up. Not good. Night Maple went out. Looking for death. Someone really deliberately wants to destroy the Thousand Hands clan. The roaring flames of the golden-tailed beast chakra appeared on the surface of the body of the Whirlpool Mito, and the eyes turned into fox eyes, and the sealing runes of the Whirlpool clan appeared on the body. Bang! Uzumaki Mito jumped lightly and jumped out directly. At the same time, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi also suddenly stood up. At this time, the Big Snake Pill walked in. Teacher, wait a minute, Big Snake Pill. If there is something, we will talk about it later. Teacher, this matter is very important. Get out. Ape Fei glanced at the Big Snake Pill coldly, and the figure standing in place disappeared in a flash. Tuanzong, I should have noticed it a long time ago. The ape flew towards Yifeng's side at a rapid speed, smiling bitterly. He didn't expect Tuanzong to be so frustrated. Unexpectedly made a move against Yifeng in the village. Do you think you can do this without evidence? You're wrong. Sarutobi had already sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the old lady was completely furious. Tuanzo, what exactly do you want to do? Could it be that even the last bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan had to strike like this? If you go on like this, Tuanzong, you really have no way to turn back. In the alley, 10 people from the root besieged Yifeng. Poisonous insects, essence mysticism, chakra eyes, and countless numb-coated kunai and shurikens flew in. Just when all the attacks were directed at Yifeng, countless doppelgangers suddenly appeared in Yifeng's body. Mu Dun, Shadow Doppelganger Art. The heart-turning technique was supposed to hit Yifeng, but it was immune to the splitting effect when the Shadow Doppelganger technique was used. At the same time, the poisonous insects, Ku Wu, and shuriken all smashed on Yifeng's doppelganger that suddenly appeared. The doppelganger helped Yifeng block the gun. Bang! 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 Multiple doppelgangers instantly turned back into wood. Yamanaka Feng with a mask was stunned for a moment. His forehead sweated. This Night Maple is a little difficult. Actually used a shadow avatar technique. Broke their siege? At this time, the 2 oil women who raised insects continued to release insects. They all wore special glasses, and at a glance they knew that they were oil women. I saw densely packed parasites crawling out of them and flying towards Night Feng. Even the other people and the 10 people at the root did not dare to approach, for fear of being affected by the insect tide. I felt like I was about to have a dense phobia, but fortunately Jioshinai fainted. Yifeng complained and directly sealed. Mu Dun, birth of the tree realm. Night Maple's chakra passed from his feet to the ground. Countless thick trees instantly grew on the ground, and these trees seemed to be uprooted, bursting the surrounding buildings in an instant. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, all the ninjas in those rooms jumped out, horrified to find out what is going on. How did it suddenly turn into a small forest with green trees? Little yellow Mao Shuemin was fighting with a masked shinobu, and suddenly under the feet of this masked shinobu, a thick branch appeared, directly stabbing the masked shinobu into the sky. Ugh! Shinobu covered his ass on the mask, like an angry bird flying through the air, and then slammed it heavily on the ground. The corner of Watergate's mouth twitched. Such a sudden charm made Shuemon's mind come up with Chimu Shomao's Shigaraki-senpai. It turned out to be a Shigaraki Tanuki of the root organization. The Shigaraki Tanuki spewed out a large mouthful of blood, looked down, his face changed greatly, and immediately turned around and fled. The Watergate did not stop it, but looked inside the tree realm. He looked up at the dense woods. Night Foam. Was it already so strong? Night Maples all used the tree realm to be born. What the root organization is doing. At this time, there was a loud bang behind the Watergate. The golden chakra flame emitted from the Whirlpool Mito, and it fell, and the concrete floor on which his feet stepped on cracked. Watergate. Old lady, Yifeng is inside. Uzumaki Mito watched the birth of the tree realm, slightly lost his concentration, and the appearance of 1,000-hand pillars appeared in his mind. You keep watch outside, I'll go in and take a look. At this moment, a huge King Kong Rui rod also smashed down, followed by a thin figure, and then fell. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. The ape flying sun fell and nodded at the Watergate, but was angrily scolded by the Whirlpool Mito. Ape Fei, what are you doing? Actually letting the gangsters do something wrong in the village. Sarutobi sighed and said, Old lady, put away the nine tails first. Let the students solve this matter and give the students another chance, okay? As the third generation of Hokage, did not call himself a student in front of Uzumaki Mito after taking office. Today, Ape Flying Sun Chopper really felt guilty for the cultivation of the two teachers. He, very angry. At the same time, the birth of the tree world appeared in the center of the village, attracting the attention of everyone in the village. The Uchiha family, who was still patrolling, was led by Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku saw it from a distance, and suddenly a loud noise erupted in the middle of the village, filling the air. What is going on over there? Go. Uchiha Fugaku gave an order and walked quickly over with his clansmen. Hyuga family territory, genius brothers Hinata Hayashi and Hinata both rolled their eyes, looking at the flowing chakra at the birthplace of the tree realm. Very rich. What the hell is going on there? Go check it out. Not only the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan, but also the eyes of other families, such as Inuga Butterfly, have all cast their eyes. Chapter 016 So. In the tree world, there are thick roots everywhere, instantly squeezing the surrounding space. Click, click. The surrounding houses collapsed one after another. The sound of explosions continued to sound. There was no complete brick and tile around, and smoke and dust were everywhere. For a moment, the audience was shocked. The eyes of the 10 people in the root were wide. A figure appeared in their minds, the original Hokage, the man who completely changed the terrain of the Valley of the End in one war. One of them, the mask of the Sharingan Shinobu, the three-hooked jade in his eyes turned, and he clearly saw a trace of chakra that appeared on Yi Feng's body, almost condensed into substance. Such a chakra quality, they can't even endure. The roots of the surrounding trees swayed, exuding terrifying coercion, and everyone trembled slightly. Yefeng felt the chakra in his body churning, which was completely different from a few days ago. Yifeng stood still, making everyone sweat coldly. Not only the people in the tree world, even the Hokage outside, but also the old Lady Mito of the Whirlpool, Watergate, and others, all felt a heavy oppression. Sarutobi said in surprise, This is the chakra of Night Foam? Uzumaki Mito was also shocked. In the past few days, Yefeng has been doing nothing all day, and his favorite thing is sleeping, and the old lady was already a little disappointed in Yefeng. But now, the old lady can understand. Yefeng is a genius. Geniuses are always proud, just like old men, who don't have a positive shape all day. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito sighed and said, It's really a species of the Senju clan. Then, the old lady looked at the Watergate again and said, Joshinai is also inside? Watergate nodded sharply and said, Yes. Yefeng pulled Joshinai in. The old lady's eyes suddenly lit up. Yefeng and Joshinai were two young people inside. This is a good time to cultivate feelings. So, the old lady stopped the 3 generations of Hokage and said, Ape Fei, wait a minute. Since Night Maple used the tree realm birth, there should be no danger. Ape Fei re-looked at the old lady speechlessly. Just now you were so excited, and now you don't let me in? At this time, the head of Yamanaka Fong had a sense of foreboding in his heart. This young man's intelligence was wrong. It's not just ordinary Sharingan strength. Up. The wind in the mountain roared violently, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, pounced on Yifeng. At the same time, others moved. Shinobu on the mask of the Sharingan, bleeding from the corners of the eyes. Illusion, golden binding art. Illusion, golden binding art is an illusion that gives illusions to enemies through the Sharingan and restricts their movements, and enemies will be immersed in their own world and unable to move. However, such a level of illusion is not effective against Night Foam. It's actually invalid. It's not just Uchiha Kageme's chakra illusion. The mind control of the mountain stroke is also ineffective, and the parasites of the oil woman family can't get close at all. Countless tree roots, wooden vines, densely packed, wrapped and whipped towards the roots of the 10 people. Groove. These roots and wooden vines are constantly whipping, and they are constantly getting thicker and bigger, and the trees are green and vibrant. In such a vibrant environment, everyone felt great fear and cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 people at the root jumped back and forth between the vines of the roots, flashing and moving. Sometimes you have to cut down roots and vines that you can't avoid. Also use avatars and shadow avatars. However, countless terrifying roots and vines rose from the ground, and their space became more and more crowded, full of roots and vines. Even if it is a shadow avatar technique, it is impossible to use up one after another. After all, they are just ordinary ninjas, and there is no blood succession limit. Retreat. Yamanaka Feng saw that it was wrong, and quickly shouted to retreat. Yi Feng's strength far exceeded their expectations. They had already speculated on Night Feng's strength to the maximum, but as a result, Night Feng's strength was still far beyond their imagination. When the 10 people of the root heard that Yamanaka Wind said this, they all turned their heads and fled. However, the speed of the root vine is faster, like a flying arrow, suddenly shooting. Swish, 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 ugh, ugh. A few screams. In just a few seconds, the roots of 10 people, one by one, like rice dumplings tied up. Countless huge tree roots blocked the retreat of the mountain wind from all directions. The mountain wind was instantly wrapped in rice dumplings. Bang! Avatar technique. 20 meters away, the figure of the mountain wind reappeared, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and his pupils shrank suddenly. When did Yi Feng come to him? And his companions are already all tied. It's all around with night maples. It's all doppelgangers. Yi Feng won with 1 against 10. Yi Feng squinted at the massed mountain wind in front of him. You are the leader? Chapter 017. Yi Feng gently pressed. Countless roots and vines instantly wrapped the mountain wind. This time, the mountain wind had nowhere to escape. Soon, the tree realm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only the 10 rice dumplings in front of it. At this time, Kushina, who was lying in Yi Feng's arms, his long eyelashes trembled. Kushina suddenly woke up from a nightmare. Looking up, Yefeng was right in front of him. Yi Feng, are you all right? Kushina touched and touched. Her eyes were red, and she hugged Yefeng tightly. Just now in the Naruto technique, Kushina watched Yefeng bled and fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. In Kushina's mind, halfway from Vortex Hidden Village to Konoha Village, he saw the dirty Yefeng for the first time, entered the school together, graduated together, and then Yefeng came to save himself. The scene was vividly remembered. At this moment, Kushina realized that he cared so much about Yi Feng. Yefeng touched Kushina's soft red hair and said softly, "Little silly girl." Kushina nodded in Yi Feng's arms and said, "I'm so stupid that I actually fell for illusion." Ahem. At this time, an untimely voice came from behind Yi Feng. Kushina looked up and quickly pushed Yefeng away. It's the old lady Mito of Uzumaki, and 3 generations of Hokage are coming. As for the water gate behind them, it was subconsciously ignored by Kushina. Old lady Uzumaki Mito glared at the 3 generations of Hokage, very dissatisfied. The young man finally romanticized. What do you old man want to do? The 3 generations of Hokage are also helpless, and if they don't make a sound, I'm afraid that all 10 people in the root will suffocate and be strangled. Just by looking at it, he recognized the root 10. It's really a group collection. Are you crazy? At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also arrived with the Uchiha family. Sarutobi looked back at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, you guys are here just right. Set up a cordon around to prevent idle people and others from entering here." Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Yokaide and showed a surprised look. It's really night maples. The terrifying tree realm just now was made by Yi Feng. After the Thousand Hands clan awakens the blood to follow the boundary, it is too strong. Uchiha Fugaku was just stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Naruto-sama, then these people. As long as you don't let idle people enter, I'll take care of other things." "Yes, Naruto-sama." Uchiha Fugaku immediately arranged for his clansmen to raise a cordon nearby. Hinata, the people of the Yamanaka family, were all stopped outside and could not come in. Ape Flying Sun Chopper looked at Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, you let them go first. 3 generations of adults, do you know them?" Ape Fei Ri sighed, and just as he was about to speak, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Everyone looked back. Danzo, as well as 2 Hokage's top advisors, Mito, Manita, and Koharu walked over quickly. "This is my people. Yi Feng, put them down." Tuanzong glanced at the 10 people of the route who were tied to death and was surprised. Is Yefeng already so strong? I really made a big mistake this time. But Tuanzo sorted out his mood well. Yefeng didn't speak, and Joshinai's eyes widened, and he looked at Tuanzong. What exactly is Konoha's top brass going to do? Why attack Night Maple Koen? Tuan hides you. While Saratobi was organizing his language, a golden chakra flame suddenly appeared on Mito's body. A claw formed by a 9-tailed chakra directly grabbed Tuanzong's neck and lifted it up. Shimura Danzo, it was your people who attacked Yi Feng? What exactly are your intentions? Old Mrs. Uzumaki Mito's shoulders were shaking, and she was already extremely angry. The people of the Vortex tribe died in battle, which was an accident. The decline of the 1,000 Hands is also an accident. Even the death of the rope tree was an accident. But now, Yefeng was openly attacked in Konoha, and it could no longer be covered up by accident. The old lady was out of anger. You know, this is already the last pure blood of the 1,000 Hands clan. Could it be that the high level of Konoha really wants the Senju clan to be exterminated? Shimura Danzo, you are the elite guard of the 2nd generation. How can you do such a thing? What the hell do you want to do? At this time, Tuanzong realized that he was making a big fuss this time. His eyes were wide. He grabbed his neck, and his feet were kicking in the air. I have been following the philosophy of the 1st and 2nd generations, and everything I do is for Konoha, and I am absolutely selfless. Yi Feng's actions that night. There are too many doubts. I just want to invite him over. I didn't mean to do anything to him. It was an accident, an accident. Tuanzong grabbed his neck, almost unable to breathe. Caught by the 9-tailed chakra, he couldn't use any ninjutsu at all. Besides, Tuanzong has been pampered for so many years, and in the face of death, it has long been less ruthless than when he was young. Most importantly, he didn't expect that the old lady Mito, who hadn't made a move for almost 20 years, was still so strong. Is this the power of the 9 tails? The old lady's sudden action also disrupted Mito Menyen and Koharu's plans to go to bed. If Yi Feng made a move, everything would be fine, and in turn, Yi Feng would be charged. It was said that Yi Feng's body was full of doubts. Originally, he just wanted to ask Yi Feng to investigate, but now Yi Feng does not respect his elders and acts arbitrarily, so he should be caught. But the old lady is now making a move. What can they say? The method they used before, in front of the old lady, could not be used at all. The old lady's status in Konoha is the most respected. Seeing that Danzo was about to die, Mito Menyen and Koharu hurriedly said, "Old lady, can you put down the group first?" "Yes, Tuanzang is also for the village. I think there is some misunderstanding between them." Chapter 018 for the village? Or for your own selfish desires? Where does Yefeng make you feel that it has harmed the interests of the village? Uzumaki Mito's questioning left Mito Menyen and Koharu speechless. "Old lady, this may be some misunderstanding." "Yes," Tuanzong also said. "I just wanted to ask Yi Feng to ask for questions, but I didn't expect Yi Feng to resist so fiercely." Enough. Ape Fei Rechop picked up the King Kong Rui stick and smashed Tuanzong with a stick. Blood splattered, and a few teeth could be faintly seen flying out. Then, like a tattered burlap bag, it turned into a wonderful parabola in the air and smashed heavily on the ground. Life and death unknown. Tuanzong is completely wrong this time, so you two don't defend him. Konoha has never had any rules that allow people from the root organization to openly arrest people on the street, and besides, no procedure has been undertaken. Saratobi looked at Uzumaki Mito with a sad heart and said, "Old lady, this time is a serious dereliction of duty by the student. The students must give the old lady, give Yi Feng, and give everyone a clear look." Mito Menyen and Koharu suddenly felt a chill behind them when they saw the momentum that Saratobi suddenly burst out. The old monkey was furious. The stick just now directly knocked out all the teeth of half of Tuanzong's face. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly and put away the 9-tailed chakra. The stick that Ape Fei re-slashed just now, which seemed to seriously injure Tuanzong, but actually saved Tuanzong's life. Yi Feng watched quietly on the side. The old lady's 9-tailed state was really too handsome. It's a female version of Naruto. If Joshinai learns the 9-tailed state, Heck, it's amazing. Uzumaki Mito ignored the ape-flying sun, looked at Yefeng lovingly, and said, Yefeng, what do you think? It's naturally good that 3 generations of adults can find out clearly. Turning to sleep, Koharu looked at Yi Kied's appearance and said very dissatisfied. Then Yi Kied, you quickly let them go. They are all the elite of our Konoha. The elite of Konoha, attacking the inhabitants of Konoha? Xiaochun's face suddenly turned ugly. This young man was too disrespectful to himself. If it weren't for Uzumaki Mito here, I would have taken him away today. Mito Minyan's face suddenly changed, and he quickly walked in front of the masked ninja in the front, squatted down, and put his hand on his neck. Dead. Mito's reaction made Koharu shocked and hurriedly walked up. He is dead? Mito Minyan nodded with a gloomy face, glanced at Yi Kied, and quickly walked to the second masked ninja. Still dead. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was also silent. He also discovered that all 10 of the roots were dead. No life left. Yi Feng is too ruthless. Unexpectedly, all 10 people in the root were strangled. Just now, everyone's eyes were focused on Tuanzong and the old lady, and they actually ignored Yi Feng. Are they dead? Koharu and Mito Minyan's faces are very ugly. Among the 10 people of the root department, there are their elite shinobi of the Sleeping Clan and the Mito Clan, all of whom are the nephews of the sleeping Koharu and Mito Minyan, with a great future and one of the options for the future head of the family, and they died like this? Yefeng said lightly. Oh, I didn't notice. I'm sorry, huh? Yi Feng, you are simply lawless. You dare to kill people in Konoha. I'm just fighting back in self-defense. They all dare to attack and kidnap me in broad daylight. What else can I do? Then, Yefeng sighed again and said, it's just an accident. It's just a misunderstanding. Koharu and Mito Minyan's face was very ugly, and the bruises were exposed. Just now, Koharu and Mito Minyan used misunderstandings and accidents as arguments, and now Yefeng sent the misunderstandings and accidents back to them. Yi Feng, pay attention to your words. Turning to sleep, Xiaochun pointed at Yi Feng, out of anger. You are simply daring, killing so many elite Shaman. Come, arrest him. As soon as the words fell, suddenly a thick tree root emerged from the ground and directly smashed Xiaochun into the air. Turning to sleep, Koharu's whole person flew out upside down, spraying blood from his mouth, streaked a parabola in the air, and smashed on Tuanzong. Ugh! Tuanzong screamed, and before he woke up, he fainted again. Is it really a bloody mouthful, our senior advisor of Konoha, such a quality? Yi Feng didn't have any waves on his face, and he didn't take going to sleep Xiaochun seriously at all. Senior consultant? What is that thing? You. Mito Minyan's first reaction was anger, but the look in Shangye Feng's eyes just now was immediately provoked. The other party did not care about the identity of his senior advisor at all. If you want to shoot, you can shoot. There are no taboos. Simply presumptuous. Mito Minyan looked at Sarutobi Hinata with praise. Ape Flying Sun Chopper showed a wry smile. He really didn't expect that Yefeng would strike when he said it, and the thunder blow did not give people time to react at all. Yi Feng, you did this too much. Uzumaki Mito snorted and said, I believe that he is self-preservation. After all, he has just awakened the blood succession limit, encountered an attack, used too much force, and killed the attacker with the wrong hand. Isn't it normal? This time, whether it was Danzo or Koharu and Mizuto Minyan, they made her very dissatisfied. She wondered if it was a very wrong choice for the second generation to hand over Konoha's inheritance to them. On the other hand, Yi Feng, she appreciated it very much. That is how it should be argued. As for the Route 10, that is to kill chickens and monkeys. Chapter 019. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Uchiha Fugaku took the Uchiha guard and walked over again, and their eyes widened when they saw Danzo and Koharu, who had fallen to the ground beyond recognition. This is Elder Tuanzo and Advisor Koharu. Who beats them like this? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi with a stunned expression. Fire, Naruto-sama. Did you call us over? Ape Flying Sun was speechless. Did Xiaochun stay in a high position for too long, and his brain burned out? Call the Uchiha guard to come and see the miserable situation of his humiliation? It's okay, Fugaku. You guys go out and continue to maintain law and order around. Yes, Naruto-sama. Fugaku looked complicated, beckoned the guards to turn and leave. Before leaving, Fugaku took a deep look at Yifeng. The yellow hair on the head of the Wei Feng Shui gate was fluttering in the wind, standing in place with a confused face. Yifeng actually dared to make a move against the senior consultant? These are the two big men after the Hokage, and that mysterious Danzo elder was also beaten by Naruto-sama. God, he'd never seen anything so crazy. Joshinai was also very nervous and held Yifeng's arm. Yifeng's arm suddenly tightened, and he felt that his arm was wrapped in softness. Little Joshinai's development is very good. Ape fly. Mito Minyan looked at Sarutobi Rikop again and said unwillingly, "Anyway, Yefeng is full of doubts. This time he also killed us Konoha, so many elite shinobi. He must go back with us to be investigated. This is originally the procedure that has been decided by the Ministry of Administration and the Root Department, but it is not made public. Now it's a battle of face. If Yoriki didn't go back with them to be investigated, then they would be laughed at by Konoha. If you can't arrest people, the two high-ranking people will be beaten instead. What will others think of them?" However, Yefeng did not want to give this face. This advisor, let me be honest, now this group of them, in the heart of Konoha, without showing any documents, openly attacked me and Kushina. What do you mean by doubting you now, targeting our own people in Konoha village? Did you receive any benefits from Yunin's side? Did you really betray Konoha and become a spy for Yunin village? Did I sabotage your profit transmission with Yunin village, causing you to be angry and corrupt and want to openly attack me in Konoha? As soon as Yifeng's words came out, everyone's faces changed. Night Maple. Yifeng, you talk nonsense. The nine-tailed chakra on Uzumaki Mito's body appeared again. The more I think about it, the more I feel wrong. Minyan, I respect you as senior advisors. And an old lady of mine has been retired for a long time, and I don't want to bother with Konoha's internal affairs. This should be your business. But if you do something to betray Konoha, I can only destroy my relatives with righteousness. Mito Minyan seemed to be facing the huge nine tails, cold sweat, and quickly said, "Old lady, you have thought too much. Everything you do is completely for the village." Uzumaki Mito ignored Mito Minyan, looked at Sarutobi, and said, "Sarutobi, I really have to check it out this time. Old lady, I will definitely find out what happened, and there will be no favoritism." Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, "Okay, I still trust you." After speaking, Uzumaki Mito looked at Yefeng and Joshinai and said, "Ye keyed, Joshinai, let us go." Sarutobi nodded and glanced at Mito Minyan, warning him not to speak again. Speaking again, the face of Konoha's management is all gone. Today was originally Tuanzong. They were wrong first. I also want to bite Yefeng back. Yoki took Joshinai and followed Uzumaki Mito away. Walking around the corner, Yefeng suddenly turned around. By the way, 3 generations of adults. There is a person who is a member of Uchiha's clan, and he also opened the blood will I heard that the people of the Uchiha clan are only in the guard. How can they be in the roots of the elder of Tuanzang? When Ape Fei Richo heard this, his face suddenly changed greatly. Yifeng's words were not for him, but for the Uchiha clan outside. This guy is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. The person who opens the Sharingan must be a genius of the Uchiha family and will join the root. Moreover, why did Tuanzo absorb people from the Uchiha clan? What did he want to do? Ape Fei Re-Chopper examined all the corpses on the ground, and there was really a corpse with chakra eyes, and his face suddenly became cold. And Mito Minyan next to him was expressionless, and he wanted to kill Yefeng in his heart. This guy is so abominable. He caused such a big trouble for his side when he left. You wait, don't let me find your flaws. Just when Mito Minyan was thinking about how to take revenge, he suddenly heard Sarutobi speak. "Minyan, you and Koharu have also worked hard in the past few years, and they have made a lot of contributions to Konoha, and they are also tired. I will give you a month off, take a good rest, and arrange the work at hand to the young people below. Also, Tuanzong, don't pretend to be dead. This matter has too much impact. The root is under investigation, and you can be ready to disband at any time." Chapter 020. On the way home, Boifeng Shuimin apologized and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this." Yifeng smiled and said, "Watergate. It won't be you who deliberately led me out, right? Bo Feng Shuimin's face changed, and he quickly waved his hand and said, "There is no such thing at all. I think if you hadn't been called out, nothing like this would have happened. I don't blame you for this. It's something that will happen sooner or later. If you don't call me out, I'll come out too. Besides, it's a good thing to come out this time. The first is to let Yifeng clearly understand his current strength and what stage he is probably in. When it really fights, it should not be weaker than the shadow level, right? The worst is also quasi-shadow. Moreover, you can see Joshinai's small hands now, quietly being held by himself, and they are all used to nature. The system said that Joshinai's favorability rating is now above 90. There are many things that can be done to Joshinai. Uzumaki Mito, who was walking in front, was also full of joy. If she could match the two of Yefeng and Joshinai, it would be considered the end of her wish. Watergate, come to my house for lunch? No, old lady. Yifeng, let us talk again next time when you have time. After Bluffing Shuimin finished speaking, he directly used the teleportation technique to leave. He walked next to Yefeng and Joshinai, and he was really traumatized. Originally, Bo Feng Shuimin had a good impression of Joshinai, but now Yifeng is one step faster, and he is holding hands with Joshinai, and Bo Feng Shuimin said that he was very hurt. Still want to eat? Don't want to eat anymore. Ding, choose to start. Option 1. Abandon Joshinai and invite Hafeng Shuimin to eat Ichiraku Ramen. Reward. Ichiraku Ramen VIP Recharge Card 1. Option 2. Let Bluffing Shuimin calm down by itself. People must always learn to grow. Reward. B-level ninjutsu. Water done water array wall. Option 3. Forcibly invite Bluffing Shuimin to eat at home. The friendship boat will not turn too much. Reward. S-class sealing technique. Ein seal. The Ein seal is the usual accumulation of chakra, and unlocking the Ein seal can release a large amount of chakra, so that forbidden arts and large-scale medical ninjutsu can be launched. This ninjutsu, created by Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, and Haruno Sakura, can be said to be the precursor ninjutsu that created the art of regeneration and the art of the 100 heroes. Without this ninjutsu, the creation of the art of regeneration and the 100 heroes is unusable. For Yifeng, the effect of this Ein seal is even greater. Originally, the chakra between the 1,000-hand pillars was super large, and with the Ein seal, maybe one person could top the chakra of 100 people. Hey, Watergate. Wait a minute. After Yifeng finished speaking, he jumped and caught up with the Watergate. Huh. Before the Watergate could react, it was grabbed from behind by Yifeng. Come on, don't be shy, come to my house for dinner. That is not okay. What's bad? Ichiraku ramen can be eaten at any time, not worse this time. Yifeng did not speak to the Watergate, and directly pulled the Watergate to the Whirlpool Courtyard. 1 hour later, in the Whirlpool Courtyard, Yi Kid, Watergate, Joshinai, and Uzumaki Mito sat in the dining room, ready to eat. Ding! Forcibly invite Bluffing Shuimin to eat at home. Congratulations to the host for completing option 3, rewarding S-level sealing technique. Ein sealing. In Yifeng's mind, all the knowledge of the Ein seal immediately appeared, and using the Ein seal to store chakra, then a diamond-shaped mark would be formed on the forehead. Wait until you get back to your little house and study it carefully. If you learn the Ein seal, and then learn to create the art of regeneration and 100 heroes, you will take another step towards the goal of an all-powerful ninja. Watergate, come and eat. You're welcome. Yes, Watergate, eat quickly. Uzumaki Mito felt that this child in Watergate was also a good boy, and he was polite, so he did not dare to eat first, so he quickly served dishes to Watergate. Watergate, eat. Thank you, old lady. What's polite? I'll come over more if I'm okay in the future. Joshinai saw that Yifeng did not pick up vegetables, and also sandwiched a piece of meat for Yifeng. Eat. Bluffing Shuimin looked envious. It's nice to have a girlfriend. Speaking of which, Watergate is a ninjutsu genius, but emotionally he is a chick. The original sweetheart was on the opposite side to give Yefeng vegetables, Yunan my no. Watergate looked at the heart. Why do you want to come here to eat? Is the brain broken? This meal has just begun, and Yefeng has hurt the little heart of Bluffing Shuimin again. Bluffing Shuimin is painful. No, I also want to find a girlfriend. In the afternoon, Bluffing Shuimin had already left, and he had agreed to fight Yefeng a week later. He also said very confidently that he was learning a powerful ninjutsu, and the day he practiced it, he would definitely surprise Yifeng. Awesome ninjutsu. ISNT it the Flying Thunder God technique. Yefeng felt that the water gate was going to be pierced again. Flying Thunder God technique, he will also Chapter 021. When it was time to eat at night, there were no outsiders, and Uzumaki Mito said, Yokoide, don't take that risk next time. Notify Grandma Mito as soon as possible, you know? With me, no one dares to bully you. Jiyoshinai next to him also nodded sharply. Yefeng smiled and said, It's okay, old lady. Jiyoshinai glared at Yefeng and said, Call Grandma Mito. All right, Grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito looked at Yokoide with a loving expression. Yefeng has always had a question. Have the Thousand Hands clan and the Vortex clan been exterminated in the end? Who is the Black Hand? Uzumaki Mito pondered and said, Yifeng, the other descendants of the Senju clan are not particularly prominent, and the entire family has not inherited the blood succession limit, so they all spread out and set up their own portals, and do not live together in the name of the Senju clan. Yifeng groaned and said, Did the Thousand Hands clan fall like this? Uzumaki Mito's heart ached, and he nodded. Recalling her grandson, the Thousand Hands rope tree, if he hadn't died, he would have been as big as the night maple in front of him. It's all fate. The Thousand Hands clan led by the pillars and the pillars to the peak. After the peak, there is an inevitable landslide. It happened that there was a war, and the Senju clan, as a race that had produced 2 generations of Hokage, should naturally fight on the front line. Konoha wins the war, while the Senju clan weakens. So the more the people of the Thousand Hands tribe died, even the rope tree was led out of the village. Now it seems that there is really a problem with the high-level people such as Danzo, Mito Minyin, and Koharu, who have inherited the will of Konoha fire by the 2nd generation. This topic was too heavy, and Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, Actually, whether it is the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, there are still some clansmen who are already married. Young people, they all like new things. They don't like to live with an old man like me, and it's normal to go out and set up their own doors. Saying that, Uzumaki Mito looked at Jiyoshinai and said, I don't know when we Jiyoshinai will leave my old man. Grandma Mito, Jiyoshina has been serving you all her life, and she will never leave. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, Nonsense, it will rain in the sky, and the woman will marry. This is the natural truth of heaven and earth. Right, Yikid. Jiyoshinai's face suddenly became a little hot. Grandma Mito is so bad. Yefeng smiled, looking at Jiyoshinai's shy look, and couldn't he help but tease. The old lady is right. That is a natural thing in heaven and earth. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction and said, Yes, back then, when I was a girl, I went to the battlefield with my family's mission, met the old man, accidentally became a family, and later founded Konoha. So, Yifeng, the ancients said that to start a family, you first start a family, and then you start a business. Uzumaki Mito pointed thoughtfully, looking at the night maple. If you can match Yefeng and Jiyoshinai and have another child, no, give birth to 2 or 3 children, then the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan and the Uzumaki clan can continue. Moreover, Yefeng is too lazy, too devoid of fighting spirit, and has no hard work. Young people are like this. As long as they start a family, they will naturally be sensible. Jiyoshinai's face immediately turned red, delicate, and he didn't dare to look at Yifeng when he looked down. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, Eat, eat. There is no need to rush this matter. As long as the two have been together for a long time, it is naturally not a problem. From the next day, the atmosphere in Konoha village became different from usual. There are a large number of masked ninjas appearing on the streets, not knowing what they are looking upon. Listening to Uzumaki Mito, these people are all dark parts, and the roots that attacked Night Maple before were different. It should be a matter of tracing the regiment and the roots. At this time, Yefeng was in the small courtyard of the whirlpool, watching the whirlpool Mito teach Jiyoshinai various sealing techniques, all of which were the secrets of the whirlpool family. Among them is the Een seal. Yikid listened to the explanation of Uzumaki Mito next to him, just like the knowledge that the system empowerment put into his head, and even the knowledge of the empowerment was not detailed. After all, human answers are error-free. Jio tried for a day, and finally found a clue, and began to have a small dot on his forehead that was almost invisible. Uzumaki Mito said with satisfaction, "Very good. Kushina, you are really a ninjutsu genius, and Tsunade did not learn as fast as you back then." Jio looked at Yefeng happily. He can also help Yefeng in the future, instead of every time Yefeng comes to the rescue. However, Jio turned his head and was stunned. On Yifeng's forehead, a diamond-shaped mark appeared, which was clearly visible. This. Uzumaki Mito also exhaled softly. "Yi Kid, when did you learn the Yin seal?" Yifeng scratched his head and said, "I also saw that you were demonstrating, and I felt something, so I used it." "Genius, really genius. You have the blood succession boundary between the pillars, and you also have the talent for ninjutsu between the pillars." Jio was also looking at Yefeng sharply, and his eyes flashed. "He is strong, but Yefeng is stronger. He really is a man who can make his dreams come true." Uzumaki Mito sighed and said, "I originally thought that I wouldn't have to teach you the next sealing technique so quickly, but your learning speed is too fast, and next, I will teach you the secret technique of our Uzumaki clan, the four-elephant seal." The four-elephant seal, used to seal powerful enemies or demons, is a sealing technique that uses the cycle of the four elephants to seal off evil. Yifeng was embarrassed. The Yin seal was taught to him by the system, and now he had to learn the four-elephant seal. Wouldn't it be Dewey? The name of his own genius. It has not been a day to wood. For this reason, Yefeng felt a little sadness. Ding, based on the situation the host is in now, give a choice. Choose 1, study hard. Go up every day. Reward. A-level sealing technique, for elephant seals. Option 2, go home and sleep. Be a salted fish. Reward. A-level ninjutsu, the art of distant glasses. Option 3, refuse the teachings of Uzumaki Mito. Be a student next to you, and reward. A-level sealing. 4-elephant sealing, S-level advanced sealing, ghoul sealing. Chapter 022 Grandma Mito, you can teach Jio. I'll rest for a while. Saying that, Yefeng jumped onto the tree next to him. Uzumaki Mito said very ironcladly, "Yi Kid, you can't be so proud and complacent. There will be no one who will not learn." "Well, Grandma Mito, I'll just watch from the side." Jio snorted and said, "Okay, Grandma Mito, I don't believe it. He can learn it just by looking at it?" Uzumaki Mito glanced at Yi Kid, and also felt that he should give Yi Kid a little blow. People who are proud and complacent have no future. What's more, Jio talent is also not low. Just let Jio knock on the night maple for a while. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito also ignored Yokuid, turned his head, and began to teach Jio. Yifeng looked at the A-level sealing technique rewarded by the System 4 Elephant Seal and the S-level advanced sealing technique Ghoul Sealing, and his heart was happy. During the Naka Ninja exam, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki used ghouls to seal Orochimaru's hands. During the Ninetales Rebellion, Bluffing Shui men used ghouls to seal half of the Ninetales chakra. Now that I have learned the 4-elephant seal and the ghoul seal, and the fusion degree of the character card between the 1,000 hand pillars is 100, can I seal a 9-tailed play? Open the Properties panel. Name, Yifeng. Strength, Quasi-Shadow. Position, Shinobu. Character card, SSS level Senju Pillar, Fusion Degree 25.01. Blood Succession Boundary, God level Muduin. Character card comes with it. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Art LV3, Dirt Rebirth LV3, Thunder 1000 Birds LV3, Omorioka LV3, Yin Seal LV1, For Elephant Seal LV1, Ghoul Seal LV1. Yifeng saw that the fusion degree had increased to 25, and now his strength had finally reached the quasi-shadow level. The previous strength should also be at the level of Konoha S3 Shinobi, but the strength still shows the elite shinobi. Recall that the division of strength in Hokage is indeed very mysterious. Konoha San Ninja is an elite upper shinobi, and Konoha Maru is also an elite upper shinobi when he grows up. Do you dare to believe it? In this way, Yefeng quietly watched Uzumaki Mito teach Jio, staying in the Uzumaki small courtyardly, closed doors. Uzumaki Mito also said that in the past few days, Konoha is not very peaceful, so let Yefeng not go out. However, a few days passed, and Yefeng did not go out, but someone came again. Old lady, someone outside is looking for Joshinai. Joshinai was stunned for a moment and asked, who? It's Uchiha Makoto of the Uchiha family. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, it's Makoto, bring her in. Joshinai, take a break. The four-elephant seal is a little more difficult, don't worry. Joshinai wiped the fragrant sweat on his forehead and nodded. My wife will not participate in your young people's parties. With that, Uzumaki Mito left. After a while, Makoto Uchiha came in. When the girlfriends met, they naturally hugged and played for a while with joy. Then Makoto Uchiha looked around curiously. What about Night Maple? I heard that he came in and lived. Kushina looked above Uchiha Makoto and said, right behind you. Back. Makoto Uchiha turned her head and saw a tree, looked up. What are you doing up there? Yefeng smiled and said, rest. Weird. Uchiha Makoto snorted, ignored Yokaide, pulled Jyoshina aside, and whispered to Jyoshinai again. Yifeng's ears moved, and he naturally heard it. The strength of the quasi-shadow level. It's not that he wants to eavesdrop, it's that the two girls' voices are a little loud. Hey, Jyoshinai, I heard that you were going to marry Yifeng, right? This. Something yet. Not yet. Gee, that's fast. When will you give out candy? Jyoshinai secretly looked at the night maple on the tree and said shyly, what are you talking nonsense? Then, Jyoshina also secretly said to Uchiha Makoto, he cold, but really handsome. Don't you see that day he used the tree realm birth and directly destroyed all those Shainin who attacked us. Hee, Jyoshinai, I heard that you fainted at that time. How do you know? Did you pretend to faint? Jyoshinai suddenly blushed. No, I fainted at that time, and soon woke up, and I didn't faint. Yifeng snickered, his quasi-shadow level strength would not be mistaken. At that time, Jyoshinai was hit by illusion, fainted in his arms, and never woke up from the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle. Bragging with girlfriends right now. Sure enough, bragging is a common feature of human beings. The two chatted for a while, and Makoto Uchiha said, Jyoshinai, you know what? The results of the investigation of the regimental collection and the roots have already come out. Hokage has already ordered. The root is disbanded, the regiment is removed, and the two senior advisors are also on vacation. Chapter 023 Yifeng's ears moved slightly, but he didn't expect that ape flying sun chopping was really a heavy hand this time, and directly disbanded the root organization, and Mito Minyan and Koharu were forced to rest. I really didn't expect that the three generations also have such courage. But think about it, the current three generations are only 50 years old, not that the anime was almost 70 years old at that time. Unexpectedly, Tuanzong wanted to him, but he removed himself. Nightfeng knew very well that Tuanzong was only temporarily silent this time. This Konoha darkness will not be easily collapsed just like that. Jyoshinai was very surprised, really. Uchiha Makoto whispered in Kushina's ear, these are all things that Fugaku said. Jyoshina said with a grin, Makoto, are you with brother Fugaku? My parents think so, but I'm still young, and I got married without being in love. Jyoshinai, you're fine. Saying that, Uchiha Makoto sighed. Jyoshina immediately took Makoto's hand and said, Makoto, if you don't like it, you can't force yourself to do something you don't like. Jyoshinai, how can there be such a simple thing? Fugaku, he is ready to be the next head of the family. Don't say that. Tomorrow is my birthday, can you come? Jyoshina nodded sharply and said, Makoto, your birthday party, of course I will come. Right, Night Maple. Ding, based on the situation the host is in now, give a choice. Option 1, refuse Makoto's invitation, sleep at home, be a salted fish, reward. Intimate Paradise First Return Limited. Option 2, accept Makoto's invitation to participate in Makoto's birthday party with Kushina, reward. Forbidden Technique, Harem Technique. System, you have to do things. Harem Art? Are you hinting at something? It's a bit hard to choose. After a while, Jyoshinai took Ikida's arm and said, Makoto, we will definitely arrive on time tomorrow. In the end, Yefeng still chose ninjutsu. How could Yifeng accept something as rotten as heaven of intimacy heaven? At most, let us discuss it with Jiraiya. Ding, Congratulations to the host for obtaining the forbidden technique harem technique. Harem art. The combination ninjutsu of multiple shadow avatar seduction. This is Naruto's famous skill. With all the knowledge of the harem art instilled in Yifeng's mind, Yifeng immediately knew all the knowledge points of the harem art. Learning the art of harem is equivalent to learning A-level ninjutsu multiple shadow avatar art and C-level ninjutsu seduction. It is equivalent to a packaged ninjutsu combination. The realism of the harem art requires the caster to imagine it realistically. For the caster to imagine realistically, he must use more materials. As the tale of the 10,000-year crane, Naruto, who kissed Sasuke at the beginning, was able to defeat multiple enemies with harem techniques, and even Kaguya was hit. It must be a lot of material. So it can be seen that the young Naruto is also an old driver. Then now that this harem technique has reached his own hands, won't it be passed down by himself? I didn't mean to ask for such a strange spell. Not long after Uchiha Mikoto left, Kushina pulled Hokage to tell Uzumaki Mito about going to Uchiha Mikoto's birthday party tomorrow. In fact, Yefeng had already thought that something was wrong. It was Kushina, a simple violent girl, who had not yet figured out what the situation was, and stupidly agreed. Uchiha's people invite people from the Uzumaki family to Uchiha's house. Then Hokage, who was considered the last heir of the Senju clan, also followed to Uchiha's house. In the eyes of the other families in Konoha village, this is a big thing worth considering. Does it reveal anything? It may make the heads of various families want to burst their heads. The Senju clan want to unite the Uchiha clan? Everyone remembers the magnificent era when Konoha village was founded. Senjukuma and Uchiha Madara, a pair of legendary characters. Uzumaki Mito sighed when he heard Kushina say that he was going to Uchiha's house to attend Uchiha Mikoto's birthday party, and actually nodded. Go. Yifeng, you also go over. Kushina, she is alone, I don't worry. Yes, Grandma Mito. Yikid was surprised. Uzumaki Mito actually agreed. And didn't he say anything? In fact, Uzumaki Mito had already thought of a lot in the moment just now. At that time, the Senju clan was to avoid suspicion, not only had a bad relationship with the Uchiha family, but also deliberately let many ordinary clansmen set up their own doors and spread out. As a result, the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan is still becoming scarcer day by day. The war, as well as the conspiracy, caused the last male members of the Senju family to die. After this rude attack on Night Maple again, Uzumaki Mito had already figured it out. The other families in Konoha village are afraid of the Uchiha family. Aren't they afraid of the Senju family? Uchiha is certainly terrifying, but defeating Uchiha Madara is even more terrifying. It is useless to take the initiative to back down, but to be dealt with more severely. It is better to unite with the Uchiha clan and regain the authority of the Hokage. Uzumaki Mito's observation these days knows that Yefeng has this strength, and it is easy to solve the root of 10 people alone. Even if it is not as good as the ape flying sun, it is also a top 10 existence in Konoha's strength. And Kushina also has the ability to be a virtuous helper. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito left only one sentence in the end. Go early and return early. Today 10 more, no more than sleep. Ask for a flower, a review, a reward, thank you. Chapter 024. Yefeng had just walked out with Kushina and was pulled away by Kushina. What for? Go out and buy a gift for Mikoto. We can't go to Uchiha's house empty-handed tomorrow, right? As soon as Yifeng heard that he wanted to accompany Kushina to go shopping, he felt uncomfortable. What annoys men the most? Shopping, of course. But Kushina is very happy. Haven't been out for days. Just now, Mikoto said that those bad guys at the top, the removal of the dismissal, the rest of the rest, are no longer afraid. She also asked Grandma Mito, who also said it was no problem. Therefore, whether Yefeng was satisfied or not, Kushina pulled Yefeng out. Yefeng and Kushina were walking on the street when they happened to run into a group of people. The person headed by this team of centaurs is Tuanzong. The two people next to him turned out to be Mu Shimao, the White Fang banner of Konoha, and the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Tuanzong also saw Yifeng, glanced at it, and then took his gaze back, without any expression on his face. Seeing that they were about to walk by, Yifeng hurriedly pulled the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Hey, what is going on? Bluffing Shuaimin gave Yi Feng a blank look. Confidential tasks, I can't tell you. Really, don't say? Can't say, Naruto-sama is watching. Yefeng looked around. Although he didn't see the crow this time, he did feel that someone was snooping. This old man who likes to peek. Yefeng still let go of the Watergate and let him go. When Watergate came back, Chimu Shomao said, Watergate, you are very familiar with him. The same one. He is strong. Watergate nodded sharply. Yes, I was going to find him again this week to single out and decide the winner again, but I didn't expect the task to come. You are no match for him. Watergate said helplessly, Senior Shomao, don't you hit me like this, okay? White Fang Shomao shook his head and said, it's not to hit you. I think his strength may be stronger than mine. Watergate's eyes widened in disbelief. Jio asked curiously, where are they going? That guy from Watergate refuses to say, so mysterious. How about we follow along? Jio refused. What is so beautiful? Let us go. We still have to order cakes and buy gifts. Well, I don't want to go shopping. Yi Feng's objection was invalid, and Jio took Yi Qi to several cake shops throughout Konoha village and finally ordered the cake. The monetary unit in the Naruto world is 2, and although there are banknotes and coins, they are all calculated using the unit 2. The task remuneration is set to range from 5,000 taels to 50,000 taels for D-level tasks, 30,000 taels for C-level tasks, and 100,000 taels, 80,000 taels to 200,000 taels for B-level tasks, and 150,000 taels to 1,000,000 taels for A-level tasks. S-level tasks pay more than 1,000,000 taels at a time. 1 tael 10 round. A pork chop rice set is about 800 yen for an ordinary meal, and it costs more than 1,000 yen for a little more ingredients. A roadside fashion magazine also costs almost 600 yuan. Odin 3 pieces sell for 500 yen. And Jio bought this cake this time and spent 10,000 yuan, that is, 1,000 taels. Then I bought another pair of earrings and spent 38,888 rounds. A total of nearly 50,000 yuan, that is, 5,000 taels, is the starting price of D-level tasks. This is a little rich woman. You must know that Yefeng now only has 1,000 taels in his pocket. This is not long ago. The salary issued by the Ministry of Finance, each subordinate, a basic salary of 1,000 taels a month. If the money is not enough, you can only go to the task. As the saying goes, a penny stumps a hero. This is the case. In order to make money for clam rice, the mist-hidden ghost people, and the ninja knife 7, Momochi has to do things for Cassie if he doesn't cut it. Fortunately, Yefeng lived in vain in the Uzumaki house. Otherwise, he might have to go on a mission. At noon the next day, Uchiha's territory was also the headquarters of the Konoha Guard. The Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's 2 famous blood successors, has been serving as the leader of Konoha's guard since the founding of the village. In the past, the Thousand Hands clan was also among them, and it was the 3 major blood successors. But 20 years have passed, the clansmen of the Senju clan, those who died in battle, and the only self-supporting portal left is Tsunadeheim. Over the years, with the almost extinction of the Senju clan and the lurking of the Hinata clan, the Uchiha clan naturally claimed to be the #1 clan in Konoha. The current Uchiha clan, flowers and brocade, fire and oil, most of the clansmen feel like they are high, and they do not easily interact with people from other families. Of course, today they would not have the slightest contempt for Yi Feng. Yefeng was born as the last heir of the Thousand Hands clan. It's just that in less than a week, he destroyed the conspiracy of Yunin village and also removed the high-ranking officials of Shimura Danzo, Mito Minyin, and Xiaochun. But the limelight is flourishing, and there is no other thing. It can be said that Yi Feng's status can be comparable to the current head of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Shuna. In terms of strength, Yefeng awakened the blood succession limit of the Thousand Hands family and defeated the 10 people of the root with 1 person, which was stronger than anyone in the Uchiha clan. So, today, the young generation of talents of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, are all waiting at the door for the arrival of Yokuid. Yefeng and Jio also took the cake and gifts on time, came to Uchiha's house, saw Uchiha Makoto at the door, and immediately hurried up to greet them. Makoto, happy birthday. This is the birthday cake that Yokuid and I prepared. and a birthday present. There wasn't enough time, so it wasn't done well. Joshinai. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Good-looking cake. What beautiful earrings. Uchiha Mikoto took it out directly and put it on, and said, Joshinai, does it look good? Joshinai asked Yifeng. Yifeng, is it good-looking? I'll go. It's a sending proposition. I'm blind and don't know if it's pretty or not. Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina immediately snorted. Ding, Joshinai has a good feeling value of 5. Ding, Mikoto Uchiha has a good feeling value of 10. System, you were trying to do something. I didn't say anything. Why did Uchiha Mikoto's favorability value rub 10 again? Chapter 025 Yokuid and Kushina attended Uchiha Mikoto's birthday banquet, and all the big families in Konoha knew about it for the first time. What do the Uchiha clans want to do? What do the Senju clan and the Whirlpool clan think? All the families are watching, speculating, and interpreting today's events. This information. This glass of wine, I will drink it first. Thank you too for coming to the little girl's birthday party. The person who raised the glass was none other than Mikoto Uchiha's father and one of the high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan. The graceful and luxurious woman next to her is Mikoto Uchiha's mother. Everyone raised their glasses at the same time, echoed a sentence, and drank all the wine in the glass. In addition to Uchiha Mikoto and her parents, as well as Yokuid and Kushina, there is Uchiha Fugaku, a young talent of the Uchiha family. It seems that the Uchiha clan also wants to match Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Fugaku, young and already a captain of the guard, will inherit the position of head of the family in the near future. Mikoto Uchiha's parents soon left. Night Maple also managed to Amway the big talk dice, ending the boring drinking session in the Hokage world. Soon, everyone was hooked. Dice must have the skill and courage to lie, but also have a clear vision and a variety of strategies. Kemonobe, like Uchiha Fugaku, who has been out of society for many years, thinks that big talk is too fun. Stimulate. 6-6 fly. 12 SIXS. Chop you. The atmosphere gradually warmed up, and he blushed. Uchiha Fugaku also chatted with Yefeng without saying a word. Yi Kidkoen, you said that day that among the 10 people in the roots, there are people from the Uchiha clan? Yefeng nodded and said, Yes, I saw the Sharingan. What's wrong? Uchiha Fugaku said softly. Fortunately, it was Yokuid who told us the truth. Otherwise we might still be in the dark now. Huh. It's not a secret. In our Uchiha clan, no one has joined the roots, even if it is the dark department. There are only 1 or 2 people, and there are records in our clan. When Yefeng heard Uchiha Fugaku's words, he suddenly became a little curious. You mean? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Yefeng and said, that is to say, that person is not from our Uchiha clan. It's fun. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and it was his turn to call. 12-3. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly smiled and said, Split. Counter-split. Opened 5 threes. Uchiha Fugaku himself 5. Everyone else is big talk. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and didn't care. After drinking, while shaking the dice, he said, Yes, it's fun this time. Our patriarch has gone to negotiate with the 3 generations of Hokage. I heard that it is a monster made from the blood of our Uchiha clan. I heard that it is the only surviving experimental subject, which has been hidden in the root. If it weren't for the discovery of Night Maple June this time, we wouldn't have known. It's a blasphemy against our Uchiha family. Thank you, Yi Kidkoen, for eradicating this evil experimental subject for our Uchiha clan. Yifeng's eyes widened. It turned out that there was something he didn't know. Clones of the Uchiha clan? Yokuid immediately remembered Yamato, who was the experimental subject of the first generation of cells. Then, the Sharingan that he killed should not be the experimental subject of Uchiha's spot. Sure enough, there are still many deep things in the Naruto anime that are not directly expressed. Although I know the general historical trend, I still don't know many secrets. For example, this Uchiha experimental subject, if it weren't for Yefeng killing him, might be buried in history and never emerge. Now Uchiha Fugaku thanks himself, which is also to express the goodwill of the Uchiha family. Don't look at the current appearance of the Uchiha family. I am afraid that the family head knows very well that after the peak, it will inevitably decline. If he could win an ally like Yifeng, it would be great. After 3 rounds of drinking, Uchiha Fugaku said more. I don't know if Uchiha Fugaku was fake drunk or really drunk, and even told the secret about the final disposal of Root and Danzo. That Uchiha experimental body was secretly created by Tuanzang with the funds of the Great Snake Pill, and now all the experiments of the Great Snake Pill have stopped. In addition, Tuanzang did such a thing that people and gods are angry about. This time he will go to Yunin Village as an undercover agent, make up for the merit, and if he has not made great achievements, he will not come back. With a smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face, he fell directly as he spoke. Yifeng saw that he was really drunk. No wonder he said everything. These should be confidential. Come, drink. Jiyoshinai blushed and was particularly good-looking. Uchiha Makoto also hugged Yokai's thigh. Drink. Drink your size. Chapter 026, Yifeng was crying and laughing, and quickly pulled the two apart. Drink. Jiyoshinai was still holding her cup, and Yefeng directly took her cup. What the hell, I want a drink. Stop drinking, go home. Yokai directly picked up Kushina, took 2 steps, turned around and kicked Uchiha Fugaku, who was drunk and wanted to pounce on Uchiha Makoto, away. Still want to get drunk and do something? Yefeng glanced at the half-awake and half-drunk Uchiha Makoto, shook his head helplessly, and pulled away together, leaving behind Uchiha Fugaku, who was holding the air on the ground. Just walked out and happened to run into Makoto Uchiha's father. So Makoto handed over safely. Then, Yefeng hugged Jioshina and left the territory of the Uchiha clan. Under the moonlight, Jiyoshinai said in a daze. Night Maple, 5-6. Yefeng suddenly rolled his eyes, as if he saw the birth of another gambling monster. In Konoha, another gambling monster is, of course, the famous Tsunadeheim. Hey, Jiraiya, do you want to go to the hot spring? At this time, a hearty woman's voice came from ahead. Yifeng followed the voice and was stunned. Isn't the Tsunade? The white-haired man next to him, Jiraiya? Although Yorikide had never seen Tsunade and Jiraiya, he recognized them at a glance. The main thing is that the white hair of Jiraiya is more conspicuous. Zilai also said with a righteous look. No need. Let us go to the teacher's side to report first, don't grind. I really don't want to soak in the hot spring. You can relieve fatigue. I heard that this place is very popular with girls, and it has been changed to mixed baths. As soon as Jiraiya heard about the mixed bath, he immediately walked towards the hot spring. Oh, people need to relax occasionally. Go for a hot spring. Haha, you didn't say that just now. Tsunade smiled wickedly and turned his head to see that he was facing Yokai's eyes. This is Jiyoshinai? So late, Jiyoshinai seems to be drunk. This man actually took the opportunity to get oil? It's just looking for death. You bastard, you dare to do such a thing to Jiyoshinai, looking for death. Tsunade's whole body erupted with golden chakra and rushed towards Yokai. Huh. Yikide was a little confused. What did Tsunade want to do? Mudu and Mu ingot wall. Before Tsunade's fist smashed, a row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form arches, blocking Yokai's face. Bang. A bang. The ground trembled. Tsunade's fist burst out with the light of chakra, which had already pierced the wall of the wooden ingot. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hinata was waiting for Tsunade and Jiraiya to come back and report, but when he heard this loud noise, he suddenly stood up. What happened again? Konoha has really not been peaceful lately. Ape Flying Sun Chopper quickly took the cloak, jumped out of the window, and sped across the roof, speeding in the direction of the loud noise. And Jiraiya, who was the place of the incident, had just walked into the pond and was startled by the sudden loud noise, and looked back. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya rushed out, only to see Tsunade fighting with a young man. Countless thick roots emerged from the young man's side, blocking Tsunade's attack. Shadow doppelganger? Because there was also a young man in the back who was still holding a red-haired girl. That's Jiyoshinai. Muduan. For the first time, he already knew that this young man was Yifeng, who was in the limelight these days. Kuwu, shuriken shot indiscriminately. Boom. It even shot at Jiraiya. I also heard Tsunade scolding. Little one, don't let go of Jiyoshinai yet. We Senju clan have never had a guy as Jiraiya, but you have set a precedent. Lying Groove, why are you pulling me up? Jiraiya was injured. However, when Jiraiya heard Yikide using various ninjutsu to resist Tsunade's attack and holding Jiyoshinai, he still had the strength to refute Tsunade. Hey, hey, you gambling monster mean to talk about me? If you still do it, don't blame me for being unkind. Oh, little one, it seems that you didn't understand, Come on, let me see how you are not polite. As soon as the words fell, Tsunade punched the shadow doppelganger, and instantly came to Yi Feng's face. However, countless vine-like saplings wrapped around Tsunade's feet, then wrapped around Tsunade's whole body, growing into a large tree, completely crushing Tsunade under the tree. Mudun, tree binding, eternal burial. Tsunade's eyes widened as well. Bang! The same is a stand-in. Tsunade's figure suddenly appeared behind Yokuide. Not bad. However, before Tsunade could kick a kick, Yokuide's figure disappeared again, and then appeared next to Jiraiya. What a fast, instantaneous technique. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Flying Thunder God technique. Did the teacher teach him? Tsunade also showed a look of surprise. This young man is a little fierce. There is the wooden dun of the first grandfather, and there is the instantaneous technique of the second generation of the second grandfather. And Yefeng didn't make another move because someone came. He looked up at the sky, and a golden light shot down. Bang! A Vajrarui stick was inserted into the ground, and a person fell from the air. 3 generations of Hokage, ape flying sun slash came. Teacher! 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 Suddenly, a person walked out of the shadows, the big snake pill. 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha Sanshin, gathered in front of the hot spring pond hall. Chapter 027 Such a person. Yefeng broke the silence. Sarutobi said coldly, Jiraiya, Tsunade, what are you doing here? Tsunade's eyes moved, and he pointed at Yefeng and said, Teacher, this shameless fellow, actually took advantage of the opportunity to get oil when Joshinai was drunk. Fortunately, I found it in time, otherwise, Joshinai would have been miserable. Yi Feng was suddenly speechless, and the thick root vine appeared from the ground again, and Tsunade spoke out again and tied it directly. Ape Fei Richo looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, what the hell is going on? Joshinai is drunk. If I don't help her go back, will I drag her back? Tsunade, did you ask about the situation? Tsunade immediately shrugged and said, Do you need to ask about the situation? Seeing is believing, isn't that it? Ding, according to the environment of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose to forgive Tsunade. Accept Tsunade's criticism. Reward, a worn shuriken. Option 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, indicating that you let go of defense. Reward, sea-level ninjutsu. Fire escape phoenix flower technique. Option 3. Choose Mad Tsunade. Educate Tsunade well, and obtain S-level ninjutsu. 100 hero technique. Originally, Yefeng couldn't help but scare people. Now the system is even more scaring choices, and the timing is too well controlled. Yi Feng pouted, it's really brainless. Tsunade's eyes widened, and he looked at Yokuide. Others were also very surprised. What did you say? Tsunade really didn't expect Yokuide to dare to scold her. Don't you have enough brain capacity? I say you have a big chest and no brain. Seeing is believing? If I don't hold her, will I drag her to the ground and drag her back? Do you have problems with your eyes, or do you have problems with your brain? If you have a low IQ, you will be less weird, Well-developed limbs and simple mind. Yi Feng came down in such a series, and everyone was stunned. Tsunade immediately exploded. You look for death. Just as Tsunade burst out, Yi Feng's figure flashed, but it flashed 100 meters away. The flying thunder god mark had long been set there, and it teleported there at once. This time it was the turn of Orochimaru, and Sarutobi/S eyes widened. This is the flying thunder god technique. Zilai also said strangely, Teacher, didn't you teach him? Ape Flying Sun shook his head. The big snake pill's eyes flashed and said, If it weren't for the teacher you taught him, this person would be very suspicious. Ape Flying Sun snorted and said, Big Snake Pill, put away your thoughts. There is something suspicious about the Flying Thunder God technique. It certainly couldn't have been taught to him by people from other villages. You don't put your mind on him, there is no point. Take a few days of rest. You will also go out on a mission. Orochimaru yawned and said, Got it, sensei. However, the Big Snake Pill thought to himself, Humph, how can the task be as interesting as Yi Feng? There will definitely be a chance. Yikid put down Joshinai. Huh. A voice suddenly sounded behind Yifeng, and Yifeng's back was cold, and his hair stood up. Zilai also exclaimed, "Be careful." I saw that the Ein seal on Tsunade's forehead was unsealed, and streaks appeared on his face, and the stripes were staggered on his forehead, passing vertically through his eyes, and meeting his chin all the time. The art of 100 heroes. Unlocking all the chakras of the Ein seal, the whole body erupted with golden chakra light. Being frenzied by Yikid, Tsunade was really angry. Suddenly appeared behind Yifeng and Joshinai, and grabbed Yifeng's head with one hand. Syllable. Yifeng's head split open. This guy is too weak. When Tsunade was about to close. However, the next second, he realized that he was only holding a piece of wood, and the Joshinai under his feet also slammed and turned into a piece of wood. Yefeng appeared 10 meters away holding Joshinai, and under Tsunade's feet, a thick wooden dragon soared into the sky. Ape Fei re-sighed and said, "Wood dragon art. I haven't seen it for a long time. I didn't expect to see it here." He was very impressed with the wood dragon art. This huge wooden dragon, which was used in the first generation when the Nine Tails was in turmoil, was bound by the big tree to the body very strongly, and even made the bound Nine Tails scream, and once entangled, it would be absorbed chakra. The first generation used this move to suppress the actions of the Nine Tails. This move seems to have given a strong impression to the ape flying sun. Of course, now this wooden dragon is much smaller. Fine death. Tsunade smashed a punch on the wooden dragon, but was surprised to find that his chakra was actually absorbed by the wooden dragon. With that, Wood Dragon tied Tsunade up. Humph, something like this can trap me. Tsunade bursts out more chakras very confidently. The art of the wooden dragon, but Tsunade's grandfather, the famous stunt between the 1,000-hand pillars. Tsunade naturally knew very well that the easiest way to break the wood dragon art was to use chakra to burst the opponent. If you want to suck me chakra, I'll let you suck enough. Chapter 028. Sarutobi also knew for the first time what Tsunade was going to do. He didn't plan to stop Tsunade either. As Hokage, it was not appropriate to strike, but Tsunade was suitable. Besides, Tsunade is also the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mito. It really hurt Hokage, and Uzumaki Mito couldn't blame himself. Mainly recently, Yifeng, this young man, is a little swollen. It was remarkable to think that he had awakened the blood succession limit of the 1,000 Hands clan. He even killed 10 people from the roots, causing him to destroy his relatives and send Tuanzang away. It's time for Yefeng to know what is outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. However, when Tsunade began to erupt chakra, Hokage's eyes lit up, and he felt that a huge amount of chakra, through the wooden dragon, was transmitted to the ground, and then rushed back into his body. Finally, chakra passed through his feet and rushed straight to the Ein seal of the heavenly gate. Is this charging me? Yifeng's forehead, the imprint of the Ein seal, also shone brightly. It was just covered by Konoha's forehead, and no one found out. Tsunade was still full of confidence, but gradually, her face changed. The Ein seal chakra that he has stored for more than 2 years has already consumed more than half. And this guy still hasn't changed his face? Is something wrong? Ape Fei Rechopper's face also changed slightly, and quickly said loudly, "Yifeng, don't hold it hard. It's not good if you hurt." Yefeng smiled, and said, 3 generations of adults don't worry. I didn't hold it hard. Today I just want to see, what confidence do you have? If you don't understand the situation, you dare to make a move casually. Even if Grandma Mito comes over today, I will educate you well. Joshinai heard Yifeng speak. His long eyelashes moved, opened his eyes slightly, saw several figures, rubbed his eyes, took a closer look, and exclaimed, "Ah, three generations of adults. This is Tsunade's sister." Joshinai blew a cold wind. The wine woke up, and when he saw that Hokage and Tsunade were fighting, he was immediately so anxious that tears were about to come out. "Yifeng, what the hell is going on?" Tsunade snorted and said, "Joshinai, just wake up. This guy just took advantage of your drunkenness and wanted to pump you oil." Joshinai immediately shook his head and said, "Sister Tsunade, you must be mistaken. Yefeng, he will definitely not do this." When Tsunade heard this, he wanted to vomit blood. Chick, don't you turn your arms out like this, okay? Yefeng smiled and said, Did you hear that, Tsunade? You see it as believing? I see you're blind. Shinai immediately glared at Yefeng in dissatisfaction and said, Yefeng, how are you talking to Tsunade's sister? She didn't say anything just now. She directly wanted to get me and said, What should I do to you? It doesn't matter if I ruin my reputation. What should I do to ruin your reputation? This guy doesn't have a brain. He has a chest. Tsunade was angry and died of anger and directly broke out the maximum chakra. However, these chakras are like mud cows going into the sea, entering Night Feng's body and disappearing completely, and Night Feng's body seems to be a bottomless pit. Now Tsunade is sweating profusely, and it is difficult to ride a tiger. She really didn't expect that Yefeng would be so difficult. Sarutobi saw Tsunade deflated and immediately said, Yifeng, forget it. Everyone take a step back. However, Yifeng did not pay attention to the words of the ape-flying son, but instead Mulong used his strength and directly set up Tsunade's hand. Another thick vine rose up and struck Tsunade's ass. Syllable. Crisp, audible sound. There was silence. Everyone looked at Yefeng dumbfounded. Yifeng said lightly, I don't educate her well now, and if I go out to make trouble in the future, it ruin Konoha's reputation, the reputation of Senju, and the reputation of 3 generations? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Choice 3. Choose the Mad Tsunade. Educate the Tsunade well, and obtain S-level ninjutsu, the art of 100 heroes. Yefeng was very satisfied. Tsunade's face was red and dripping blood, and the art of Hyakuheo broke out. With a force of both hands, he directly broke the wooden dragon. Go and die. Tsunade's feet condensed golden chakra, turned into a streamer, and kicked towards Yifeng. Physical surgery, pain in the feet. As long as you step heavily on the ground, you can collapse and crack. Kick on people, not knowing what will happen. Now Tsunade couldn't take care of it. It was like Yifeng's instant explosion to solve the hatred in her heart. Don't. Shinai hurriedly blocked in front of Yifeng. Tsunade's face changed. This kick, she couldn't take it back. Shinai, get out of the way. The 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya also changed their faces and rushed forward. However, Yifeng's hand speed was faster, and it instantly froze. And not 1 print, but 3 reprints. At this moment, Tsunade saw 2 black stripes suddenly appear on Yokaida's face, running through his eyes and meeting on his forehead and chin. The art of 100 heroes. Around Tsunade, 3 thick wooden dragons appeared, one after the other, encircling Tsunade layer by layer. Touch! In just an instant, Tsunade lost his vision and slammed heavily on the ground. When Tsunade was smashed on the ground, he was still wondering if he was blinded. Chapter 029. Ape, Flying Sun Chopper, and Zilai were embarrassed to find that Yefeng didn't seem to need to save himself at all. Isn't it false at all? Ape Fei re-squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, is Yefeng already so strong? Stronger than Tsunade? Or is it style? The big snake pill who was watching from the sidelines was even more shocked, and now the strength shown by Yefeng was far higher than the strength he showed during his temptation a week ago. Now Yi Maple is incredibly strong. Orochimaru even felt that even if he was his own teacher, he could not completely suppress Tsunade so easily. You see, Tsunade is now so trapped on the ground that he can't move at all. At this time, Uzumaki Mito suddenly appeared. Ape Fei, what is going on? Then, Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade bound on the ground, and his eyes widened. Yifeng, let go of Tsunade. What the hell is going on with you? When Uzumaki Mito appeared, Yokai lifted the 100 Heroes technique. In fact, the art of the 100 Heroes is similar to the enhancement ninjutsu. Open the 100 Hao technique, completely unlock the Yin seal, and allow the large amount of chakra stored in the Yin seal to be used freely, thus making it possible to launch large-scale ninjutsu and forbidden arts. And because chakra perfuses the whole body, the strength of physical skills and strange powers will increase. After closing the 100 Hao technique, the toughness of the wood dragon art naturally weakened. Bang! Tsunade directly shattered the wooden dragon, looking at Yefeng gritting his teeth. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. She was actually educated by a little guy under 20 years old? Ahem. Tsunade, Don't make trouble. Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also speechless. What are you doing to mess with Yifeng? Uzumaki Mito said lightly, go back. Kushina looked at Yokaide, but still ran over to hold Tsunade. Tsunade glared at Kushina. Humph, Kushina, you turned your elbows out, and you actually turned towards outsiders. Uzumaki Mito glared at Tsunade. Enough. Get back. Sarutobi coughed and said, Tsunade, you need to go to the office with Jiraiya first. Tsunade glared at Yoritobi and huffed and followed the ape Flying Sun. Halfway through, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, Tsunade, is that Night Maple? Ugh. Tsunade roared angrily and punched Jiraiya in the face. Bang. Zillai also flew out directly upside down. Boom. The house in front of him collapsed directly, and several ninjas suddenly flew out. Enemy attack. Sarutobi glared at Tsunade, then walked up and said, it's okay. It's okay. Ah, Naruto-sama. It's you. Tsunade-sama. Lord Orochimaru. When these ninjas saw the ape Flying Sun slashing them, they bowed their heads respectfully. Sarutobi asked with concern, are you all right? It's okay, it's okay. Well, I was just taken aback. At this time, there was a groan from the collapsed bricks. Ugh. Zillai also covered his face and climbed out. The ninjas all looked strange. Ape Fei Ri took out a wad of money speechlessly and said, you guys will first be aggrieved to stay in a hotel tonight, and tomorrow morning I will ask someone to help you repair it. It's okay, Naruto-sama, we're not in a hurry. There you go. Yes, Naruto-sama. Turning around, Hokage looked at Tsunade coldly and said, repair it here, at least 50,000 taels. Remember to go to the finance department to pay in advance. Tsunade snorted and said, no money. On the other side, Yokaide and Kushina followed Uzumaki Mito back. Can't you just let Tsunade send sister? Kushina glared angrily at Yefeng and said. Yefeng shrugged. He wanted to let it, but the system didn't give it. Look, now it's like this. I'll come back later and quickly apologize to Tsunade's sister. Yifeng ignored it. Apologize what? It's Tsunade who made the move first. Educate yourself. Isn't it a normal thing? Kushina saw the appearance of Yifeng's oil and salt not entering, so angry that he reached out to pinch the meat, and then Kushina found that he couldn't pinch it. So hard. Uzumaki Mito was also helpless. Yokaide, how did you guys fight? Yifeng explained the matter clearly one by one. When Kushina heard this, he immediately blamed himself and said, hey, I drank too much. If I hadn't been drunk, I wouldn't have done this. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, it's not your problem. Tsunade is so big and grinning. Then, Uzumaki Mito looked at Yokaide again and said, Yifeng, when did you learn the Yin Seal and the art of 100 How? Kushina's eyes widened. What? Yifeng, when did you learn the Yin Seal? Kushina was a little confused and didn't see clearly, but when Uzumaki Mito appeared, he could already see that Yokaide had used the 100 How technique to unlock the Yin Seal. At that time, Uzumaki Mito was also very surprised. This is just not said. Chapter 030. Yefeng scratched his head and said, well, it's all learned when you taught Kushina by Grandma Mito. What? Kushina's eyes are about to pop out. Grandma Mito taught me. You are next to salted fish. I didn't learn. You learned? Kushina suddenly felt very heartbroken. Uzumaki Mito was also stunned for a moment, revealing a look of surprise. This kind of comprehension ability, I'm afraid it's not as good as the second generation, right? The Senju family is going to come out of the dragon? But you can't do that to Tsunade. It's really annoying to use vines to hit Tsunade. Yifeng also ignored it, returned to the small courtyard, and immediately went to take a bath. When I was taking a bath, I suddenly remembered that there was a hot pond in the place just now, which is the most famous hot pond restaurant in Konoha village. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the bath yet. Would you like to take a chance? Yifeng immediately ran back to his room after washing. Then, the door slammed open. Come in. Kushina's hair came in wet, with a faint fragrance. Her skin was white and red. There were a little water droplets, and she looked like she had just taken a bath. Yefeng was a little confused. It was so late. What did Kushina want to do? Kushina's face turned slightly red, and she said softly, Yokaide, do you want to apologize to Tsunade's sister without waiting? Looking at Kushina's pleading look, Yifeng's heart softened and said, okay, isn't it just an apology? Ding, according to the environment of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose to apologize to Tsunade. Admit your mistake. Reward. A broken shuriken. Option 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, indicating that you are not angry at all. Reward. A level ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art. Option 3. Choose Mad Tsunade. Educate Tsunade well, and get a level ninjutsu. Shuriken in all directions. Well, the system you are good. Yikid coughed and said, I think I'm right. But I've forgiven Tsunade. I'm not angry at all, as long as Tsunade doesn't mess with me again. Kushina glared at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, are you apologizing? I'm right. Why should I apologize? Kushina stomped his foot in anger. Suddenly the door slammed open. Yifeng and Kushina were both stupid. Tsunade, who was standing at the door, was also dumbfounded and pointed at Yokuid. You, what are you doing in my room? Kushina suddenly blushed and quickly waved his hand and said, Sister Tsunade, we didn't do anything. It's like this, Yifeng wants to apologize to you. Yikid was also a little confused. He slept in Tsunade's boudoir before. No wonder there was a special aroma. Apologize? Tsunade looked at Yurikid. Sister Tsunade, I have already forgiven you, and I am not angry at all about today's matter, as long as you don't mess with me again in the future. Well, don't blame me. The system forced me. I don't scare you. You already count me merciful. Congratulations to the host for completing choice 2. Choose to forgive Tsunade, saying that he is not angry at all. Reward. A level ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Avatar Art. Tsunade smiled angrily. Hee, boy, you come out. I don't want to ruin this place. Let us go to the training ground to practice. At this time, Uzumaki Mito came over. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Tsunade and said, You haven't come back for almost 2 years. Will you fight and kill as soon as you come back? Kushina was in a hurry and looked at Yifeng. Yifeng shrugged and said, I said I forgave her. Uzumaki Mito also knew that Yifeng ate soft and not hard, and sighed and said, Okay, Tsunade, don't mess around. Yoka eat you too. She is your sister. You just let her. Tsunade was angry. Do I need him to let? Lost a big face in front of so many people today? I didn't expect to try it out and turn out to be like this. Now, his boudoir is still occupied? My own grandmother is still to outsiders. Tsunade was angry, and his whole body chakra erupted. Kushina hurriedly said, Sister Tsunade, or break your wrist with Yifeng. Yikid, you broke your wrist with Tsunade's sister. If you lose, can you apologize to her? Kushina knew that Tsunade's strength was infinite, and in Konoha, breaking his wrist, no one was Tsunade's opponent at all. This can also give Tsunade a step down, and it can also make Yokiid not too embarrassed. Yifeng suddenly smiled and said, This is not impossible. He remembered the episode in the anime where Tsunade and Thunder Kage duel and broke their wrists. That shocking scene. It's kind of interesting. Tsunade was originally very angry, and when he heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Boy, do you dare to bet? I tell you, no one has ever won against me. Yes, it seems that the current Tsunade has not been compared with Lei Yang. That wrist break, in the end, Thunder Shadow won. Tsunade's strength is greater, but Thunder Kage is faster and uses a small trick to win Tsunade. By now, this plot should not have happened yet. Chapter 031 Tsunade snorted. Boy, don't say such strange things. I'll make you lose miserably later. Okay, but what if I win? Can you win? If you win, I can promise you anything. Tsunade laughed confidently. Go to the training ground. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, You guys go, my old wife is going to rest. The voice is small at night. Don't make noise with others. Tsunade waved his hand and said, Grandma, I know. Tsunade felt that his thoughts were clear, thinking that he would finish his own abuse of Yikid, and suddenly smiled soon. Yokaid and Tsunade arrived at the training ground. The training ground was empty, and Tsunade picked a boulder and easily smashed it with a punch, which instantly turned into a wrist-breaking platform to use. Boy, how is it going, scared? Tsunade originally wanted to shock Yokaid, but seeing that Yokaid didn't care at all, he suddenly felt even more upset. You'll know how good I am later. Yorikide and Tsunade stood at opposite ends of the stone platform, clasping each other's hands. Tsunade also turned to Kushina and said, "Kushina, you step back and be careful to hurt you." Joshinai nodded and retreated 10 meters away, and then shouted loudly, 3, 2, 1, start. A Tsunade let out a continuous roar, and the golden chakra erupted from his body the moment Joshinai announced the start. Yifeng smiled slightly, and his strength began to rise. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I saw that on Yifeng's body. Purple chakra also appeared. Tsunade was slightly distracted. Looking at the chakra on Yifeng's body, it turned out to be exactly the same as his grandfather. At the same time, a huge force also came from his hand. Humph! Tsunade snorted, and in an instant opened the Ein seal on his forehead. The art of 100 heroes. The chakra on Tsunade's body was about to overflow to redeem the disadvantage just now. The power of this kid turned out to be so great, and also with a breezy look. Tsunade let out a low roar, and his whole body was covered with a golden sheen. I don't believe it. You have more strength than me? The terrifying momentum, centered on Yorikide and Tsunade, burst in all directions, and purple and gold chakras swirled around, forming a whirlwind of purple and gold mixed. Rumble. The stone platform cracked. The ground on which the two were standing also cracked. Sarutobi Hinata, who had just returned home, had just sat down when he received news from the Dark Ninja. Tsunade and Yorikide again. Sarutobi Bawako was originally still complaining that Sarutobi has often worked overtime recently. The eldest son is preparing to graduate, and the youngest son Sarutobi Asma is also entering ninja school this year, and Sarutobi Hinata has no time to pay attention to his two sons. Then, the ape flew away again. Sarutobi Bawako shook his head helplessly. Maybe overtime is Hokage's fate. At the same time, Konoha White Fang and Bluffing Shueman, who had just sent off Tuanzong and returned to the village, also saw the purple-gold tornado that suddenly appeared from the training ground. What is that? Go over and take a look. In the training ground, Joshinai had already retreated another 10 meters. I can't see what happened to Yorikide and Tsunade inside the chakra whirlwind. Now Joshinai regretted it in his heart, and he shouldn't have proposed to break his wrist. What is the difference between this and fighting? I saw the purple chakra on Yifeng's body, rolling up like a boil and rushing into the air. At the same time, countless branches and vines emerged from Joshinai's feet, forming a wall in front of Joshinai. Yorikide was single-minded, and while following Tsunade to break his wrist, he was still protecting Joshinai. Humph! Count you qualified and know how to protect Joshinai. Tsunade roared, and the desire to fight that had been immersed in for the past 2 years was instantly ignited by Yifeng. The golden chakra also soared straight into the sky, and the wind swept the clouds. Bang! The huge chakra scattered in the air, and the heavy pressure actually collapsed the land around the two of them. Bang! 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 One big hole after another has formed all around. Joshinai? Joshinai looked back and saw that it was Bluffing Shuemin and Chimu Shomao coming. What the hell is going on here? Watergate frowned, looking at the two figures of one purple and one gold that were faintly not clear on both sides of the stone platform, and was stunned for a moment. Night Maple? That woman is. Kiki Shuomao next to him said, It's Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Watergate's eyes widened. Tsunade was Konoha Senshinu, who was also on a par with his master. And it seems that Yefeng still has an advantage. Chimu Shomao frowned. Yifeng's strength exceeded his imagination. His own assassination technique can be said to be the first in Konoha, but with strength alone, he is inferior to Tsunade. But Yorikide in front of him was already ahead of Tsunade. Is the blood succession limit so strong after awakening? The Thousand Hands clan is terrible. Yorikide actually broke his wrist with Tsunade and didn't he fall behind? Watergate was hurt. He thought he could catch up with Yifeng, but found that he seemed to be thrown farther away. Chapter 032. At this moment, the ape flying sun slashed in. Hey, what are you doing? Before the words fell, Tsunade roared, gathered all his forces together, and suddenly pressed down. Rumble. A bang. A huge explosive force erupted centered on Yorikide and Tsunade. It's like countless explosives, exploding in an instant. Everyone's faces were paled by the sudden burst of light. Bo Fengshiman's eyes widened, and he quickly blocked in front of Joshinai. Of course, Yi Feng's reaction was faster, and he had already surrounded Joshinai with the Muduan wood ingot wall and the Mudu tree boundary wall. Ahem, what are you doing? Except for Joshinai, the others were blown up to ashes. Even the ape flying Sunchop is no exception. Looking at the two who were completely engulfed in the smoke of the explosion, Joshinai suddenly found that her proposal was really not good. Ape flying Sunchopper was also speechless. You guys just break your wrists, is it necessary? I won. The smoke gradually cleared, and Yorikide's hand pressed Tsunade's hand against the table made of boulders. The stone platform had been shattered, and the land beneath the two men was covered with radial cracks. Tsunade looked at Yorikide stunned. Really couldn't he believe that he had actually lost? Moreover, Yefeng is still single-minded and distracted. Yorikide let go of Tsunade's hand and stood up, loosening his shoulders and arms. Ape-flying Sunchopper also looked surprised. Yokaide won Tsunade? You must know that you are purely competing in strength, and you are not necessarily Tsunade's opponent. Yi Feng, this kid is amazing. Chimu Shuamao was silent. As for Watergate, it stood still. It's a bit hard to accept. Joshinai hurriedly ran up. Night Maple, are you okay? Yefeng touched Joshinai's head and said, it's okay. Joshinai glared at Yi Kid and quickly ran to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, are you all right? It's okay. It's just that my hands are a little numb. Tsunade said lightly, shaking his head. Losing is losing, and Tsunade, as a generation of gambling monsters, is still willing to gamble and lose. Tsunade-heim, but our bet still counts. It's okay for me to say what Tsunade said. Let us say, what do you want me to do? I haven't thought of this yet. Let us talk about it next time. Humph. Again this kid dares to propose something messy. I beat him to death. Then, Tsunade suddenly thought, can he beat him? Forget it. Let us talk about it later. Tsunade didn't embarrass Yakuid anymore afterwards, returned to the small courtyard, and took the initiative to pick up the bed and go to sleep on the sofa. For this reason, Joshinai also glared at Yefeng a few times. Uzumaki Mito also looked surprised when he learned that Yokaide had won Tsunade. Tsunade actually lost, and sure enough, only the people of the Senju family can win the people of the Senju family. Early the next morning, Yefeng was still in a wonderful sleep, but was woken up. What for? Juzanai? It turns out that Joshinai usually asked you to get up. The benefits are good, boy. Yi Feng had not yet opened his eyes, and when he heard this voice, he immediately opened his eyes. How could it be Tsunade? Kushina followed Tsunade. Then, the voice of Uzumaki Mito came from outside. Yokaide, get up. This morning, we're going to attend an extraordinary meeting of Konoha's high-level. Konoha high-level ad hoc meeting? Yefeng brushed his teeth while listening to Joshinai's explanation. Because of Danzo's dismissal, Mito Minato, and Koharu's vacation, Konoha's administration caused a big shock. There will be a new batch of high-ranking officials, hence the Konoha administration. At the same time, there will also be a group of new blood to become the new high-level. Oh, so we're going to? Yes. In this way, Yefeng was taken to the meeting site, the administrative building. When I was at the door of the administration building, I also ran into Bluffing Shuemin and Jiraiya, whose face was still wrapped in bandages. Jiraiya also saw Uzumaki Mito, and quickly greeted, Uzumaki Mito-sama. Uzumaki Mito said strangely, Jiraiya, what is wrong with you? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, and said with a smile, it's okay, I accidentally hit a telephone pole last night. Let us go in. Yefeng originally thought that the whole village was going to go, but when he went, he found that all the people present were famous figures from Konoha village. The high-level officials of various departments, the heads of various ethnic groups, the 3 shinobi of Konoha, and the White Fang of Konoha all participated. There are also outstanding ninjas of the younger generation, such as Yokuide, Wei Feng Shueimon, Uchiha Fugaku, and the first generation of Inuga Butterfly. Yokuide followed Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade into the meeting site, which immediately attracted everyone's attention and discussion. The man who followed Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, who else, was not Yakuide. Many high-level officials, as well as the heads of various ethnic groups, we're all seeing Yefeng Jinren for the first time. He.S. Nightfoam. He brought down the gang of 3, but looking at his appearance, there is nothing special. Chapter 033 Yifeng's group was arranged in the first row, which also surprised Yifeng. But think about it, I represent the Thousand Hands family, and naturally I feel very normal. After all, the Senju clan is the #1 clan in Konoha, at least in terms of reason. Everyone's eyes were on Yokaide, who was sitting next to Uzumaki Mido. Yefeng could also hear the whispers of everyone. He.S. Nightfoam. He came too. Has there been any news that who will sit in the top 2 positions in the administration department? Did Naruto-sama intend to reorganize the roots? In the anime, except for Danzo alone, there are no other clansmen of the Shimura clan, as well as the eldest son of Sarutobi Hinata and the eldest brother of Sarutobi Asuma, all came. Listening to Jio Shurnai explain at the scene, in addition to the 3 major clans of Senju, Hinata, and Uchiha, the most famous are the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, which were famous in the Warring States period. Among them, Naruto-sama's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, was a famous ninja at that time and one of the founders who co-founded Konoha. Most of the people who were able to enter the venue were people from the 38th major family. Yifeng listened to Jio Shinai's words, and then looked at everyone present, and probably understood. The 38 students accepted by the second-generation Senju represent the 38 families of Konoha. The so-called Will of Fire is also about blood. You are not a member of the 38 major families, and it is basically impossible to inherit the Will of Fire. The successor of the Will of Fire probably came out of these 38 major families and grew up. That is, to become the top of Konoha. A few lucky people, like Bluffing Shuemin, can become Hokage, but they can't do it with battle merits. The wife is the pillar force of the 9 Tails and becomes the spokesperson of the Uzumaki clan, and is obedient enough to obey the opinions of the 3 generations and the elders to be qualified to inherit the Will of Fire. Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki was surnamed Uzumaki, he knew that Watergate had chosen at that time. And Chimu Shimao, who is of equal strength, is also a prominent military meritorious man, but the meritorious lord, who is also a competitor of the 4th generation of Hokage, was politically murdered. It can be seen that the Will of Fire is not something you can inherit if you want to. Yifeng thought to himself that if he hadn't awakened the Thousand Hands family's blood succession limit, I'm afraid he wouldn't have entered Konoha's high-level society like this. When Sarutobi entered the conference room under the support of a group of Konoha ninjas, the conference room immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the ape flying sun. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 generations of Hokage walked to the podium and scanned it for a week before saying aloud, "Let me tell you the good news first." In the first week that Shimura Tuanzang led the group to Yunin Village, there was an important breakthrough. Yunin Village has signed a 20-year peace agreement with it. We and Yunin Village will maintain peace for at least 20 years. This is an important milestone in our great revival of Konoha, on the road to peaceful rejuvenation. As soon as the words of the ape flying sun chop came out, the audience was in an uproar. Many people showed a look of joy. In the past few years, from war to peace, everyone knows the preciousness of this peaceful and beautiful peace. If the most militant Yunin village is willing to make peace with Konoha, then Konoha can continue to be peaceful. The clansmen of the Shimura clan are full of pride. This is the light of our Shimura, the darkness of Konoha. Even if he was wronged, suffered a black pot, and went away, he also made meritorious contributions to Konoha. Yefeng was also stunned. Tuanzo did not go undercover, but to be an embassy? It's only been a few days. So soon to pave the way for your return? It's really a politician, and it's really 6 playing politics. Uzumaki Mido also frowned, but did not say anything. Uzumaki Mido has never liked power. Otherwise, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan would not be so miserable, and all the men were hung up. After Sarutobi announced the exciting news, the official topic of the meeting began. Personnel transfer in the executive branch. Sarutobi Hinata said that there will be a group of young talents who will enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Yifeng listened a little, and after some appointment, the highest chief of the administration department was temporarily served by Ape Flying Sun's old classmate, Akimichi Takecase, Uzumaki Mido, and the head of the Hyuga family as a special advisor. Tsunade becomes the supreme chief of the medical department, and Orochimaru becomes the deputy. Jiraiya became the principal of the ninja school, and Watergate became the vice principal. As soon as Konoha Sanshin returned, he immediately inserted into various important positions. The Uchiha family was still in charge of the Konoha guards, but due to the dissolution of the roots, the powers of the Konoha guards were further expanded. With the appointment of one person after another, Yifeng thought to himself, he would not appoint himself to do anything. This idea had just appeared, and the ape on the podium flew into the sun, glanced at Yifeng, and said lightly, Yifeng, Shimo Shinobu, the mission of rescuing Joshinai is meritorious, and the illegal activities of the hidden roots of the regiment are meritorious. So he was promoted to Special Shangnan, and arranged to be the vice principal of the ninja school. Chapter 034 Yifeng didn't he expect that he would be arranged like this. Vice principal of ninja school? Such a big position? Ape Fei re-spoke on it, and Yifeng did not plan to refuse in person, just don't go when the time comes. Sarutobi ended with a speech of will of fire. Roughly wherever there are leaves, the fire burns, the shadow of the fire shines on the village, and new leaves sprout. It means that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust and guard them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but will inspire the young to become pillars of the future. No wonder the three generations can say this passage so fluently. When did it turn out to be taken out and said? After the meeting, Sarutobi also patted Yifeng's shoulder and said, "Good job, I believe you can do it." Wolfeng Shuimin also came over and said, "Yifeng, we will be colleagues in the future. I don't think I'm well suited to be a principal." Tsunade suddenly rolled his eyes. "Okay, don't be so stupid, okay? The vice principal, that is, the teacher, understands no." "Huh, wouldn't it, such a routine?" Listening to Joshinai's explanation, I knew that in the school, the ordinary teacher was one level higher, that is, the vice principal. The current vice principal has more than 10 people, and he is actually a senior teacher. Yifeng's epiphany was speechless. Want him to be a teacher? Not interested. However, when Night Maple wanted to be a salted fish, Uzumaki Mito talked to Night Maple about it. In Mito's room in Uzumaki. "Yifeng, what do you think of Joshinai?" This sentence suddenly came when Yifeng was defenseless, which really caught Yifeng off guard. "Grandma Mito, Joshina is good-looking, and..." Uzumaki Mito waved his hand. "Forget it, let us say it bluntly." After a pause, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said seriously, "Yifeng, you are the last bloodline of my Senju clan. If you want, you can treat this place as your own home. We are all your relatives. I'm wondering, can I entrust Joshinai to you?" When Yifeng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to be so direct. Akito didn't say secret words, and Yokai nodded sharply and said, "Okay, Grandma Mito, I do." Uzumaki Mito snorted and said, "You sleep all day? What are you willing to do? Actually, you can also see that Joshinai has a good impression of you. So, if you can really come together with Joshinai, I am the first to agree. I just don't know if you mean that." Yifeng immediately said, "Of course there is. I love Joshinai." For opportunities, Yifeng never flinched. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction. "If you want to be with Joshinai, you can't hang like this." Actually, this time the position arrangement was proposed by me with the 3 generations of Hokage. Yikid was stunned for a moment, and understood what Uzumaki Mito meant. "Good job, you will become a Hokage in the future." Suddenly, Yifeng slowly spoke. "So Grandma Mito means that if I marry Joshinai, I can become a Hokage?" Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly. Yifeng suddenly smiled. "Grandma Mito, is this a dowry?" "No, you are originally a member of the Senju clan, and then with Joshinai, after I hand over the 9 tails to Joshinai in the future, you will definitely be Hokage. At that time, no one will oppose you, because you have strength, and you are a member of the 1,000 Hands family, and you have married the 9 tails man Julie. Understand?" The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Grandma Mito, I don't want to be a Hokage." Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment. This guy won't be too lazy to be incorrigible. Yikid continued, "I want to help Joshinai become a Hokage. Her dream when she was a child was to become Hokage, and I always remember helping her fulfill her dream. Yifeng's words made Uzumaki Mito's eyes light up. Really? Uzumaki Mito immediately smiled. You want to become Konoha's first female Hokage. The difficulty is far higher than if you were the Hokage. You said you had such an idea, so at least show me what you plan to do, right? At this time, Jushinai's voice sounded outside. Grandma Mito, Yokaide, it's time to eat. Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, let us go. The easiest way to make men feel responsible is to start a family and have children. She believed that today's words would make Yefeng serious. In fact, Uzumaki Mito has not fully said all her thoughts. Her idea is that within these 2 years, get married and have children as soon as possible, and the bloodline of the Senju family can be continued. Then it will be good. My own body can still support 5 years, or even 10 years. In this way, Yokaide became the vice principal of the ninja school, in fact, an instructor. Recently, the rule of the 5 ninja states has begun to waver, and the borders of various countries and ninja villages have begun to have constant disputes, frictions, and conflicts. The ninjas of Konoha village have also begun to go out on missions in large numbers, and now the village continues to have a large number of new forces, and they also need ninjas who can guide the newborn ones. As a result, Yokaide became an instructor at the ninja school. As soon as he arrived at the ninja school, Yokaide was assigned a task. Yifeng, you just came. We are in a class. You bring a class of graduates. Ding. According to the current situation of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. Choose the 3rd class. Coach Matt Kai. Ebisu, Moonlight Blast. Reward. A-level ninjutsu. 8-gate Dunjia formation. Option 2. Choose the 5th class. Coach Ape Flying Asthma, Sunset Red, and the same. Reward. A-level ninjutsu, 1000 hands kill. Option 3. Choose the 7th class. Coach Kakashi Kiki, Obito, Rin Noira. Reward. Supreme Pack. Chapter 035 Bo Feng Shuimin looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng Kuan, you choose first. Yifeng smiled and said, then I'm welcome. I'll choose the 7th class. The will of 7 is really everywhere. The 7th class of this year is the class that changed the world. Obito, who was originally the weakest, became Madara's tool man, and once became the big boss of Hokage. And Kakashi is also an important person. Yifeng suddenly thought, will his arrival also change the historical trajectory of the 7th class? If Obito hadn't been seriously injured in the Battle of Shimubi Bridge, would he still have gone that way? If Yefeng can control the 3 tails in Rin's body, will that prevent the tragedy from happening? And the suicide of Konoha White Fang, and so on. Thinking about it like this, Yefeng felt a little interesting. Bluffing Shuimin sighed when he saw Yifeng choose the 7th class. He originally liked the 7th class the most. Hearing that Yefeng was going to choose the 7th class, he felt an inexplicable loss in his heart, and it was as if something had been lost. But Bluffing Shuimin still nodded and said, okay, then let us go to the 7th class. Yifeng asked rhetorically, what about you? Bluffing Shuimin smiled and said, it's okay with me. I'll pick the last one. You go to get your students first. By the way, this professor's guide is for you. You can take a look first. Yifeng took a copy of the new Shinobi Professor's guide and casually let it go. Open volume, Will of Fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire endures. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Yefeng suddenly rolled his eyes and looked back at the author of the cover, Ape Flying Sunchop. Okay. This sentence should be the words of the ape flying sun, which hung on his lips every day, and wrote this sentence on the tree, and the whole village was popularized. This thought work is really good. Yefeng flipped down. The first section is about being a teacher. First of all, you must have the ability to teach students, and secondly, you must have an inclusive heart and noble morality, so that you can lead by example to influence students to become better. To be a murderous ninja is also to be virtuous, which is also a bit of a bull. Then the second section begins, how to train qualified students as a teacher by organizing various tasks. The so-called qualified students are those who become lower shinobi, middle shinobi, or even upper shinobi, and can go to the battlefield. Whether it is the land of fire or Konoha, a batch of fresh blood is needed to join in order to maintain their current status. This is also the purpose of ninjas. First of all, The first task is to organize 3 students in his class to carry out the task of wild survival exercise. Before the task begins, remember to emphasize the difficulties of the task to the students. For example, out of 30 graduates, only 10 will be recognized as shinobi, and the rest will be sent back to school to take the exam next year. Get students serious and don't slack. The wilderness survival exercise is to go to the wild and let your students, within a limited time, such as before 12 o'clock, grab their own bells to cultivate students' ninjutsu use and teamwork. At the same time, through the teacher's display of strength, students can have a certain understanding of the strength of ninjas who have been on the battlefield. You can use people who can't grab the bell and have no food to eat at noon to stimulate the fighting spirit of students. First, complete the wilderness survival exercise to ensure that these graduates carry out their tasks and have the ability to protect themselves when they go to battle. Then start with D-level tasks, C-level tasks. This is the process for veterans of Konoha village to lead newbies. Yifeng looked at how this process looked so familiar. Let us go see them first. Yifeng stood outside the classroom door when he heard a soft girl's voice. Oh, Obito, why did you say our teacher hasn't come yet? Lin, I don't know. This voice should be Uchiha with soil. Huh, maybe you're also helping your grandmother cross the street. Kakashi, what do you mean? Without looking, Kakashi began to despise Obito again. Seriously, the excuse of helping grandma cross the street really sucks. Obito always used this reason to treat everyone as mentally retarded, and it was no wonder that Kakashi despised it. Ahem, hello, I'm your instructor. As soon as Yifeng came in, he looked at the 3 children in front of him and was immediately stunned. This is a little different from what he imagined. The little loli and little brother in front of you are also too young. Do you feel like elementary school students? Up to 5th or 6th grade. Noira Lin said very obediently for the first time, "Hello, teacher." She thought to herself, this teacher is a little handsome. Then Obito, who was black-haired and wearing goggles, glanced at Yi Kid and pouted, "Hello, teacher." Obito thought to himself, this guy looks a little stupid like Kakashi. Finally, Kakashi, who wore a mask and only showed his eyes, said, "Hello, teacher." Yefeng nodded and said, "Well, then, let us introduce ourselves first." The 3 said in unison, "Teacher, you come first." Chapter 036 Me? My name is Night Maple. It's your turn. Then, Yefeng opened the new Shinobi Professor's guide and said as it said, talk about what you like, what you hate, or what dreams you have, what interests you have, and so on. The 3 looked at Yefeng and said, "Teacher, you come first." Yifeng was suddenly speechless. "I'm a teacher, or are you a teacher? It's your turn to say, starting from left to right." "I'll come first." Obito held up the goggles and said with a proud smile, "My name is Uchiha Obito, and my favorite is, the most annoying thing is war. The dream is to become Hokage. In this war, let our family, let the people in the village, recognize my existence." Kakashi burst out laughing. "Just like you as a Hokage? Help the grandmother cross the road, and you can't be a fire shadow for 100 years. Obito was suddenly furious. "Kakashi, what do you mean? Are you amazing? I'm the Uchiha Obito of the Uchiha clan. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. After my Sharingan, eyes open, hum." Kakashi looked at Obito like an idiot. The people of the Uchiha clan are all elites, right? You don't need to write with eyes. It should be very strong. Obito gritted his teeth and said, "What do you say?" Lin hurriedly said, Okay, don't argue. The teacher is watching." Yifeng looked at them with a curious face. There was a taste. It was really double love and double killing. "It's your turn, Rin Noera, right?" Lin straightened up and said, "Yes, sensei. My name is Rin Noera. What I like the most is cake. The most annoying is curry rice. My dream is to be a medical ninja and save lives on the battlefield." Yefeng nodded and said, "Well, you can. This little loli will indeed be the treatment of the 7th class in the future. Without this little loli, I am afraid that Obito and Kakashi would have hung up long ago." Noira Lin nodded sharply and looked at Yifeng, feeling that this Yikid teacher was not bad. Then, Yakid looked at Kakashi, who at this time was small and cute, and looked arrogant. Yokaid couldn't help but ravage Kakashi's sky-high white hair. "Kakashi, it's your turn." Kakashi angrily pushed Yokaid's hand away. "Sensei, you messed up my hairstyle." Now that you know my name, I don't need to say anything. Yifeng looked at the three little fart children with different expressions in front of him, and suddenly thought of a Hokage Eternal Mysteries. Who does Lin like? Both sides said that their side was full of ironclad evidence, and Kishimoto's old thief did not make it clear, and there has always been an argument. Now, Yifeng looked at the three little fart children in front of him and knew the answer. That is, these three little fart children are less than 10 years old. Understand ahem or love? Ahem, it's okay. Everyone knows each other. You also know me. Again, my name is Yifeng, your future instructor. That's the end of the self-introduction, starting tomorrow. All three looked at Yifeng. Teacher, what task? Survival drills in the wild. Obito immediately said happily. When we were in school, we often did drills. Yifeng smiled and said, this exercise is different because your opponent is me. Teacher, you? Teacher, you said something strange. Yifeng smiled he. Hee. Yes, this exercise, you have to be mentally prepared. The elimination rate is more than 66. Among the 30 graduates of your class, only 10 can pass at most, and the rest will be sent back to school and remodeled. Understand? Obito's eyes widened. Rin was speechless, and Kakashi was silent. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Konoha Forest, wait at the gate of the ninja third base. Don't be late. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the person had disappeared, leaving a stunned trio. Lin wiped her eyes and said, Teacher Yefeng is gone? Groove, it's like magic. Obito was also very surprised. Kakashi said with disdain, Fool, this is the instantaneous technique. Kakashi, who do you say is a fool? Lin saw that the two were about to quarrel again, and quickly separated the two again. Don't argue. Think about what to do tomorrow. Obito pouted and said, It must have been the teacher who bluffed us. How could it be so exaggerated and eliminate everyone? I didn't lie to you. Obito jumped up. Ah, teacher, how do you look like a ghost, haunted? Yifeng laughed and said, Obito, you need to strengthen your guts. I forgot to remind you just now. Don't forget to bring your ninja tools, and don't eat breakfast. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you vomit. As soon as the words fell, Yefeng slammed and turned into a piece of wood. With a look of surprise, Rin picked up the wood that had fallen on the ground. Kakashi said in a deep voice, This is a stand-in technique. What suddenly appeared just now was Teacher Yefeng's stand-in. Who do you think Lin likes? Chapter 037 Yifeng. You came back so early? Yefeng nodded and gave Joshinai a touch of the head to kill. Nasty. Joshinai shyly pushed away Yifeng's demon hand and said, Have you seen your student? Yoki said as he changed his shoes. Well, one is called Obito, one is called Rin, and the last one is called Kakashi. Kakashi, I know, is a teenage genius, son of the White Fang. Yifeng was suddenly curious. You actually know? Humph, of course I know. You think I don't know anything? Joshinai was like a kitten, standing obediently in front of Yifeng. Let us go inside. Yefeng naturally took Joshinai's little hand. Joshinai was a little shy, but did not break free. What about the other two? One is from the Uchiha family, and the other is from the surname Noira? Yifeng, your students are all very good. A son of White Fang, a member of the Uchiha family. Well, it's pretty strong. Yefeng nodded, and as soon as he came in, he heard Tsunade say with a big grin, Hey, boy, you haven't proposed to Joshinai yet. Don't be pretentious, okay? Joshinai retracted his hand shyly. Yefeng really wanted to beat Tsunade. Tsunade said again, How can we say that Joshinai is also the next person of the Uzumaki clan, Julie, and her other half? How can I say that I have to endure it? Yikid suddenly smiled, and at this time, Uzumaki Mito walked out. Yifeng, he is already a Shanin. Were you sleeping during the meeting yesterday? Tsunade's eyes widened. What? Did he put up with it? Our rules in Konoha. When didn't it come step by step? He hasn't even advanced to the middle ninja. How can he advance to the upper ninja? The 3 generations of adults agreed. Uzumaki Mito ignored Tsunade, looked at Yorikid and said, Come in and eat. While eating, Tsunade was still indignant, saying that Yoki had broken Konoha's rules for years. Yifeng suddenly smiled and said, Rules are established by people, and naturally people break them. This is not normal. Tsunade still looked unhappy, and at this time, the big snake pill suddenly appeared. Tsunade, Hurry to the hospital, there is an emergency. When Tsunade heard this, he immediately left without eating. Saving people is always the first priority of the medical team. Yifeng's ears moved, and he vaguely heard Orochimaru say to Tsunade that something had happened over there in the Mist-Hidden Village. Mist-Hidden Village? Yikid immediately thought of the three-tailed incident that led to Rin's death. At that time, it was Madara who conspired with the 3 generations of Mizukage to inject the 3 tails into Rin's body, turn Rin into a 3-tailed human pillar force, and then send Rin back to Konoha, intending to let Rin destroy Konoha. This plan was killed by Kakashi himself by killing Rin. This had to make Yefeng think of the revenant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Just when Yifeng was slightly distracted, Joshinai clipped a piece of meat to Yifeng. Yifeng, this is your first time leading a class. You have to think hard about how to train them tomorrow. Yefeng nodded and said, I know, Joshinai. But I thought in my heart, I am afraid that it is the beginning of the Third Ninja World War. Actually, it has arrived, but not many people have found it. Otherwise, there is no need for children like Kakashi, Obito, and Rin to grow up quickly. The 20-year peace agreement signed between Tuanzang and Yunin may have stunned the eyes of many people. But Yefeng didn't believe that such a peace agreement would work. The next day, Yefeng was still sleeping, and he was suddenly woken up again. What for? Yefeng wiped his eyes. His sleepy eyes were hazy, but he still took a closer look at the comber, so as not to recognize the wrong person. It's Joshinai. Joshinai crossed his waist angrily and said, Yifeng, how many times have I called you? Are you still sleeping? What time is it? And you're going to be late for the agreed time with your student. Yefeng yawned and said, What time is it? No hurry. After washing his face and coming back, Joshinai was still urging Yifeng. Hurry up, I'm really going to be late. Joshinai didn't know why Yefeng was so lazy. However, Yefeng looked at Joshinai and suddenly grabbed Joshinai's hand. What for? Joshinai suddenly blushed. Yikid thought about it last night. Mainly at dinner, Tsunade's words touched Yifeng. The girl is thin-skinned, and he, as a man, should take the initiative. Joshinai, I like you. Will you marry me? Joshinai suddenly blushed and looked at Yefeng with beautiful eyes and said, Are you proposing? Yefeng was stunned when he heard Joshinai's words. Isn't this a marriage proposal? Joshinai looked at Yifeng's silent appearance, and his heart was huffing. This would. Did you propose like that? People propose marriage with rings, at least a bouquet of flowers. I promised him this. Wouldn't it be too frivolous? Yifeng pondered and said, Well, Joshinai, I'm just proposing to you now. Promise me, okay? Joshinai looked at Yifeng's appearance, couldn't help but smile, poked Yifeng's arm, and said, You would. Can't you just send a flower? Yifeng's eyes lit up and patted his head. Oh, look at my head, it's stupid. As soon as the words fell, there was a bang behind him. A doppelganger appeared and immediately ran outside the house. After a while, the doppelganger rushed back with a bouquet of roses. Joshinai smiled, took the rose, looked at Yifeng, and said coquettishly, Humph, I promised you. Then he said, But you have to get Grandma Mito's permission. She is my elder. At this time, Uzumaki Mito walked out of the room and said with a smile, I agree. Kushina walked up to Uzumaki Mito coquettishly, grabbed Uzumaki Mito, and said, Grandma Mito, you eavesdropped on us. Uzumaki Mito looked at Kushina and Yokuid lovingly and said, Seeing that the two of you can walk together, I, as an elder, am really gratified. Your marriage is so decided. Joshinai suddenly lowered his head shyly, but he didn't expect that he would marry Yefeng like this. Yifeng's heart was also suddenly filled with a special joy. Is this love? At the same time, there is an indescribable sense of responsibility. He is going to marry his daughter-in-law. No matter what, don't give up. Suddenly, Joshinai exclaimed softly, Yifeng, you left quickly. You are going to be late. Chapter 038. In the Konoha forest, at the gate of the third base of the ninja, 3 children sat in one place, looking in the direction of Konoha village, and had been waiting for an hour. Rin, we've all been waiting for an hour. This nasty guy hasn't come yet. Lin also puffed out her mouth and said, Yes, it's really untrustworthy. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, It's not reliable than you. A guy who is late every day. Obito was suddenly upset. Kakashi, what do you say? Oh, you guys seem to be full of energy. Yefeng was in a very happy mood today, with a smile on his face. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi looked at Yokaida's smile, but were frightened. Good teacher. Well, it's good. It looks like you're full of energy, so let us go in. The three of them all slandered Yefeng in their hearts, and this teacher looked too unreliable. In the Konoha forest, Yokaide is explaining the rules to Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. That is, we just need to grab the bell from you. Teacher, even if we win, right? Yifeng nodded and said, it's like this, whoever performs the worst 1T have to eat lunch. Huh. Obito screamed, with a sense of foreboding. Then, you have 2 hours. So let us get started. Before the words fell, a sharp sound of bitterness cutting through the air immediately sounded. It was Kakashi who threw out the kunai. Ugh. Yifeng pinched Ku-Wu with his hand, and said with a smile, it's not bad. After speaking, Kakashi had disappeared and appeared behind Yokuide, and Kumu rushed towards Yokuide. Obito was stunned, and his body trembled slightly, and Lin next to her covered her small mouth. Her eyes were light. However, in the next second, Night Maple suddenly appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened, instantaneous technique. Without reacting, Kakashi was immediately grabbed by his left leg and hung upside down. Kakashi did not give up, grabbing the bell around Yokaide's waist with his hand, while the kunai of his other hand was also inserted into Yokaide. Not bad, don't be afraid. Yokaide turned his head sideways, dodged Kakashi's kunai, and threw Kakashi out directly. Oops. Kakashi smashed directly on Obito, and the two rolled on the ground together. What is a ninja? You two are watching the hilarious one. Do you want to be a ninja cheerleader, specifically cheering up? When Rin heard Yifeng's words, she was stunned for a moment, and reacted, Kakashi, Obito, we can't go it alone. We have to cooperate together. Yefeng looked at Lin with satisfaction, nodded, and said, girls are still smarter. When Lin heard Yifeng's praise, a smile appeared on her face. Kakashi stood up, patted the dust on his body, and fell silent. Obito also got up and couldn't help but pout, but there are only 2 bells. How do we work together? We are desperate together, but there is no one to eat? Lin immediately said, we can share it and eat. Yefeng looked at Rin appreciatively, the leader of the 7th class. Kakashi is powerful and arrogant, looks down on his teammates, and always wants to do it himself. And Obito is inferior and cowardly, always complaining about the current situation and not thinking about how to solve the problem. Only Rin was able to join the entire squad together at this time. Then, come again, I don't need any ninjutsu, let us grab the bell. However, after 2 hours, Obito was so tired that he couldn't stand up straight, and pouted. Teacher, you are specialized in physical skills. The 3 of them in these 2 hours, don't say grab the bell, even if they haven't touched it. Obito felt that Yefeng would not specialize in physical arts, so he didn't need ninjutsu. On the other side, Kakashi was kicked off again, smashed to the ground, and got up again. Idiot. Obito suddenly became angry. Did I say something wrong? He asked Senju Yikide, the successor of the original Hokage bloodline. The original Hokage is a physical specialty? Are you here to be funny? Kakashi's series of words smashed Obito. What the? 1,000 hands, Night Maple? Is our teacher so good? Rin, as a child of a civilian family, originally did not know the identity of Night Maple, and hearing Kakashi say this, her eyes were full of adoration when she looked at Night Feng. The original Hokage, in the hearts of everyone in Konoha, is the supreme ninja god. As his bloodline inheritor, he is naturally also high. Yifeng cried and laughed. Wait, my name is Yifeng, not Shinsho. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Sensei, aren't you from the Senju family? Yifeng smiled and said, why do children care so much? Just call me Teacher Yifeng in the future. Just as Night Maple was speaking, another Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Night Kid. Doppelganger. Both Rin and Obito had happy faces. Seeing that Kakashi was about to grab the bell, the next second, Rin and Obito's eyes were about to pop out, and Kakashi next to them slammed and disappeared. This Kakashi who spoke was a doppelganger, while the real body was pressed to the ground by Yokuide. Ah, when did you use the doppelganger technique? Yes, you will be a doppelganger at a young age. Yokaide quickly let go of Kakashi and said with a smile, "Well done, you are a class first, and then a ninja. Only as a team can reduce casualties in real missions, wars. Strength is important, but teamwork can make one greater than two. Complementary strengths can often turn the tide of war. On the contrary, the shortcomings of the team often become the breakthrough point of the enemy." For example, Yifeng said, and a small tree root suddenly appeared under the feet of the three. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he immediately jumped back. "Be careful." Lin also retreated as soon as possible. Only Obito had a puzzled face. "What?" Before Obito could react, he was dragged to Yifeng's face by a small tree root. "Ugh." Yifeng squatted down, flicked Obito's forehead, smiled, and said, "Look, this is the team's shortcoming. Shortcomings are often fatal, such as, now, you are on a mission, you have secrets on your body, and you have been arrested with soil. Rin, Kakashi, tell your secrets. Otherwise, Obito will be dead." Kakashi rolled his eyes. Yifeng smiled and said, "I'm just using an analogy. At this time, you must make a painful choice. To give up a companion for the sake of the village, or to give up this mission for the sake of this companion, will cause the village to suffer huge losses and more people to die." Obito was ashamed and embarrassed, and he was still hard-mouthed. "Teacher, this is not fair. You take advantage of my lack of attention to strike. Moreover, you said that you don't need ninjutsu, and you also use ninjutsu." "Kakashi, idiot." Yifeng smiled and said, "Is there anything fair and unfair on the battlefield? Only those who survived and lost heroes. Remember the hero monument at the door? Those are all dead heroes. Put a name on it. Do you think they will say before they die, 'It's not fair,' and the enemy will take advantage of my lack of attention? The intelligence is obviously lower forbearance. How can it be more powerful than upper patience? The intelligence is fake, so I died." When everyone heard Yifeng's words, their faces changed. "Obito, if you don't want to be a burden to your teammates, then practice more. Don't always think about opening the chakra. Others usually use 5 hours of training. You use 10 hours of training. Others use 10 hours of training. You should use 20 hours of training. Originally, the talent is not good. Don't immerse yourself in your fantasy all day. War is far more brutal than you think. And it's not far from you. If you don't want to die, don't want to drag down your companions, and don't want to bring shame to your family, then practice hard." Then, Yifeng cried when he saw Obito. He scolded the boss and cried. Chapter 039 Konoha Village, a training ground in Uchiha's territory. As the setting sun shines, a child is covered in sweat and practicing sealing. Doppelganger. Bang. After a cloud of white smoke came out, nothing appeared. Failed again. Obito scratched his head and yelled. Why can teacher Yifeng's doppelganger technique be fake? Why can Kakashi's doppelganger be so proficient? Why don't you succeed? Today, Yifeng's words, give him a drink. He fantasized about becoming a genius, a blockbuster, becoming a Hokage, and being proud of the ninja world. However, the truth is that he is a man with no talent. He thought about deceiving himself, but today, he couldn't deceive. And from time to time, people from the Uchiha clan cast strange eyes. That's Obito, training so hard. It's a pity that my parents died early. Without the teaching of parents, it is still a lot worse. I heard that he came back crying today. I'm afraid I failed, and I have to go back to the furnace to reform. There was a burst of discussion, accompanied by some disdainful glances. Obito's shoulders trembled slightly, and he roared angrily. I'm not a waste. With a wave of hatred, he returned home with soil. Grandma greeted her. Bring soil, come back, let us eat. Don't eat. Obito closed the door directly and couldn't leave the room, and began to frantically push ups. 197, 198, 199, 200. Obito gritted his teeth and continued to do it. The sweat of his whole body dripped on the ground, and the ground was wet. In the end, the whole person smashed to the ground, but what Yifeng said sounded in his mind. You, drag down companions, bring shame on the family. Obito gritted his teeth and got up to continue practicing. At Noara Rin's house, her parents said with a smile on their faces, Rin, say so? You are putting up with it now? Lin nodded and said, yes, that night maple teacher is actually quite good. By the way, Dad, Mom, Have you heard of Night Maple, teacher? Night Maple? No, what is wrong, Lin? Lin held her chin with her small hand, and Yifeng's hearty smile appeared in her mind. Listen to Kakashi, Yokai-id-sensei is a powerful character. Awesome character? Then you have to study more with teacher Yifeng. Lin nodded obediently. Kakashi was at home, eating instant noodles by himself, and his father was not home today, so he should be busy with official business. In his mind, he recalled what Yifeng had said to them at that time. This Yifeng teacher is not reliable, or is he too indulgent with students? It is really amazing that Uchiha can pass the level with a skill like Obito. At this time, Yifeng was eating, and in addition to Uzumaki, Mito, and Kushina, there were also Tsunade. As soon as he sat down, Tsunade complained that the medical department was too busy and almost did not have time to sleep. Then he talked about the riot in the mist-hidden village, which caused many low-level ninjas over there to be injured or even killed. The many undercover agents arranged by Konoha over there also fled because of this riot. Many died directly on the road. Those who were able to return to Konoha were all seriously injured. So these days, Tsunade is too busy to sleep. Yorikide pricked up his ears and listened to these news that he could barely see the information above Konoha. Mist-hidden village. The most famous is the Blood Mist, but Yifeng doesn't know why it is called Blood Mist. Is it simply his own people killing his own people? Tsunade gave the answer. Kirihide village was originally like us in Konoha. Everyone is equal, but after 3 generations of Mizukage came to power, the policy guidelines have gradually changed. The indigenous noble clans of this village, as well as the various Shainin families who created military merits in the war, became the highest-ranking nobles. Those small families that were annexed by the misty hidden village, including the blood succession limit, ordinary families, became civilians. These civilians, performing the most dangerous tasks, are purely tools, not even dogs. As for the Blood Mist no Sato, that means that the lower ninja exam of the mist-hidden village must kill one of his classmates. Of course, this is also an exam that only commoners will go through, and nobles do not need it. Then those civilians are not satisfied, and they are about to riot. Then, I heard that it was the upper echelons of Wuin village who sent 7 ninja swords to bloodily suppress it, and the entire Wuin village was shrouded in bloody terror. The 7 shinobi swords. Yifeng finally heard the knowledge he understood. However, the 7 people of the ninja knife mentioned by Tsunade are Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Kuriki Shotwesharu, Tsukusa Wild Bait Man, No Pair Shinhachi, Black Hoe Thundertooth, and Ghost Lantern Senkaku. Yifeng didn't know any of them. How come there is no mahogany anymore not chopped in it? Then, Tsunade added, now the teacher is planning to send several teams of ninjas to the vicinity of the village of Kurihi, and it should be Jiraiya, an idiot, as the commander-in-chief. Yifeng asked curiously, Isnt Zilai also the principal? Why do you have to go out on a mission? Tsunade looked at Yokai-id with idiotic eyes and said, ninja school, that is, to train ninjas who can go out on missions, and to endure the principal of the school, as the commander-in-chief of the mission, isn't it normal? Huh. This mission should not be for us to endure the students of the school. Tsunade shrugged and said, I heard that this is the meaning, mainly because there are not enough people now, and there have been many border disputes recently, and almost all of them have been dispatched. When necessary, as a freshman of Shinobi, he will also go to the battlefield. Chapter 040. Tsunade glanced at Yifeng with disdain. Judging by your greed for life and fear of death, even if the administrative department arranges the task here, it will not be arranged on your head. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Tsunade and said, Tsunade-heim, don't let the administration department arrange tasks for Yokai-id. In this case, don't say anything more in the future. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, Grandma, you still want Yokai-id out on a mission? Anyway, I don't agree. Even if Yifeng wants to go out on a mission, at least wait until Joshinai has a child. Yifeng was dumbfounded. Is it so direct? How does it sound like I've become a stallion? Wait until Juzanai has a child before I can go out on a mission? Tsunade's words were too much in line with Yikide's heart. Joshinai's face turned blushing shyly, fidgeting, and glared at Yifeng. How could Tsunade's sister say such a thing? Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade and said, if you do this, what will others think of us, Senju clan? The foundation of our Konoha is that the village is the first, Everyone is a member of the village, and there is no specialization. Besides, Knight Maple is the Hokage in the future. He said that he would not be a Hokage, and that he would let Jyoshunai be a Hokage. Can you be called Hokage if you retreat when you encounter a mission like this? Tsunade pouted and said, Humph, it's better than dying. You still think that the death of the rope tree and the broken is not an accident. I don't know if it's an accident, but I don't want another accident, no matter what. He is also the only remaining male member of our Thousand Hands clan. Yoki-id was also a little confused. Wasn't he Tsunade very dissatisfied with himself before? How suddenly, I leaned to my side again. Tsunade was still unconvinced and said, Besides, with Yoki-id's current strength, as long as the teacher retires, with the support of me and your grandmother, he will definitely be able to become a Hokage. Fool around. Do you think the strength is strong, and it is okay to have the support of our family? You are still so naive. Yefeng was also a little puzzled by Uzumaki Mito's words. Uzumaki Mito explained, Naruto, all the ninjas in our village, selected together. It's not that he is the strongest to be able to become Hokage, but everyone in our village recognizes him in their hearts in order to become Hokage. When Yifeng heard this, a trace of essence flashed in his eyes, and he realized it slightly. Tsunade, back then, Uchiha wanted to be a Hokage. Why didn't he succeed? Is he not strong? Uchiha's strength was not weaker than what you wanted at that time. But why did your grandfather inherit the position of Hokage? This is not the operation of our Thousand Hands clan, but the choice of the entire village. Even the Uchiha clan itself is not optimistic about Uchiha spots. You still think that as long as you are the strongest? When Yifeng heard these words, he suddenly realized. When I used to watch Hokage, many questions were solved at once. Why didn't Orochimaru become Hokage? Was it really the 3 generations of Hokage who single-handedly chose the Water Gate? I'm afraid that there are not many people in Konoha who want a beast-like person like Orochimaru to become Hokage, right? It is the desire of the human heart to become a Hokage. It's subtle. Tsunade pouted and said, Grandma, I know all this. What does that have to do with what I said? You let Yefeng not accept the task. What do others think of him? What do they think of our Thousand Hands clan? And the face to compete for the position of Hokage? Of course, it's still too early to say this. Yifeng, you better accumulate battle merits first and get acquainted with all the upper ninja in the village. Is it still early? Not early at all. Everyone thought that peace would continue, but in the near future, a new round of ninja wars would break out. After that great battle, Sarutobi will abdicate and make way for the 4th generation of Sien. At that time, it was time for Yefeng to help Jyoshunai compete for the position of the 4th generation. Grandma, arrange it as you want. I don't want to bother. Then Tsunade said about Yekeda's proposal to Jyoshunai. You are really embarrassed. A flower wants to marry our family Jyoshunai. Tsunade Supsama. Jyoshunai exhaled softly, and her face turned red. At this time, Jilai also came. He still had a bandage on his face, which he had hit last time. Knight Maple. Yifeng heard that he had also come to find himself, and immediately had a premonition. Himself going to war? Yefeng was not afraid at all, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya's words. Jiraiya, you come to judge. Yefeng proposed to my sister Jyoshunai. Is one flower enough? Zilai also touched the side of his face that was bandaged, and said with a forehead, I think it's okay. Before the words fell, Tsunade punched Jiraiya. Ugh. Zilai also flew directly out of the small courtyard. Bang. There was a loud bang outside. 10 minutes later, Zilai also sat in front of Yifeng, with bandages wrapped around both cheeks, and he almost couldn't recognize him. Yifeng, I came here because there is a mission coming. Is it a mission over there in Wien village? Zilai also nodded and said, Yes, it seems that you are still quite well informed. It is like this. The riot over there in the misty hidden village has led to the flight of a large number of civilian ninjas. The bloody suppression of the Ninja Dao 7 makes the civilian ninjas over there very dangerous. Yifeng said curiously, Let us go and save them? Zilai also shook his head and said, We don't have the spare power to save all people. Our mission this time is to save one person. This person is very important. She is a little girl. She has 2 blood succession boundaries at a young age. 2 blood succession limits? Who this girl is has already come out. Chapter 041. A 6-year-old girl who knows the 2 blood succession limits. Her name is Terumi. We have to save Terumi before the chase over there in Wuin village. According to the intelligence, she may be in this area, and we need to send 3 classes of ninjas to search there. Yifeng's eyes widened. 3 classes? Is our latest graduating class? Jiraiya nodded. But they didn't do anything. Zilai also said in a deep voice. Yes, they have indeed not done any tasks, and this mission can also be regarded as their opening exam from lower patients to middle patients. The commander of this mission is Yefeng. Me? Zilai also nodded and said, yes, as a member of the Thousand Hands clan, you naturally have to be the commander. Yifeng was stunned for a moment and said, what about Watergate? Watergate and I have other missions. Jiraiya patted Yi Qida's shoulder. Don't worry too much. You one team meet any Shangnan, because we will attract all of them. This time, the task of our graduating freshmen is to search, in this forest area, to find Terumi. Okay, since he also said so, Yefeng was also obligated to take this task. Just as Yefeng sent Jiraiya away, thinking about how he would complete the task this time, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's strength for reaching the shadow level. Yifeng was slightly stunned and quickly opened the properties. Name: Yifeng. Strength: Shadow. Position: Special Shinobi. Character card: SSS level Senju Pillar, Fusion Degree 50. Blood Succession Boundary: God level Muduin. Character card comes with it. Ninjutsu: Flying Thunder God, Art LV3. Dirt Reincarnation LV3. Thunder Thousand Birds LV3. Amarinua LV3. In Seal LV3. Baihao no Jutsu LV3. For Elephant Seal LV3. Ghoul Seal LV3. Harem Art LV3. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger Art LV3. There is also a Supreme package that has not been opened. Yifeng's mind has been on the marriage proposal Joshinai in the past few days, and he has forgotten that there is still a Supreme gift package that has not been opened. Ding! Open the Supreme gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-Class character card, Uzumaki Ashina. Uzumaki Ashina, the village chief of the Uzumaki Hidden Village, and the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. He is good at using sealing, and his sealing skills are very masterful, and he is known as the ancestor of Konoha's sealing technique. Yifeng's eyes were about to pop out. Uzumaki Ashina, the shadow-level powerhouse of the original era. It was also because of him that the other shinobi villages were terrified of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Therefore, after his death, many countries and ethnic groups launched an invasion of the country of Whirlpool, resulting in the tragic destruction of the country of Whirlpool. The surviving Uzumaki people are incognito and scattered around the world. This character card cannot be used for the time being, because the character card between the Thousand Hand Pillars has not been fully integrated. When the character cards between the Thousand Hand Pillars are fully fused with 100, you can fuse this Vortex Ashi character card and learn all the sealing techniques of the Vortex family. At that time, can you seal a nine-tailed play? The next morning, Yokaid had just arrived at the ninja school, and the other 2 teachers on the mission had already arrived. Yifengkuan, you are here. Yefeng was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that one of the Naka shinobi who led the team this time turned out to be Mikoto. After thinking about Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang, Sakura, Hinata, and Tintin, who are girls, also have to perform tasks before getting married and having children. Jiraiya also mentioned a little last night. Recently, the borders of various countries have begun to be chaotic again. As one of the 5 powers, various conflicts have also begun around the Land of Fire, and all of Konoha's upper shinobi have gone out. Therefore, the leaders of this mission, except for Yifeng, who is particularly shinobi, are all Zongnan teachers. In this way, Mikoto's role as a middle ninja class is also a normal thing. And if Yokaid remembers correctly, Mikoto personally trained the 2 brothers Itachi and Sasuke to Shuriken, which shows that he still has some strength. Mikoto looked at Yikid quietly, and was very curious in her heart what kind of strength Yikid was, and let Lord Jiraiya entrust the command with the heavy task. You know, the mission commander on the other side, but a genius like Watergate. Another teacher, named Hirano Zhao, also greeted Yefeng respectfully. The last bloodline of the Senju clan has been rumored in Konoha these days, and almost everyone above the middle ninja has heard of the name of Yifeng. The power of one person pressed the three elders of Konoha, forcing two people to take leave and one person to leave. Not many people know the details, and everyone is very curious about Yifeng. Haruno Zhao? Yefeng asked curiously, Zhao-sensei, do you have a daughter named Sakura? Haruno Zhao hurriedly said, Teacher Yefeng, don't talk nonsense. I'm not married yet, and you will cause misunderstanding if you say this. Haha, sorry, huh? Ikid remembered that it was too early to ask Sakura at this time, right? Let us go then. They agreed with the students to meet at the eastern entrance of Konoha Forest, 10 kilometers from Konoha village. If the student didn't even have the ability to cross the Konoha Forest alone, then there was no need to go out on a mission at all. It was pure death. Yokaide and Mikoto, as well as Haruno Akira, soon arrived at the eastern entrance and exit of the Konoha Forest. Yokaide glanced at it. In addition to Kakashi and Rin from his 7th class, there was another class of Kai, Ebisu, who didn't know that Hojinma had arrived. Rin said politely, Hello Yokaide-sensei, Mikoto-sensei, and Haruno-sensei. When Mikoto saw Rin, she came up happily, touched Rin's head, and said, Rin, you're here too. Well, I'm in the 7th shift. Kakashi Tsundere. Teacher, that idiot brought soil. It seems that he is going to be late again today. Yefeng smiled and said, It's okay, wait first. Soon, the 3 classmates of Mikoto's class also arrived, and Yefeng was not impressed. The 8 children looked at Yefeng and the other 2 teachers in unison. Because the time for departure has come, however, Obito has not yet arrived. Yifeng waved his hand and said, 2 of you, you guys go first, I'll wait for my students later. Mikoto hurriedly said, It's okay, we can all wait. Yes, Teacher Yefeng, it's still time. Yefeng shook his head and said, No need. If we go together, the goal on the road is too big. We want to pick up people this time to avoid the people of Wuin village, so the smaller your target, the safer. It's best to go it separately. Then, Yifeng took out 2 talismans. This is my special talisman. For you, keep safe. Mikoto and Haruno Zhao both took Yorakide's amulet curiously. Is this useful? 10 minutes later, Mikoto and Haruno Akira had led their teammates to leave, leaving only Yakuide, Kakashi, and Rin waiting. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the woods and smashed on the ground. You don't need to look at it. It's Obito who is late again. Kakashi crouched down in front of Obito and said, You're late again, Obito. Yifeng interrupted Obito's words, smiled, and said, Okay, no need to explain. Let us go. We are going to the country of water, Wuin village. The road is still very long. Chapter 042. Lin smiled and said, Obito, you look excited. Whatever. Obito said no, but the body was very honest. He was really excited because it was the first time he had left the village. Idiot. Kakashi, you're calling me an idiot again. Okay, you 2 don't argue. Now on a mission. Obito snorted, walked in the front, and said, What a task. It's been a day, and the birds haven't seen a single one. Yifeng walked slowly, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. There are no birds, but there are 2 people. In the woods, 2 masked ninjas, staring at the 4 people passing by. Their forehead badge shows that they are ninjas from the village of Mist. 3 children, so young as to endure. It seems that Konoha's personnel emergency problem is already very serious. Even the students of the ninja school came out for the mission so early. This is not something we should pay attention to. We should immediately bring the news back to Lord Loquat Jizo. Wait a minute, just 3 children, plus a kid with no information. They all just went to the battlefield. We took them down, and it will be a great credit to go back. Isn't that right? What's so bad? If you're so afraid of death, what kind of ninja are you going to be? Capture them back. Maybe you can know Konoha's deployment. That is a great achievement. Well, in this way, the 2 ninjas of the mist-hidden village reached a consensus. The 3 of the 7th class walked through the sunny path, and there was a large pool of water in front of them. Yifeng's eyes flashed, and he followed the 3 of the 7th class over. At the moment Yefeng walked over, 2 figures appeared in the water traces, which were the 2 mist shinobi who were lurking just now. They suddenly burst out and divided the corpse of Yifeng. The 3 people of the 7th class were directly frightened. Then, they suddenly appeared behind Obito. You are the second target. They also didn't expect that they would solve the only adult ninja so easily, and this ninja was too weak, right? Obito's eyes widened, and he was so scared that he couldn't move his body, seeing that they were going to tear Obito to shreds. Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, kicked them away, and pulled the crumbling away. Obito's whole body knelt on the ground, and his heart was full of fear. Killed dead. Doppelganger. Kakashi froze and immediately separated into two doppelgangers. The two licked their lips and said, "Ouch, such a young doppelganger. It's a genius ninja in Konoha, and I like killing genius ninjas the most." Lin was also full of horror, but still threw Kuwu at the two. Bang! Kuwu directly knocked out. Yo, and such a cute little sister. I like it, huh? Kakashi split into three and rushed towards the two. Find death. Suddenly, a vine appeared on their feet and tied them. Huh, what is it? Bang, bang. Kakashi's two doppelgangers were instantly torn apart, and Kakashi himself widened his eyes, and the Kiri Shinobu on the opposite side, the kunai in his hand, was about to stab his own neck. And his own suffering is not far from the other party's heart. It is a little far. Still failed. At this moment, Kirito's hand was entangled in vines that suddenly appeared, and Kumo wiped Kakashi's face over. And Kakashi's bitterness went straight to the other party's heart. Ugh! Kiri Shinobu's eyes widened, looked at Kakashi, and sat down directly. Kakashi's heart beat faster, and he quickly retreated. Killed yourself? At this time, a round of applause appeared behind them. Congratulations, Kakashi, on your first successful killing. This is a ninja's rite of passage. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and Yefeng stood quietly with a smile. What? How is he still alive? The only remaining missed Shinobu eyes were about to pop out. And the three people of the 7th class, looking at Yifeng, who suddenly appeared, all widened their eyes. Kakashi, Lin, teacher Yefeng is not dead. Obito, it turned out to be a stand-in. Yefeng smiled and said, why? Isn't it a surprise? And what about the Misty Shinobi? Don't solve him. When Kakashi heard this, he immediately looked at the other Kiri Shinobu. Kiri shouted and threw countless shurikens at them. Bang, 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 bang. All the shurikens were blocked by the roots that suddenly appeared. Kakashi's eyes shrank. This is the legendary Mudoin? The teacher is so handsome. Rin's eyes lit up. Obito, Kakashi has already opened the meat. Then it will be your turn to take the soil. You, as the other boy in the class, now give you a task to kill him. Obito's eyes were about to pop out. What? What do you do with me? Can you be called a ninja without killing? It's tied up like this. If you can't kill it, then you better go home. Chapter 043 Gauging. Obito was lying on the ground, crying and vomiting, and the Misty Shinobu had fallen in a pool of blood. Lin, who was not far away, couldn't help but vomit, with tears in her eyes. Kakashi was silent, and finally couldn't help but gag a little, and then complained. Obito, can you simply and neatly stab him for more than 10 minutes before stabbing him to death? Yefeng was also speechless. Obito was really weak, but in the end he completed the task. After this bloody baptism, they should not continue to be in a daze on the battlefield. But looking at these children, isn't it a little too anxious? However, Obito raised his head, and those eyes, blood-red inside, were two hooks of jade rotating around the pupils. Riding will eyes. Groove. Yefeng was also stunned. Obito was so stimulated by himself that he opened his eyes. Kakashi was still thinking about continuing to complain, but when he saw Obito's eyes, he was also stunned for a moment, and his heart was shocked. Did teacher Yefeng deliberately let Obito open the Sharingan? The image of Yefeng in Kakashi's heart suddenly became tall. Lin said with a worried face, Obito, it's nothing, right? What is nothing? Obito himself is still in the dark. Wait until Obito himself on himself to take a picture of himself to know that he opened the chakra eye. No wonder, I was able to see the flow of chakra. This is the Sharingan. Kakashi next to him couldn't help but envy. I heard that Sharingan can do illusions, will you? Obito snorted and said arrogantly, of course. Then you use it to see. Humph, I'm afraid you will faint if you use it. Don't use it first. Yefeng rolled his eyes, really a little fart who likes to brag. I have to say, Is it really the sun of luck, so it can also open your eyes? The three of the 7th class were noisy, and finally came to the border of the Fire Nation. In front of you is a bay with a bridge connecting the two ends. On the opposite side of the bridge is the territory of the Land of Water. The Land of Water is a group of islands near the eastern side of the continent, the Land of Fire. In this way, there are 3 or 4 bridges connecting the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. There was a thick fog on the bridge, and there was a faint red color like blood in it, and 5 fingers could not be seen. It's a bit oozing. This is the horror of the blood mist. No wonder people say that the mist-hidden village is shrouded in blood mist all year round. Lin immediately turned around and said, "Teacher, there is fog on the bridge in front. Do you want to go in?" Yefeng nodded and said, "Yes, if you don't go in, you plan to swim over?" Kakashi said quietly, "But there may be someone up there." Yifeng said lightly, "What about someone? No matter who, there is no one. You have to go over." Obito stood up, squinted, looked, and suddenly felt a little dizzy. "There's a guy up front." Lin next to him said happily, "Obito, can you see it?" "Probably. You can vaguely see the flow of chakra, but it's similar to the 2 fog ninja just now." Saying that, he slipped with his dirt feet and almost fell. "Obito, what is wrong with you?" "It's okay." Yifeng said lightly. "It's okay. Don't use so many chakra eyes. Be careful of blindness." "Huh. Teacher Yefeng, don't scare me." Obito immediately turned pale. "I didn't scare you. It's okay to practice ninjutsu and physical arts more." Before Obito could enjoy the feeling of being a hero, he was stimulated by Yifeng's words and felt that he had fallen to the bottom. He thought to himself that Yefeng must have lied to him. He had never heard of blinding with more chakra eyes. Was Yifeng jealous that he opened the Sharingan? In fact, Yefeng didn't remember the details very clearly, but he felt that he should remember correctly. Moreover, along the way just now, Yifeng probably also knew that there was no one to guide, and Obito now opened the Sharingan, that is, the role of a sentinel, to see if there was a flow of chakra, and then there would be no eggs. As for Kamui, the devil knows when Obito will comprehend it. "Where's the enemy?" "There, right above the bridge." Yifeng rolled his eyes. "You just say it." "Why are you pointing? You don't scare people away like this." "Kakashi, idiot." "Ugh. Obito is about to collapse, opened the Sharingan, and was ridiculed. "Teacher Yefeng, you are the devil." In between speaking, the thick fog on the bridge gradually cleared. Yefeng shrugged and said, "Look, I'm right. You scared people away." Obito said unconvinced, "Teacher, I call this a soldier who submits without a fight. Have you read the Book of Soldiers? You tell me about the Book of War. Have you seen Sun Tzu's Art of War and the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? Obito stupid, what is that? He had never heard of it. "I haven't seen anything. Pretend to be knowledgeable with me. Let us go." Yifeng flicked Obito's tender forehead, laughed, and left. Just as Yefeng and the others were about to cross the bridge, 3 strange human bodies suddenly drilled out of the ground. Teacher." The 3 children were shocked when they saw these 3 terrifying white human forms suddenly fuse together and turn into a white weirdo full of spikes. Even Obito, who had just awakened the Sharingan, was so scared that he was on the verge of crying. Yifeng was suddenly speechless. "You just killed someone. Can you be bold? When you look at the opposite thing, this is not white." On the way out of Konoha, Yokiid always felt that something was missing. Now seeing Baiju, Yifeng finally figured it out, and during the time he fused the character card between the 1,000-hand pillars, he was not discovered by that undead of Uchiha. It seems that it was not discovered, but secretly observed. Chapter 044 Baiju can actually fit together? Yifeng was also very surprised and immediately stood up. He was very interested in this kind of thing that he had heard was cultivated by intercolumn cells, and vaguely remembered that Kishimoto had changed the setting later, and Baiju had become the person who fell into the infinite moon reading launched by Kaguya a long time ago. No matter what, Yefeng is very curious. "You guys back off, let me come." Kakashi, Obito, and Rin watched Night Maple stand up, quickly got out of the way, and all looked at Night Maple. Along the way, they were all very curious about Yifeng's true strength. Now they are very apprehensive in their hearts, and they want to see the true strength of Yifeng, and they are afraid that the white weirdo on the opposite side will kill Yifeng. "Teacher, come on." Rin plucked up the courage to cheer Yefeng on. Yifeng took the opportunity to touch his head. Both Kakashi and Obito were speechless. At this time, Baiju was already about to rush over, and the spikes on his body were exposed, very hideous. Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger Art. Yifeng injected chakra into the shuriken in his hand and threw it forward, and then the shuriken shadow appeared tens of thousands of times, shooting at the white Jew in front of him. The 7th class, which was hiding behind Yifeng, looked at the shuriken in the sky, and its mouth grew big. Wow. Oh, I want to learn ninjutsu like this too. Swish, swish, swish. However, all of these shurikens were pierced at Baiju's body, but they did not seem to have any effect. It seems that the physical attack is not very good, and the physical defense on the opposite side is a bit high. But it seems that Baiju is also good at Muduan. Is my Mudun useful? If Mudun is useless, it will be a vicious battle, and you must try to transfer them. Seeing that Bai was about to pounce, Yifeng's figure flashed, and he had already picked up the 3 of the 7th class and retreated. Teacher, can't we beat him? Lin was held by Yifeng, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. The main thing is that the white weirdo is too ugly. No, you are too weak for fear of hurting you. Yifeng finished speaking and put them down. At this time, the 7th class found that they had crossed the bridge. A kilometer-long bridge that passed in an instant? This is the strength of the teacher. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all had shocked expressions. However, in the next second, Yifeng had already appeared in front of Baiju. Aura Renua first style. Yifeng suddenly appeared below Baiju, kicked Baiju's chin, and directly kicked Baiju away. Of course, the next action of Table Lianhua was too strange. It was a binding and a hug, and Yifeng naturally cancelled the next move. The teacher is amazing. Lin's eyes lit up. Kakashi thought to himself, this is Shang Shinobu? Obito couldn't help but say, I will definitely be better than the teacher in the future. Mudun, Wood Dragon Art. Night Maple naturally would not give Baiju any chance to react, forming a seal, passing chakra to the seeds of the trees, producing a huge dragon, binding Baiju in the air. At the moment when the Wood Dragon Art trapped Baiju, Yifeng felt that the Wood Dragon absorbed a life source from Baiju, in addition to absorbing chakra. It should be the intercolumn cells. Sure enough, white is made of intercolumn cells. In just a few seconds, Baiju was directly sucked by Yifeng, and finally only a pool of clear liquid dripped on the ground, representing that Baiju once existed. The 3 people of the 7th class who were watching the battle from a distance shivered, and Yifeng was too terrifying, and directly sucked the opponent white weirdo dry. Yifeng glanced at it, and the fusion degree was already 57.9, and this white absolute gave him a fusion degree of 0.3. If you absorb 1000 for him, you can go from 0 to 100 in an instant. Yifeng looked at the water traces on the ground and sighed, a little pity. If nothing is figured out, the white is gone. When Yifeng turned around, he felt that the eyes of the 7th class looking at him were different, and he looked a little scared, and he suddenly cried and laughed. It seems that the situation of sucking Baiju dry just now scared the children. Let us go? Yifeng thought. Baiju has already appeared. Will the spots appear? Not very likely. Because the old Uchiha Ban was in the Battle of Shunwubi Bridge, he did not dare to appear in front of the Wave Feng Shui Gate. By the time he rescued Obito, they all looked so old that they were about to hang up. It can be seen that there was not much of his strength left at that time. This stage, this time, should be the beginning of the Ninja World War. It should not be too long before the Battle of Shunwubi Bridge. It may be 3 or 5 years, and no more than 10 years at most. In this way, the current Uchiha spot is also in the age spot stage. Even, Yifeng thought deeper. Maybe after Ujibo escaped in suspended animation, he had long been gone, and he was just holding on. Otherwise, why did the Ninja World War I, the Ninja World War II, and when there was such turmoil, Uchiha did not dare to appear as his body? Even if the 2nd generation Senju was seriously injured and died, when Sarutobi took over, Konoha's situation was so chaotic, and Uchiha did not return to Konoha to make trouble? Just dare to engage in small actions and train their successors, Nagato and Obito. I'm afraid that Uchiha is not very confident in his strength and will not come forward in person. At most, send white and black to test it. The Night Maple is more than 50 fused, and it is definitely not worth it to face age spots. In a cave somewhere, it was extremely dark, and an old man with a broken wind and candle sat on a stone throne, with several huge pipes connected behind him, extending to the huge golem behind him. This old man is Uchiha. Baiju came out of the wall and said, Madara-sama, that night maple is very strong. You mean the one who was recognized by Uzumaki Mido as the last bloodline of the Senju clan? Yes, his strength is very strong. Moreover, he can absorb us, and the 3 whites will not be there in 10 seconds. A trace of essence flashed in Uchiha's eyes. He is going to Wuin village? Yes. Baiju, he can absorb 3. Do you think 1,000, 10,000? As soon as the words fell, the dark place, just under the outer path golem, the dense white absolute opened his eyes in an instant, at least tens of thousands. Chapter 045 Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. The door opened, and Orochimaru walked in. Teacher, you called me? Ape Fei Rechop nodded and said, Yes, Great Snake Pill. I want to ask, you have studied Mu Dun for so long. Under what circumstances do you think that the wood dragon art will absorb Baiju completely? The big snake pill was stunned for a moment and said, Baiju? You mean that white inhuman thing that we caught 5 years ago? Ape Fei Rechopper nodded and said, Yes, that thing attacked Yefeng today. The big snake pill's eyes suddenly lit up, full of radiance. Are you saying that Yifeng's wood dragon technique has absorbed Baiju completely? Yes, the people of the Ministry of Intelligence said so, and also took a few photos. Saying that, Sarutobi pushed the photo in front of the big snake pill. In these photos, it is obvious that Baiju is shrinking. White absorption. Could it be that Baiju's body is the cells of the first generation of adults? Orochimaru said excitedly. It is very likely that that thing was formed by the cells of the first generation of adults, so that it can explain why it can hide in the land and trees and escape. It's a pity it's gone. The big snake pill felt that Baiju's body was full of research value. There may still be. The big snake pill saw the earliest photo again, although the picture was not clear, but he could also see that it was 3 white absolutes. This is a group of conspecifics? Orochimaru was stunned. Then, Sarutobi patted the transparent beaker covered next to him. Here is the last liquid left by Baiju. The big snake pill's eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached over. Syllable. Orochimaru's hand was knocked off. Ape Fei re-smiled and said, Big snake pill, you go to do something first. Come back. This thing is for you. What is going on? Go to Yunin village and bring Tuanzong back. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and said, Teacher, are you in some trouble? Sarutobi smiled and said, According to our chants, Tuanzo should get a little loot back, such as Neo. The big snake pill's pupils shrank. 2 tails? Isn't Laying going to chase and kill again? Not long ago, he was hammered by the thunder shadow, and the big snake pill didn't want to try it a second time. Ape Fei re-smiled and said, You don't need to put too much pressure, you just need to support Tuanzong this time. Laying I will deal with it. The old man has not been active for a few years. The big snake pill has not calmed the waves in his heart. Teacher, we are equivalent to deceiving Yunin village? Deception? This is the lesson they learned from infiltrating our Konoha to snatch the future Nine-Tails Pillar Force. Sarutobi smiled and shook his head. We in Konoha don't come when they want to, and they can leave if they want. Teacher, am I going now? No hurry, 3 days soon. A week later, during this time, you will be by my side for the time being. The big snake pill nodded. He also understood that after he knew this news, he could not walk out of the sight of the ape flying sun. This is the rule. Teacher, can you give me a study of that thing? No, you study it. There is no day or night, and when the time comes, you will miss a big thing. Orochimaru was depressed. Step into the land of water, and a humid sea breeze blows in your face. Obito said excitedly. Teacher, next, what are we going to do? Kill into the misty hidden village. Yefeng glanced at Obito and said, Can you kill chickens or ducks? Also kill into the mist hidden village. Wait until you can kill it yourself. Obito suddenly said unconvinced, Teacher, I am a genius ninja of the Uchiha family, who opened the Sharingan. Yefeng glanced at the woods in front of him and said, Okay, the genius ninja of the Uchiha family. You go up, someone is coming. Huh, it was actually discovered? Suddenly, a large knife cut through the grass, revealing the figure inside. It was a hideous-looking man with a shark-like face, skin color, and sharp teeth. A mist shinobu next to him pointed at Yi Kid and said, "Oni Lord, that's them. And one of the little guys is the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Yi Feng was slightly stunned. Dried persimmon ghost mackerel. Looking at his big knife, it is just an ordinary big knife, not a bandaged mackerel. And people are also very young. It seems that he has not yet become a member of the Ninja Knife 7. Oni stared at Yokaid and said, "Konoha Ninja, you know me?" "Of course I know, the famous shark man." Obito looked at Yi Feng, and then looked at the shark man on the opposite side, and his legs were frightened. Yokaid also touched Obito's head and said, "Go on, the genius ninja of the Uchiha family." Obito's legs were trembling, and he was about to cry. On the up, his chakra eye saw that the man on the opposite side, the chakra on his body, was 10 times stronger than those ninjas before. It looks so fierce. Wouldn't he be killed by a knife when he went up? Kakashi also took out the kunai and stared at the dried persimmon on a mackerel, feeling that the atmosphere was very dignified. Yi Feng was still saying, "You guys go out. You must hide your strength. Don't show off at every turn." You see that Obito is recognized all of a sudden. Others know that you are the Uchiha family. When the time comes, specifically kill you and gouge your eyes. Lin couldn't laugh or cry. Teacher Yefeng is good everywhere, but he likes to play tricks and bring soil too much. Chapter 046. Obito originally thought that Yefeng was playing tricks on him, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was such a terrifying look. He didn't want to fight with the dry persimmon ghost mackerel. But Yefeng immediately retreated 10 meters, allowing Obito to stand in the front. "Haha, really interesting. Are you trying to train newcomers? I'll let all of you die here, cut off all your feet, and throw them to feed the sharks." Yefeng smiled. "Feed the sharks? If you feed more sharks, you will always be fed sharks one day. Fine death." Dried persimmon ghost mackerel whole body chakra eruption. Kakashi's eyes widened, and the kunai in his hand immediately struck. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel swung the big sword in his hand, instantly cut off the oncoming Ku-Wu, and then slashed towards Obito. "Ugh!" Obito screamed, and the whole person sat on the ground, but accidentally escaped. Mainly the vines that emerged from the feet of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel slightly stopped the dried persimmon ghost mackerel a little. That's it, a little bit, rubbing the scalp with dirt and passing. It's just that the hair on the top of the head with soil is connected to the scalp and is directly cut off. Instant baldness. Yefeng couldn't help but laugh. Obito cried directly. His eyes were full of panic. It turned out that Yefeng really wouldn't save him. "It's terrifying." Kakashi cursed. "Obito, you shot." The dried persimmon ghost mackerel laughed and said, "Little ghost, you only know how to cry. Go to death. If you want to blame you waste adults for not saving you." Just under the existential crisis, Obito's chakra eyes turned, and he blocked the big knife of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel with the kunai in his hand. And Yi Feng's figure also suddenly appeared in front of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, stopping the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. And the big knife of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel is still smashed into the bitterness of the soil because of inertia. Bang! Obito's whole body flew out upside down, feeling that his entire arm was completely unconscious. "Obito, it's good. You blocked the blow of Shangnan. It's worth praise." Obito was stunned for a moment and looked back. "Teacher?" Looking ahead, another teacher was fighting with the terrifying shark man. That's a doppelganger. "Obito, I'll help you heal." Rin hurriedly came up to use the healing technique on Obito, concentrated chakra in the palm of her hand, and aimed it at Obito's arm to heal. Obito looked at Rin's appearance and couldn't help but be in a daze, feeling his arm contained in a warm stream of heat. "Okay." Lin pouted and said, "Teacher, isn't it too dangerous for you to do this?" Obito's arm almost broke it. Obito heard Rin care about himself like this, and his heart suddenly warmed, thinking of becoming a Hokage in the future and marrying Rin as a wife. Of course, this is just wishful thinking on the part of a small otaku. Yefeng smiled and said, "It's not dangerous. Can you grow?" On the battlefield, the scalp of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel is numb. A doppelganger actually beat himself, so that he couldn't fight back? Just when the dry persimmon ghost mackerel was about to use his trick, water escape, bursting water rushing wave, to completely turn this place into a piece of Wangyang, Yifeng suddenly retreated. Yokaid said, Kakashi, it's your turn. This is a very good opportunity to exercise. The blue-gray face of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel also showed an ugly look. This guy actually regarded himself as a sparring partner for these three little ghosts. Kakashi nodded and said, Okay, sensei, I'm just trying to use my latest trick. Lay done. With Kakashi's loud gulp, a dazzling thunder light appeared in the short sword in his hand, very dazzling, making a sound that seemed like 1,000 birds were screaming. Yiki's eyes also lit up. Kakashi was so young. He created Chidori himself? Little ghost, it's kind of interesting. The dried persimmon Oni laughed, and his figure flashed, kicking Kakashi away. Kakashi was handsome for only 3 seconds, and he smashed directly on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. Yefeng was embarrassed. This move looks handsome, but Kakashi is still too small, and the trick reading seconds bar is a bit long, and it was interrupted before the move. Kakashi. Rin immediately used healing on Kakashi, and at the same time, Obito threw his shuriken at the dried persimmon Oniko, not as stupidly as before. Yifeng, who was watching the battle next to him, nodded in satisfaction. After Yifeng's previous training for them, now that they encounter battles, they will at least not be in a hurry and can play their due role. The only thing that was a little funny was the hair with soil, which was directly leveled by the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. Obito threw shuriken and kunai while crying again. His hair was so gone, and he just took a look in Lin's mirror. It was so ugly, and Lin didn't like herself. Ugh. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel is furious. Water escape, burst water rush. As soon as the dried persimmon ghost mackerel's voice fell, countless streams of water erupted from his mouth in an instant, and the huge water quickly covered this woodland. Then a huge lake appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was trapped by this huge lake, as if they were inside a huge swimming pool. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi's faces all changed, and they all looked at Yikid. They've never been in a situation like this. Yifeng didn't expect that the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was so strong at this time? The dried persimmon ghost mackerel laughed cruelly at Yifeng's few people. Now that you are dead, in this battlefield that completely belongs to me, next, you will obediently wait here for death, slowly struggling in the abyss of this sea. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel laughed arrogantly. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel burst out, and Chakra immediately formed a shark-like water bomb and flew towards the position of the three people. Mudu and Mu ingot wall. Yifeng's hands were sealed, and a row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form arches behind him, blocking him in the 7th class. Bang! 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 The water mackerel bomb hit the wall of the wooden ingot released by the night maple and dissipated directly. But the dried persimmon mackerel is not worried, because in the water, his chakra sharks are endless. And it was only a matter of time before this wooden ingot wall, which was slightly fragile to him, destroyed it. Lin said worriedly, Teacher Yefeng, that guy's shark seems to be endless as long as there is enough chakra on the water. Obito opened the Sharingan, nodded and said, Teacher, his chakra has not decreased, but has increased. Kakashi looked at Yefeng speechlessly. Teacher, it's all this time. Aren't you serious yet? Yifeng shook his head and said, No, I'm just thinking about how to break through his explosive water rush. Mu Dun, birth of the tree realm. I saw the earth rumble, and the ground cracked countless spider web cracks and shook. Densely packed small saplings break through the ground and grow wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dense forest in a blink of an eye. The trees in all directions stretch out their hideous and thick branches like life. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel's eyes are about to pop out. The lake caused by his bursting water instantly seeped into the crack in the ground and disappeared. What kind of trick is this? When did Konoha come out with such a monster? The first reaction of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel is to escape. He can't beat this man. Chapter 047, however, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel had not yet run out, and was instantly surrounded by countless tree roots and vines. Swish, swish, swish. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel cut off the root vine in front, and the root vine in the back drilled out again. Obito also shouted, "Go and die, shark monster." Then Obito and Kakashi's kunai held in their hands shot towards each other. At the same time, Yifeng's shadow avatar also kicked towards the dry persimmon ghost mackerel fiercely. So. The reaction of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was also extremely fast. His body shook, and several kunai pieces were inserted into his cheeks. The reason why he inserted it was because he didn't have the strength to pay attention to the 7th class at all, but was preoccupied with dodging Yifeng's attack. Abominable little ghost, you wait. With a kunai stuck in his head, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel shouted angrily, and quickly turned around and ran. However, countless tree roots and vines continued to drill out and directly surrounded him. Obito laughed and said, "Haha, shark monster, I'll make you arrogant again." Kakashi rolled his eyes. Lin watched from the side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yifeng's back, and suddenly felt that Yifeng's back was very tall. Originally, she felt that Yefeng was too bloody, and she wanted to take the soil to kill. But now it seems that in these few short days, there are probably more changes in the soil than in the past year. And her own thinking has changed a lot. All this comes from teacher Yifeng. Ugh. Suddenly, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, which was wrapped in rice dumplings, roared angrily, and actually broke the roots and vines of the tree. Bang! With a loud bang, tree roots and vines flew, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel fled directly into the forest. Sure enough, it's a tailed beast, comparable to the power of the tailed beast. Let us chase. Yifeng sighed and hurriedly chased after him. The birth of the tree realm is very awesome, but as long as you escape this range and catch up, it is a little difficult. And the dried persimmon ghost mackerel belongs to the type of tired people who run and run fast. Teacher. Lin hurriedly stopped Yifeng. Yifeng saw that Lin was not walking fast, and directly picked up Lin, the little lowly, with one hand. Rin immediately blushed a little shyly. "Teacher, wait for me." Obito immediately shouted. Of course, Yefeng didn't have any special thoughts about Lin, the little lowly. "You're too slow, Lin. What did you just say?" Lin blushed slightly and said, "Teacher, isn't our task to find that little girl? How did it become chasing and killing Miss Shinobi? Let us catch up first." They missed Shinobu appeared here, which means that they are also searching. Maybe they already have clues. Lin heard Yifeng's explanation and nodded convincingly. So it is, the teacher is really thoughtful. In fact, Yefeng just wanted to fight, but he also had to find a reasonable reason. Shadow doppelganger art. Night Maple froze, leaving a shadow doppelganger behind, taking care of Obito and Kakashi, who couldn't keep up, and then hugged Rin and chased after him. No way, the tailed beast of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel runs too fast, and if you don't chase a little closer, you will really lose it. "Teacher, wait." Obito shouted, and when he saw Yifeng, he left a shadow doppelganger. Kakashi is also speechless. Teacher Yefeng is too unreliable, and he is suspected of being a Lilicon. While fleeing, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel turned around, and when he saw Yefeng and Rin, his eyes were about to pop out. What kind of monster is this, holding a little girl, and chasing so tightly? It's terrifying. You have to ask Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost Lord, Loquat Juzo-sama. These ninja Dao 7 people joining forces may not be able to solve this monster. Thinking of this, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel still ran quickly in the direction of the 7 people of the ninja knife. After all, he knew that the 7 people of the ninja Dao, the 7 adults, were still acting together, and if they separated, they would be broken one by this monster when the time came, and it would be even worse. After chasing for 5 minutes, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel felt that it was about to run out, and when he looked back, he saw that Yefeng was still behind. Damn it! Where's the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost? I'm dying of exhaustion. Yifeng chased behind, and was also very surprised. So young. It didn't look like a 20-year-old dried persimmon ghost mackerel. It was so energetic. Is it through 1 or 2 lakes, and can be accelerated by using water escape? The chakra in the body seems to be inexhaustible. Yifeng was suddenly curious. This should be the blood succession limit, right? At this time, not far ahead, the birds were startled, followed by a burst of laughter, which shook the entire forest. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel's eyes suddenly lit up, and the adults of the 7 people of the ninja knife were in front. When he looked back, Yefeng was still chasing him, and suddenly showed a terrified look, but he laughed loudly in his heart. Chase, chase. You'll die later. I'm going to cut off your feet to feed the sharks. Chapter 048. In the forest ahead, Mikoto Uchiha carries a student. Haruno Zhao carries 2 students, all 3 of whom are students in the last class, all unconscious. Followed by Makai, Butchie Firestring, and Ebisu 3rd Shift, they are shuttling through the woods at a very fast speed. Suddenly, all of them stopped. In front of them, 7 people of varying fatness and thinness, both in appearance and with weapons in their hands, were extremely strange, stopped them. The mist shinobu who was chasing and killing behind also fell, and said to these 7 strange people, the 7 people of the ninja sword, the 7 adults, they are the Konoha ninjas lurking in, and they seem to be looking for something. Very good, catch them. Unexpectedly, there are beautiful ninjas from Konoha. We like it the most. Hey, it's my turn to try it first this time, right? Fart. I've been empty several times. The face of Haruno Zhao, the middle ninja teacher at the head, changed drastically. The 7 people of the ninja sword in the mist-hidden village. There are 7 ninja swords, but the most elite upper ninja among the mist ninja. Each of them has a bloody weapon and kills countless people, which are Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Loquat Juzo, Chestnut Skewer Maru, Tsukusa Wild Bait Man, No Pair Shinhachi, Black Hoe Thundertooth, and Ghost Lantern Thousand Blades. There were 7 people in front of me. Mikoto Uchiha was equally pale, and these weirdos looked into her eyes as if they were going to eat him. How come? They are the Ninja Dao 7 of Mist Hidden Village. Wasn't he led away? Haruno Zhao said in a deep voice. I don't know. What accident may have happened? Accident? Such an accident. We will all die here. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly remembered Yokai in her heart, and when she was leaving, she gave her an amulet to carry with her. Her hand grabbed it in her pocket and took out the amulet. Makai, Butchie Firestring, and Ebisu 3, who had just graduated, were also trembling with fear. Oops, we're surrounded. You can't escape at all. The tall and thin-masked man standing at the front made a hoarse voice. I didn't expect us to be so prestigious. Even the children of Konoha village know? Although you don't have a lot of blood, only a little, but the knife is a little rusty, you must let it suck blood to replenish the iron element. Mikoto Uchiha hurriedly blocked in front of the 3 students, gritting her teeth. What to do? Only us, not his opponent at all. Yi Fengkuan, where are you? At this moment, a figure appeared. Uchiha Mikoto was overjoyed. It won TB Yi Fengjun coming to save himself, right? Turning his head, Uchiha Mikoto was stunned. Finally caught up. A strange guy dressed in green, with a weird black hairstyle and a green glow all over his body, suddenly appeared. Kai, the student behind her, suddenly shouted, Dad, why are you here? As a father of shinobi, how could he appear here? Father? Everyone looked at the comer, stunned. The one who came was Matt Kai's father, Matt Dai, an unremarkable shinobi. Mater Dai said in a deep voice, Don't say it, you guys run away, we'll buy time. Kai said anxiously, You said let us escape, but Dad, the other side is Shangnan, and it's still the Ghost Dao 7. Just by relying on your father, you can't resist it at all. Let us go, Kai. Don't forget that I still have the 8 gates of death. Kai was stunned for a moment and muttered, But in that case, Dad will. Mater Dai turned around and smiled at Kai, giving a thumbs up. That is self-restraint. And now is the time to swear to death and keep what matters most to you. In K's mind, what Matt Day said to himself, the so-called real victory is not to defeat the strong, but to protect what is most important to you. At this time, the 7 people of the Ninja Dao on the opposite side laughed out loud. Laugh at me? A Konoha shinobi is funny here, right? Your hairstyle has long been killed in our Wuin village. Yo, it seems that it is a physical practice. Come on, punch me and try. Mater Dai coldly looked at Orochimaru, who laughed at him, and said, If I punch you, you will die. Orochimaru suddenly laughed out loud, and said to the other Ninja 7 behind him. He said that he would die if he punched me. Come on. You can't kill me. I want you and your son to die. Mater Dai turned his head and waved his hand to signal Mikoto Uchiha to go with them. Suddenly, in the clear sky, a light rain began to fall. Madara's whole body was like steel burning red, and his skin burned red. At this time, everyone found that it was not the light rain just now, but the heat emitted in Madara's body was too large, causing the surrounding water to be rapidly evaporated, thus involving countless fine water lines. Open, 8-gate Dunjiaore. Madara roared, and the momentum of his whole body suddenly exploded. 8 doors Dunjia, 8th gate of death, open. Open door, rest door, birth door, wounded door, do door, Jing gate, shock door, death door, collectively known as 8 doors. By unlocking the 8 gates that bind chakra in the human body, you can temporarily gain great power. When the 8 doors are fully opened, you can instantly obtain dozens of times the power above the 5 shadows. After opening the door of death, he will also die because his life force burns out. Bang! The ground was shaking, and time seemed to freeze in this instant. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly shouted, Chestnut Shotweed Pill retreats quickly. Kirishimara what? Steam fiery red, chakra fiery red, and the whole body fiery red Madara instantly came to the chestnut shrapnel pill and threw out a punch. Everyone couldn't see clearly, only saw a fiery red shadow streaked by, and the fist had come out. Syllable. A dull sound. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and in the next second, it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and the whole body exploded into countless fragments. Both sides are stupid. What is this situation? A shinobi instantly burst the 7 people of the ninja knife? Only Matt Kai is silently crying. Dad is right. His 8-door Dunjia can really be killed in seconds. The ninja knife 7 instantly turned into the ninja knife 6, and the other 6 immediately stepped back and looked at Madara, who was like a hungry ghost in hell with great horror. At this time, another exclamation came from outside the woods. Watermelon Mountain Puffer, Ghost Lord. Help me. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel had just emerged from the woods and saw a ghost-like person with a red chakra all over his body. Who is this? Before reacting, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel instantly flew out upside down, crashed into an unknown number of trees, and had disappeared into the woods. Yefeng and Lin had just chased in when they saw Madara make a move. This person wore green clothes, a strange black hairstyle, red steam all over his body, and his skin turned red, like a beast-like look. Yifeng was slightly stunned. Triumphant. No, it's Kai's father. Matte, a man who bursts the ninja knife 7. Yifeng did not expect to be able to witness this scene with his own eyes. Matt wore 8 doors wide open, kicked the dried persimmon ghost mackerel to death, and directly changed the history behind the Hokage. Without the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, the Shao organization would be incomplete, and how much change the plot would have in the future, even Yefeng didn't know. Ding, based on the current situation of the host, give 3 choices. Option 1. At the fastest speed, together with Matt Dai, behead all 7 people of the ninja knife. Reward. A-level ninjutsu. 8-door Doinjia formation. A-level physical art towards Peacock. Option 2. As a bystander, witness the most brilliant fireworks of this era, and watch the 8 doors open and wear the beheading ninja knife of the 7. Then kill the survivors. Rewards. A-level ninjutsu. 8-door Doinjia array. A-level physical art Night Phoenix. Option 3. Prevent Dai Bayman from opening wide and leave all 7 ninja blades behind. Rewards. Met S favor 100. Met Kai S favorites 100. Uchiha Makoto S favorites 30. Yifeng felt very unreasonable. Yi Kai, who opened the 8 doors, is obviously a god-level existence that almost killed Ban, at least an S-level figure. Why is the 8-gate Dunjia array an A-grade ninjutsu? For these 3 options, Yefeng did not have any hesitation and directly chose to prevent Dai from continuing to open the 8 doors. These 3 options are deceptive. Chao Peacock and Night Phoenix are both physical techniques specially opened with the 8 gates Dunjia array, and they are both physical techniques handed down by Madara. Madara is still there, and any ninjutsu in his family can be consulted, which should not be a problem. But if the person hangs up, then there is nothing. Besides, Yefeng felt that Madara might not be a simple subordinate. With such strength, someone who can create an 8-door Doinjia array will be an ordinary ninja? I'm afraid there are still hidden secrets. As for Makoto's favor 30, Yokai didn't pay attention at all. This big chapter is okay, right? Matt Dai had already buried this clue by the time of chapter 39. Yekai beats Bang is a youth that can never be forgotten, like friends give a flower, give an evaluation vote, give a reward, thank you. Chapter 049 Modern Day, Let Me Come. Yefeng suddenly joined the battlefield and put Lin down. Modern Day looked at Yifeng, full of doubts. I'm Yifeng. I'm very tolerant. It's okay, just leave it to me. Cancel the 8-gate dunjia, otherwise you will die. Modern Day shook his head and said, let us go. Opposite is the Ninja Sword 7. Saying that, Modern Day is about to strike again. Hey! Yifeng sighed. Not showing off his strength, Modern Day didn't believe in himself. Mudu Flower Tree Realm has arrived. This is a newly comprehended S-level ninjutsu after fusing 50 of the character cards between the 1,000-hand pillars and the enhanced version of the Birth of the Tree Realm. This technique uses 1's chakra as nourishment, causing the trees that sleep in the ground to grow rapidly and become larger, and to be able to manipulate these trees freely. With Yifeng's order, the ground instantly cracked. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook. What was originally a wood instantly turned into a huge basin, sunken into it. The bulging trunks of trees under the ground will cut through mountains, cut through rocks, and envelop the entire ground. Change the terrain in one fell swoop. This is the strength of the 1,000-hand pillar, and it is only 50 of the strength. And several bright flowers will grow on the trees that grow rapidly. And as soon as the flowers are opened, they can produce toxic pollen, and once they inhale pollen, they will faint due to paralysis. The Ninja Dao 7 who were originally going to retreat, no, now the Ninja Dao 6, all confined to the newly formed basin. This is Muduan. Who is this person? So young. Is Konoha's newest genius ninja? There is no information about this person at all. Mikoto also quickly put down the student on her shoulder, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng's back, a little distracted. Haruno Zhao was also stunned. None of them really saw Yifeng's move. Who would have thought that as soon as he made a move? Now the people on both sides are all confused. This guy is too fierce, right? Modern Day was also shocked by Yifeng's sudden burst of momentum and glanced back at Yifeng before disarming the 8-gate Dunjia array. As soon as it was lifted, I immediately sat down. At this time, everyone found that Modern Day's right hand and right foot had been broken. Just now, he punched the chestnut shrapnel pill and stepped on the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, but in just an instant, his hands and feet were broken, and the horror of the 8 doors of Dunjia was fully opened. Dad! At this time, Kai, who was still a child, rushed up. Modern Day touched Kai's head and said, it's okay. After saying this, Modern Day fainted. Dad! Yefeng glanced at the elementary school student Kai and said, your father just fainted. His life is not in danger, but his hands and feet are broken. Teacher, save my dad. Yokai looked at Uchiha Mikoto behind him and said, Mikoto, you help me treat him. I'm going to catch these 6 people first. Oh, okay. As soon as Uchiha Mikoto's words fell, Yokai's figure had disappeared, and the 6 people of the Ninja Dao saw that something was wrong and quickly retreated. The arrival of the Flower Tree Realm is not something that ordinary ninjas can use. They have never seen such a terrifying ninjutsu. It must be the blood succession boundary, a terrifying existence like their second-generation water shadow. Let us go. There's no need to pester with them. Yes. The 6 members of the Ninja Dao immediately separated and retreated. At this time, hundreds of night maple doppelgangers suddenly appeared in the air. The art of multiple shadow avatars. At the same time, countless tree roots and vines began to surround the 6 people of the Ninja Dao. It's as if a supergiant pitcher plant is preying on flies. Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Mikoto-sensei, don't look at it. Save my father. Mikoto suddenly blushed, glared at Kai, and began to treat Modern Day. Lin also came over and said, I can also do a little healing. Kai looked at Lin, who looked like a porcelain doll, and his eyes were about to pop out. You too? Rin nodded, crouched down, and used the healing technique on Modern Day. Mikoto asked curiously, you're from Yekai's class? Yes, sensei, I'm Rin Noera from the 7th class. Lin said obediently. It's so cute. On Yifeng's side, the the battle was almost over. Among the 7 people of the ninja knife, a man in black with 2 knives in his hand controlled the thunder knife and teeth, and the thunder and lightning swept wildly, and the roots and vines of the trees close to him were all electrocuted. This person is none other than Black Ho. Yifeng's doppelganger was about to rush up to take him down. Suddenly, a sharp and slender knife drilled out, instantly piercing the 3 night maple doppelgangers. Then a sound of silk threads rubbing was heard, and as Orochimaru pulled the silk threads, the 3 doppelgangers were torn to shreds. Bang! 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 However, a night maple doppelganger on the other side of the chestnut shripushi pill burst out dazzling thunder light in his hand, making a sound like 1,000 birds screaming, which was very harsh, and instantly rushed towards the chestnut shripushi pill. Thunder Chidori. Although it is only LV3, it is already proficient. Before Orochimaru could react, his right arm had been removed. Black Ho Thundertooth saw that Orochimaru was injured, and also stabbed through the doppelganger, who injured Orochimaru. But the 2 of them were raised by more doppelgangers. In less than 5 minutes, all 6 people in the ninja knife were injured. Yifeng's shadow avatars are hundreds and thousands, purely bullying. The worst thing is not the chestnut string pill, but the ghost lamp 1,000 blade, which was directly stunned by the thunder 1,000 birds of the night foam, and then directly beheaded. Yefeng himself did not expect this to be the case. Uchiha Mikoto wiped her sweat, glanced up at the battlefield, and lost her mind slightly. The 7 people of the ninja knife who couldn't beat themselves at all, in front of Yifeng, it was like beating a child? That's too big a difference. Haruno Zhaoya's body trembled slightly, and said, "This is our original bloodline inheritor. It's too strong. The Thousand Hands clan is too powerful." At this time, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Loquat Juzo roared angrily. Water escape. Mist hidden art. This is the ninjutsu used by the Mist Shinobi Upper Shinobi, which uses chakra to roll up the water to create a dense fog that flickers in the white world, which is the art of mist concealment. The concentration of fog changes due to the amount of chakra, and they often use this ninjutsu for assassinations. But now, this assassination technique has become an escape technique. Yifeng suddenly smiled. "If you want to escape, it's impossible. I have to ask, do you know the whereabouts of Xiaomei?" Chapter 050. In less than 10 minutes, the 7 people of the ninja knife died, 2 people in a row, and they all became the 5 people of the ninja knife. They are already unwilling to fight, and want to create a thick fog to escape. But no amount of dense fog can run away from hundreds of doppelgangers. They had just run out of the thick fog when they found countless doppelgangers standing in front of them. At this time, the foreheads of the 5 people of the ninja Dao were constantly sweating. Damn, how can anyone tell so many shadow doppelgangers? And every shadow avatar is so strong? When did such a powerful young ninja appear in Konoha? Loquat Juzo couldn't help but ask, "Konoha ninja, what is your name? If you are caught, you will naturally know." Saying that, Yefeng has already made a move. Facing the endless doppelganger, the 5 people of the ninja Dao trembled all over. Fight. Water done, water bomb. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Water escape, water break. However, before they could use it, they were surrounded by a blanket of tree roots and vines. Instantly strangled. Ugh. One by one, they were tied up and ended the fight. When Yefeng returned with 5 rice dumplings, everyone was stunned. Especially Mikoto Uchiha. Her eyes wandered as she looked at Yi Kid, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. The moment Yifeng used the flower tree realm just now, he was really handsome. "Will you interrogate?" Uchiha Mikoto shook her head, while Haruno said, I can try." Yefeng nodded and said, "Yes. Ask them, what is the purpose of coming here? And also, knowing that I don't know where Xiaomei is, if I say it, there may be a way to live. And if I don't say anything, I won't be able to die happily." Haruno Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." Now, Haruno Zhao was completely convinced of Yifeng. Too strong. Strong is strength. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is secondary. However, before Haruno Zhao walked in front of the 5 Zongzi, one of the biggest Zongzi immediately said, "Sir, I say, we're here to shine the beauty." "Oh, it's the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost." Yefeng immediately let go of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and looked at him curiously. Immediately, someone roared, "Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost! You betrayed the Fog Ninja. The crime deserves death." Noisy. Yi Feng snorted, and the talking Zhongzi instantly tightened. Ugh! There was a scream, and the people inside had no breath. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost immediately shivered, looked at Yi Feng, did not dare to resist, and quickly said, "We came here, indeed found the approximate whereabouts of Xiaomei, but we can't determine the location." "Is it? Who can determine the location?" "We can't determine the place, but the approximate location has been determined. As long as you look for it, you will definitely be able to find it." Yefeng nodded and said, "Very good. Then you too. Take us to find Terumi, and I can give you a way to live." "Really? You didn't lie to us? Is it necessary to lie to you?" As soon as Yi Feng's words came out, the other two also hurriedly said, "I can also lead the way." "Me too." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "It's too late. Your consciousness is not enough." As soon as the words fell, the two rice dumplings instantly tightened, and soon there was no breath inside. Kai and the other children looked at Yokiid with a look of awe and horror in their eyes. As newcomers who had just graduated, under the guidance of Haruno Zhao, they did not let Kakashi and Obito kill people like Yokiid, so it was the first time they saw people die in front of them so closely. Their faces changed, and they vomited directly to the side. Mikoto also frowned, feeling that Yefeng was too murderous. Haruno Zhao next to him took the initiative to explain for Yi Feng. The 7 people of the ninja knife are all names piled up with human lives, and in the mist-hidden village, children cannot dare to cry at night, and in their hands, I am afraid that there are also many lives of Konoha ninjas, and even the lives of your families and friends. Do not use your own kindness to the cruelty of your enemies. It is a foolish thing for yourself. The newly liberated Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost immediately shivered when they heard this. Yi Feng said lightly, "Of course, the two of you are a deal. As long as you can find Xiaomei, I will naturally keep my promise." "Okay, I also believe in the credibility of your Konoha ninjas." Yefeng smiled. "Can you two have the qualifications to disbelieve now?" At this time, a voice came from the edge of the basin. "Teacher, where are you?" It was Kakashi and Obito who arrived. After the fight, they finally arrived. Here, Obito saw that the basin was tens of meters high, and suddenly took 2 steps back in fright, not daring to look down. Kakashi also frowned. How can he go down so high? "Wait a minute, let us go up." Saying that, Yi Feng used Mudun first and sent the others up. "Then go up yourself." Of course, the Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost went up by themselves. Kakashi and Obito were both startled to see the huge Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and the most important thing was that both of them were Miss Shinobu. Yefeng explained, "The two of them are tour guides. Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost are full of resentment in their hearts. Guide your whole family. We have 7 people who have been tour guides. Thinking about it, their hearts are full of sadness. Now it's 2 ninja knives. 2 people. Can they still become a crowd?" At this time, a golden flash suddenly arrived. "Huh, am I late?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes, Watergate. You are late, and you said that you went to stop the elite of Wuyin Village, and as a result, the 7 people of the Ninja Dao came. Sorry, we were scammed." "Okay, then you can quickly send Dai back to Konoha for treatment." "I send it." Although Watergate does not despise Xia Shinobi, but at this time, is it a bit of a laborer to send a Xia Shinobi back? Looking closely, it was Dai, and this person was a little special. Watergate glanced at Loquat Juzo and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and said, "What about you? Let us go find Terumi. They know where Terumi is." Watergate nodded and whispered in Yi Feng's ear, "Now there is something wrong with Wuyin Village. Find it as soon as possible. Go early and return early." "Got it. Then I'll go." After the Watergate finished speaking, he picked up Dai, and his figure flashed, and he had disappeared. About 1,000 meters away from Yi Feng, the lower body of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was completely broken, lost consciousness, and crawled back to Wuyin Village with his hands sweating. "I can't die?" Yi Feng didn't expect that the vitality of the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was so tenacious, and after eating 8 doors and wearing a kick, he was half defeated and crawled back. Mist Hidden Village, Water Shadow Office. The third generation of water shadows, whose names have never been revealed in history, have long black hair, ornaments on their heads, and are used to closing their eyes. Shortly after the death of the second generation of water shadow, it was he who implemented the blood mist policy on the mist-hidden village under the lure of Jerry. Many people in later generations believe that it was the fourth generation of water shadow Citrus Yakura who began the blood mist. In fact, when Obito was saved by Madara, the blood mist had been practiced for a long time, and that was when the third generation of water shadow reigned. The third generation of water shadow heard the information of the dark shinobu of the mist-hidden village and showed a shocked look. What do you say? All 7 people of the ninja sword were destroyed? Yes, Lord Mizukage. Konoha Sanshin is here? Or White Fang? Lord Mizukage, neither, is a young shinobi with no information at all. He will use the original Hokage's wooden dun. You step back first. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Shang Shinobu retreated, and there were only 3 generations of water shadow in the office. Suddenly, a strange human figure half black and half white appeared on the ground. 3 generations of water shadows. How are you thinking about it? If you agree to make a move, you will not only get the friendship of our great Uchiha Madara, but also get Mio Isafu. And we'll help you too. The third generation of Shuei-ing said lightly. Just by you? Ju smiled and said, it's not just me, but thousands. Saying that, countless white absolutes came out from the walls, the ground, and drilled out.